Welcome everyone. Today is Saturday Night SUPERVIVE. I am Samurai, joined by Sinani. How you doing, dude?
I'm chilling. I found out I had to do this 10 minutes ago, so we'll see if I can lock in a little today. But I'm excited to see
Yeah,
some EU squads. I've been out of commission for the past 2 weeks, and the glimpses I've seen have been pretty cool at the very least.
exactly. As you mentioned, it is squad, so it's going to be 4 people per team, 10 teams, of course, and they are fighting for $500. So that's going to be insane to see. Obviously, we did have a patch just recently as well, which modified the game in various different aspects. So a lot of players that were typically considered strong, such as Nyx, have had some of their power adjusted, and so on. There's so many different changes, and that has definitely shifted the EU meta for sure. For you, Sinani, I don't know if you've seen. As you mentioned, you weren't too involved in the past couple of weeks, but have you seen any changes in the NA scene, for example?
I don't think off the top of my head. I just know the fact that Nyx is gone means that hopefully a lot of teams don't have to pay the Nyx tax anymore.
Yeah.
I know some people are forced to play Nyx just because she was so OP and didn't really have too much fun with that. So that's good to see. The other thing I've seen, from my personal experience, is that Bishop feels crazy good right now. I'm excited to see the quote unquote the Bishop region really show us how it's done today on that character.
Dude, yeah, it's going to be insane to see how the meta's actually changed. But first of all, we have to do get into those clip submissions. Everyone, make sure you submit your clips. There are prize pools involved. So yeah, let's hit it off. Let's see what's going on with these clips.
Here are the top 3 plays from the previous weekend of Saturday Night SUPERVIVE. Every weekend, players can submit their best plays for a chance to win cash prizes. And our 3rd place goes to
From the inevitable
Izzy.
demise. Another E-plat down over here for Izzy. Izzy may be getting isolated, but the finale, who is
Oh
isolating
my god.
who? Gonna
Oh
catch
my
all
god.
3 members, gonna get 1, get 2, get 3,
Oh
Izzy!
my god,
Popping up
Izzy.
on the Celeste, let's go!
2nd place goes to
Spots after
Squaye.
sequence of violence. ASS wants to continue it. Squaye aggressively shifts in. Huge double surge with that Moss Immunity. Gonna take out the enemy Nyx very quickly. Looking to continue the violence. Lightning Strike is going to be able to connect. Greed goes down, so the huge damage. Saros no longer is placed. Squaye is going off here, bro. 1, 2. Can he find 3 on Lazaro? Holy.
And our 1st place goes to
Yeah, I need to
Oko.
heal. Okay. I killed 2. Okay. Oh, let's go!
Thanks so much for joining us for this weekend of SNS, and we hope to see you next Saturday night for more SUPERVIVE.
Right, welcome back. Yep, those clips were absolutely insane, man. The first one with that Celeste just popping off on that E-plat. No one's got anywhere to hide in that situation, and they just get absolutely cooked. Wow, and especially the 3rd one as well. We didn't see Beebis that often in the EU scene, at least in the last maybe a couple of months. But when they do get the chance to pop, it's always super crazy and clean. And Oko just showed what Bebo is still possible of doing. It's crazy work.
Yeah, actually, I thought I didn't see those clips, but actually, I forgot I perused through them before. So it was cool to see the top 3 ranking. Shout out to my boy Izzy. I know that guy has been one of the 2 Celeste NA for a hot minute.
Yeah, doing good work for sure. Alrighty, so hopefully we are getting the lobby ready, and hopefully everyone is ready to get into game 1. Man, everyone's had colds as well recently. How you been dealing with the weather? Has it been actually pretty bad for you, or?
Weather's been all right. It's just I don't know. I went to New York recently, so
Okay, nice.
something about that travel really ended me. I caught a cold at some point. Don't know if it's a cold. Don't know if it's COVID. Don't know if I have throat cancer. I mean, it's something in the middle somewhere.
It's a wild concoction, man.
Yeah, that's what's been going around, man. That's just what everyone has.
Oh, fair enough. Magic has been in a similar situation, which is why he's not, unable to cast for us, at least for now. But I think he is joining everyone for NA, so make sure you can check in for that one, guys. But the lobby's just about to be formed. I think it's just nearly ready, just waiting for a couple more people, so it should be ready to go. In terms of the patches we've seen as well, how do you reckon that EU will shift at least? What's your predictions? You mentioned the Bishop, of course, and the Nyx before, but
I mean, I know EU has been really enjoying the Celeste, but I don't think that's more of a meta shift just because like everyone's already been playing Celeste ever since Squad Scrim started.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I know Krista is like giga strong right now. I just
Oh,
don't know if
sure.
there are enough people in EU that want to play Krista. Something tells me there aren't going to be too many off the top, because really all I remember is Arcane, and that guy's in Narnia right now. So I'd be surprised if we saw enough to get even close to bans. I just assume the classic is going to be Oath, KP, Soros +1.
Yeah, it's definitely I'd say some sort of degree of underexposure. For example, I think Acklinks at the very least is picking it up, and I'm sure there's at least one or two other players. So I expect to see a bit of Krista, but yeah, probably underexposed in comparison to NA. You know, what about Saros, for example? Do you think he's going to see any change?
I mean, Saros is still Saros, even after the sort of the Seven Suns nerf.
Yeah.
He didn't care that much. Like it's obviously minus 10% damage is minus 10% damage, but also when he gets to shoot you from off the screen, does it really matter? No. So Saros is still sorry. He's doing his Saros thing. He'll kill you from off your screen. He'll lay down infinite pressure. He still has Burning Palm. That item's so annoying to play against. Like
Yeah, dude,
that guy's
totally.
gonna stay in the middle for a fat minute, even after the R&B scaling nerf too. Like I think now he's lost almost like 20% damage off that ability, but it still does a lot of damage. But anyways, we will be getting right into match 1 here, starting off with bombing runs.
Wicked stuff. And another thing to just quickly talk about as well is the removal of perks. Well, perks being available only in vaults. You know, do you think that's like really changing how vaults are played in the early game, for example, or do you think there's a much more drastic shift in that sense? Yeah, I reckon so too. So
yeah, I think teams should be prioing playing for vault, like regions that can access 2 to 3 vaults will make I mean, to be fair, perks were never going to be like that large of a combat swing, but it will feel a lot better, for example, to get the gold key for the gold armor vault, where we could see surprisingly only one team. So as I say that, I really am expecting like at least 2 teams that want to contest scav, because with squads, right, it's a lot harder to get eliminated off rip, so you could send one person to fish a little bit.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot, a massive increase in the sustainability of fights. You know, as you mentioned, people are just so resilient to completely getting fully outed. We do see a couple of teams relatively dropping relatively close to each other. Rat and FSC in this instance, flicking over just below Hot. We do see Bao as well, getting the level 2s. They've got the gold key as well, as you were mentioning, so that's an extra potential boon. We do see a lot of teams as well dropping towards Wellsprings, maybe going towards the Molten Boss. That's going to be spawning in not too long, so I expect to see maybe some teams converging there at the very least. 2 teams potentially already dancing there. On the bottom left, we do see 1 team dropping Cold Fang as well, AUR in this instance. One of the big teams that have played forever, it feels like, have finally split, which is Shy. I don't know if you knew about that. So Sprokane is now on SB, for example. Hachi is now on AUR, and Yasser, I think he's playing, but I can't remember which team he's fighting for. Either way, there's a potential massive fight here. Already one catch out on Treddy, but gets a nice little R&B to start things off, and then goes the orb afterwards by Shroom, getting monumental damage, leaving one person, Levi in this instance, on 1 HP. Treddy playing with fire there, dancing around with 1 HP. Levi looks to be the first victim of the fight, though. Ackling's taking it down. Celeste v Celeste matchup, it looks like, as the bomb run temporarily separates the teams, and EV go up to the north side.
Man, Oath early game. I will say, NA has started to field more Oaths, so I'm starting to experience what it's like fighting with an Oath. Wow, it's so comfortable. It's so comfortable. You could just stand there and shoot, and your Oath will tank everything for you. Oh, it's so comfortable.
For sure.
I did notice that there were a few teams missing an Oath, so we'll see if that... Well, actually, speaking of Oath, he just died to a Jewel, so maybe not as OP as I am framing him to be, and he's... Well, I guess the reason was he ran away from the team. He was trying to run away. I noticed some teams didn't have an Oath. I think I counted 6 or 7, maybe.
Yeah.
So, and I actually saw a few Voids, and I think Void's a little bit better in squads. We'll see how that plays out. We'll hook here from LPN, making sure to grab the Abyssal, hatching a bit further away as 3OP now make the push in.
Oh, so 1 HP, hopefully. Oh, they get the steal. 3OP actually get it at the last second, it looked like, and LPN managed to jump ship you through on 1 HP. LPN definitely need to heal up. It was a nice kind of attempt there with the kind of hook back to kind of guarantee a bit more space so that the damage can't be pulled off by 3OP, but they still managed to get it off in the end. SB managed to pick up all armors, of course. FSC Revel, it looks to be in a very sticky situation already, being knocked into a Sky Shark. Debrek is probably going to get the first kill there. one of the key Bishop players for EU, along with Hachi. As you were mentioning, they're probably going to be having a field day for these next couple of weeks at the very least, I assume, based on what we've been seeing so far. There's that displacement charge kind of buff as well, which made things potentially a bit cooler for Bishops. We did see Revel die at the last second. No, so was it Castle or Revel? Didn't see which one it was on the top right hand side, but either way, some kills are being picked up. We are looking at AUR looking to apply a little bit of pressure in this instance to MST. Smolde has already used his dash as well. Shield on super low HP, but manages to get a dash cooldown again. Arcane Rogue not finding a connection. And Ninja comes down from the south side, trying to continue on with this poke, but Kuba is behind Sebi, so he's trying to also be a little bit of a nuisance behind the back. But AUR still confidently applying pressure north to the north side. Kowsk is able to jump up to the north. MST have now been completely splintered. Smolde is likely to be the first victim here. Tries to jump down to the south side to provide his team with a bit of extra time, maybe even find that chance of survival with 1 HP. He's got that slither, but it's still unfortunately found dead. And Charlie Lee also finds U4 at the same time, so LPN definitely having a rough early mid game so far. I mean, it's basically early game. The vast majority of teams are outside of this circle as well, so it's going to be interesting to see how they rotate in.
Yeah, this is kind of a cursed endgame. Wow, we are going to see a good amount of Abyss, and there aren't that many Bibos, not that. There are a fair amount of Celeste, so it is not too worrisome, but this day 2 rotate is going to be very, very brutal.
Oh yeah, 100%. We're seeing so many teams actually very, very split, of course, with day 2 mob resets, of course, everyone wants to grab any bit of XP that they can. It looks like LPN are going to somewhat stabilize here, getting the level 7s respectively. We're also in the Bomberman as well, just come through. In this instance, EV on the top side, trying to farm up mobs as well. They've got the level 7s. We're looking at Soul and Molten as well, so I expect to see 3LP, having an additional field day. They've also got the nuke box just next to them as well, so interesting to see if any teams actually want to go for this kind of objective-oriented rotate. Maybe LPN actually decide to go for this, because they are posturing kind of in that general direction. Just below that, we do see another team as well, kind of lingering on the south side. MST in this instance. So it's good to see that people are definitely trying to contest these ones, because we can't let 3LP just have a free roam on these bosses.
True. Okay, or making their way into the desert here. We have a team already experiencing poverty, just watching them slink on by, and it looks like aren't too pressed about checking every single bush they walk by.
Yeah, so many. Yeah. I've done a couple of near observations, it feels like.
Yeah, I'm a bit curious if we're going to see the Storm pull into Molten or Wellspring, because Molten with squads, it's not a lot of space for a lot of teams, especially now that you can't buy Thermal Suit in everybody, actually. Endgames in lava regions are going to be a lot more, say, swingy. If you're strong, you don't get pushed around too much, but if you're weak, you get pushed in the lava constantly. It's just like a massive snowball. So we can see MST trading some blows here with 3LP, but teams have decided to reset, as on the right side, LPN. Here's some noise. Want to check things out. Gorshock fishing for a hook. Won't be able to grab anything, and it looks like teams are interested in this Abyssal Hatchling.
Yeah, this nuke box is up for grabs. 66% HP, roughly 2/3. We are looking at 3LP kind of circling around through the left-hand side, trying to poke MST. MST could potentially get sandwiched here as Rat come down from the north side. Chilling Bananas already been popped, and there goes a crazy clean Abyssal break, followed by a punch just afterwards. Blink finding 2 kills, Theo finding 1. LPN are now in dire straits. Euphoria can hopefully escape in this situation, but unfortunately found dead though. So that is actually LPN out at last place. MST did manage to survive that kind of a mini sandwich there, potential sandwich. And Rat now have free pickings over the nuke box as we just flick over to FSC in this instance. It looks like a few stars already been popped, and an Abyssal Breaker. Shin and Breeze do find a kill respectively. Bao in a potentially sticky situation themselves as well. Shichi's been knocked down to the south side. There goes Baru for the reinforcements, popping that Abyssal Breaker himself to give Shichi a little bit more room as Calcio tries to go in for the donk. Obviously he's got his team rezzed up, goes for the squid play, jumped up to the north side, but still found dead just afterwards. And now Baru has also had to drop his own respective E-plats. We're seeing so many E-plats being dropped, and it looks like AUR looking for free pickings on the Bao now, that they're a little bit split up. They are being forced up to the north side just temporarily. Armors have been lost quite significantly, but we are seeing some being picked up as well, just as I say that. EV now jumped down to the south side as well. They're trying to get some damage potentially onto Bao, but I don't think they're going to be able to capitalize on too much here.
Yeah, I think now the biggest thing for Bao is they really need to find a way to angle for farm. We see Orlando's was considering it, but their region doesn't have much, and it looks like they'll try to farm a team actually for some EXP, as Levity is able to make the TP onto the wall. Fly far, far away as Orlando's facing off against Godfrey, gets stunned. A bit lower, has the RMB with the last bite healing. Just procced in time as Godfrey popping back with a few Salad, trying to get the hook return, but he's been collapsed on it too quickly. Gem Finale comes out The
Ooh,
entirety about are there for the
Oh.
collapse. Ooh, and Lingo out of there.
we are looking at Abyss Specialist as well and Wisp Vacuum up for grabs in around 35 seconds. So again, I expect people to be objective oriented, but with so many teams still being alive, 9 teams, it's going to be very, very close to actually get this one for free. Kazara is chilling in the bush, not been found out just yet. Again, as you were mentioning, people aren't checking those bushes. Well, Orlando's finally done it, and there is Kazara, is finally released from his grassy chamber, going down to the left side. 15 seconds now, looks like, for both the souls to drop. Sproken is trying to get some Pokemon possible. It looks like SB are actually a tiny bit under level. They don't have the level 2 ultis. They are jumping up to the north side, managed to maintain the majority of their armors. They pop the Battle Gum to try and provide an extra kind of a mini obstacle course for Bao. They managed to jump over it for the most course. We're looking at Crouch in a bit of trouble. Knocked down to the right hand side. Levi's there trying to provide a bit of reinforcements for Crouch. Is still far dead, unfortunately. And MST probably look to continue to, capitalize on these guys. It looks like a massive aggressive sender by MST, trying to get at least one more kill. They do it successfully. The bubble's already been popped now as well in this instance, but Ice does manage to get away. Found a little mini island to chill on, but there is not, any other safe space to go. Probably has the shift level 4 there, so it's probably going to be chill. Abyssal Hatchling has finally been picked up by Hachi, probably taking the Wisp Vacuum. It looks like Fluffy's actually taking it instead. Hachi just get a nice little mini punch to knock at least one member away, as Orlando tries to continue to do a bit of damage to AUR Shichi. Just chilling. Maybe I wonder if he's going to try something here. We are seeing a bit of a rotate here, Big Ninja, as the bomber run does descend down to the ground. Ice does die to the Abyss as well, missed the exchange, and it looks like someone's being caught up majorly here. Hachi just makes it over at the last second before the bomber run comes in, and Fluffy is also dead amidst the exchange, and looks like, they get a surprise spike actually. They've just leveled the playing field and actually brought it back to a full 4v4 because they're already standing on the Wisp, and they've just taken on Orlando's just afterwards. So Bao are now in completely dire straits, only 2 members.
Really good turn, though. Looks like Fluffy Fish baited Orlando to try to grab the Wisp. As a massive punch there from Hachi was a kill onto Charlie.
Baroof, 1 HP. Can he make it out in this situation? The few swords would have been popped. Shin has found 1 kill onto Leatherthy. Crown's been picked up. 1 minute 10, but damage is coming from every single direction. And unfortunately, in this situation, CG are out in 9th place. MST have managed to maintain the ground on the kind of south side for the majority of the period of time. We're looking at a Baroof with some sort of a res attempt, maybe on the north res, or there's a Crown there as well, so he's got a couple of options. SB have got the level 10s now. They picked up a couple of kills amidst the various exchanges they've had. AUR looking to just continuously punish SB if possible. Going to just get some clean, nice poke onto Spro now, 1 HP. But they have found that kind of lip on the south side. They should be okay here. The bomb run has descended down as well again, so SB probably have to look for a back if possible. And it looks like they are going for a full back. They're going to be completely okay in this instance. Aside from that, it looks like there's not too much action going on. It looks like there's been a box res by Baroof. I think he's brought back 1 member. And MST are trying to get some poke against SB. Maybe they go for a full in. I'm not too sure yet. They're just doing a little bit of a mini dance so far. But they have got Shin with no armor. Already used the dagger. And there goes a nice little clean in from Smold. Very explosive. Already catching 1 person. There goes the little Sky Shock explosion. And it looks like Gecko's going to be knocked to the left-hand side. But Meep is mirroring this one perfectly. Has to jump back at the last second because Deprek is there for the reinforcements. And there goes the in by Kalsk. Not getting any value from the dunk, but does hit the face deal chain. Can't really do too much more in this instance. And MST have now taken control over the island as well. They have also have the jump chip because there's another bombing run.
Oh my god, it's perma fighting because there's really nothing else to do until the camps are down.
Yeah.
They go in there sent by Cookies, who is on the Bishop finally.
Ooh, HP though. Can he get out? Oh! Nice dunk. Oh, Revel dead shortly afterwards. It looks like Meki is just continuously capitalizing on it, man. He's playing, Clay Pigeon. He's just shooting everything in sight, it feels like, in midair. FSC have to chill in the Abyss just temporarily while the bomber descends down again. Don't have any E-plats, it seems like, so they're going to be in combustion state. So if anyone wants their free spike, they could potentially get it. Deprek gets a nice little mini punch onto Orlando's, but has to jump ship. He's lost that space pretty much instantly. I think Bao pretty much back as a 4-man. They're trying to get the kill onto Deprek if possible. He's actually caught between a rock and a hard place and is found dead. Bao pick up 2 kills in that instance, so they're looking really, really healthy. Spro Kane now, last alive. Hopefully he's got the 3k because Rez's all Crown pickups are going to be pretty difficult with where teams are currently positioned.
Oh yeah, with the storm size because of the amount of teams. It's like so in Wellspring especially, you only have really 1 beacon to access right in the dead center. So this is so cooked if you're trying to come back from behind. Maybe a box res is possible. Because
I think they got Shin back. I just saw that. They might have Shin back at the very least. Yeah, but he might be cooked here. I think he was trying to do a bit of looting before. He's just jumped up to the north side. We are looking at another free picking save for Rat. I feel like Rat and 3OP have just picked up so many souls and other goodies amidst the whole game 1. It feels like I think Sproken's finally been forced off that mini island as well, so I expect to see some Abyss fighting, or maybe a kill on the kill feed very, very shortly, or a spike or something along those lines. Looks like an aggressive hook has come in at the last second from Calcio, trying to get the dunk onto Theo, but can't really capitalize on it because he couldn't get the clean mantle to kind of guarantee his neutral position. Blink also applies a bit of pressure to force them down to the south side, and it looks like Small is now trying to apply a bit of pressure onto AUR. Fluffy still has the Wisp Vacuum though, so I expect to see some crazy plays coming out with that one. He's typically been a good play with that in the past, since the items ever existed, even in the pre 1.0 days, Oof.
I wonder. I was just kind of thinking. I wonder what the squad's meta if the end game warps dramatically with the amount of teams remaining. I feel like we're gonna see probably top 3 gonna be for a while before teams die. Deprek running for his life, can't quite connect the punch. And Orlando's will secure the Wisp. Over here we see Spro Kane picked off as well, stuck behind the Oath Shield. Nowhere to go. Shin will be riding out the rest of his days inside of this bush.
And the problem is as well, the bombing runs can force him out of the any bushes that he's in. Oh, we've seen someone being knocked away, Sevi as well, also getting killed at the last second. MST having a very, very grueling fight, it feels like, versus AUR. FSC as well, also there, trying to pick up a couple more kills. They do kill Hatchy as well on top, and MST, surprisingly, are outed just afterwards. UC3OP managing to maintain their position. I think Rat Cookies also picked up Rewind. Revival is also dropping, which Rat can also grab. So again, they've just managed to capitalize on those bosses just continuously. It felt like it was 3OP at the start, and now it is Rat. FSC have managed to capitalize on armors as well. They've not picked up that many kills. We're seeing a revive happening here. On the beacon, it looks like AUR back as a full 4-man. They're going for the kind of wide rotate, but we do see someone from FSC just chilling there, maybe on an E-plat or a box or something along those lines, trying to get a bit of the scouting information. They probably saw that this was coming. Bao probably have to jump ship away from this bombing run, unless they actually want to hold their ground. They've got to make a decisive decision here. At the last second, Broof does make it out by the skin of his teeth. We are looking at a bit of a bond cap here as well from AUR. They managed to capture a bit of a safe ground. Raxley goes in with the ulti. 2 ultis have been popped, another Ching Flipe has been popped. Cassius gets a nice little dunk onto Crouch, forces EV away at the last second. And we do see SB surprisingly getting outed 7th place as well, as the res gets or is attempted to be used, but AUR, the Abyss of Brick has already been popped. There goes the Arcane Railgun. Breeze is on 1 HP now, trying to feather an Abyss as long as possible. It doesn't really matter because AUR just pummeling damage onto them, and they do get that kill. Raptor just chilling. They're actually having their massive fight potentially against Bao, trying to capitalize on this kind of temporary split here. There goes the ulti by Cookies, not going to do too much because the shield bash is really perfectly timed, but it doesn't matter because the damage keeps coming in. 1 member left. Oh, they do get it. Oh, sorry, never mind. There is 1 person live somewhere else on the map. It is Charlie Lee, who did manage to escape in this situation, maybe trying to stick that res on the left side, probably going to be successful.
I'm starting to notice that there's some minor nuance here with positioning. Like, obviously, don't put yourself in a spot where you can get pinched too easily. But, like, in the grand scheme of things, I feel like your spot in zone is, like, a lot less important with the amount of teams here. As we see a nice counter Abyssal break here from Theo with the bungee, but they can't quite get the follow-up. But the rest of EV have now made the rotate. And right behind them, we see the Blukes trying to blast off past AOR, but couldn't quite find the Tokyo Drift angles. Bao now forced to make the rotate inside as we have a beacon right to their left. All of FSC back together, get the Saurus portal, rotate, but right behind them, we see Bao following up as they had a similar idea, trying to avoid those 2 teams there to their right side.
Oh, no!
Not looking like Braves will be able to run anywhere. Ooh, on the left, action still breaking out. Holy crap, it is a dogfight.
Yeah, you're so correct there. Hachi has already found dead straight afterwards. Shichi's going, he's doing the Shichi classic. It feels like a ninja has to pop the E-plat the last second, last alive. It looks like damage is being sent, surround sound. It feels like there is a crown being picked up as well by Orlando's. 1 minute 20. There goes descended by Cookies with the ulti, not finding the connection. Chilling Finale also following up by Blink, trying to get some mega damage if possible. It looks like Orlando's going to be able to skirt around the nuke. And the bomber run is coming down to the south side for 3OP, but they're not going to be affected by it. It feels like they found a pocket of space to safely escape. Orlando's is lasting for an extended period of time as Theo continues to chase. There's a little bit of ice for him to just chill on temporarily. The zone is pulling up all the way to the north side. 3OP playing that super duper slow game. I assume they picked up some kills, which is why they're playing slow. I'm not really sure. Or they're just going for pure placement points. Either way, Blink seems to be applying continuous pressure to 3OP. Sorry, EV in this situation. They've got that kind of narrow corridor that they are fighting along. Crouch is there, kind of reunited with them at the last second. We are seeing a bond pick up as well for Rats in this situation as 3OP jump up to the north side slowly. Rax are also, I don't think he's been seen 3OP just yet. Maybe he's seen them now. I think he has for sure. Yep, they have. You can tell by the kind of body language that that's kind of just changed. Crouch is just probably about to lose his armor again, unfortunately. And there goes another nuke being dropped by Rat. And man, this pressure from all teams that are left alive. Orlando's as well, with 20 seconds left. I'm wondering if EV are going to go for the kill.
I think he could stall for long and oh, maybe run those directions. A little scary. Don't get spiked, Orlando's. Okay, he could stall. He could stall. He's got 10 seconds left. Eevee should prio getting a good position in Storm way more than griefing here, as we see a little flank here by Cookies. He could find a crazy angle here on the Eevee if they are looking. He's dashed forward, made a little bit of space, but Levi has decided to counter push, fishing for the hook, has popped the ulti. 2/3 of that armor has been taxed, and now Rat will regroup on the left side as Bao have respawned all together. Will they be able to push their way through EV? They have a portal here by Shirley if they want to push it onto the right side.
I mean, he called it.
That
look
they
at their
will.
armors, dude. It's looking really, really difficult. One gets straight off the
Oh!
bat. This is not looking good for Baum. Don't think they've got the econ to buy a crown in this situation either, because they've had such a rough late game. It feels like Akalinks is trying to get some information there on the south side. As we see another fight coming out here. It looks like EV versus Rat having their little mini isolated arena fight. It feels like Crouch already found dead to start things off. And there goes the Chunning finale by Blink to follow things up. Cookies pops the ulti. Chunning finale has been popped in return. It feels like by Ice, but unable to capitalize any value. It feels like at the last second. 1 member left, trying to dash through. Still not enough. It looks like Roof takes the kill at the last second, and now Bao looking to capitalize on this in a major way. 50 seconds left. They've got the Wisp pick up for the Stomp, and they're able to probably take out all members. Well, 2 actually managed to make it out, but Bao did actually get the crown pop as well amidst that exchange. And the portal play actually comes up from 3LP just afterwards. They're trying to get that mega damage while Bao just trying to get the recovery. They insta give 2 members just afterwards. The bubbles already been popped by Charlie Lee, doing major damage, and 3LP just absolutely capitalizing it. And now we're just left with 2 teams.
Oh, third parties are brutal. Looks like the fight from Rat went on a bit too long, but they're able to get a revive off in time. 3 LP victors of this long extended skirmish for now have at least strength and armors, and with their comp, I mean, the Celeste Oath, they're very, very happy to find the quarters. Nuke has been popped. Rat will make the rotate onto the left side. The Storm starting to pull its way down into what can only really be assumed to be the final fight here. Rat will be stuck on this tiny sliver of land, which very easily can get sent on by a Chilling Finale or an Abyssal Breaker. So we'll see if Rat can make any room before then to lay off some pressure. But 3LP, oh man, 3LP's calm. I see they have a Sorrows too. It's going to be really, really hard for Rat to navigate. Unless Meki Mech with the Armor Shredder can lay down more pressure. Actually, oh, Sorrows with Armor Shredder. This is actually ideal for Sorrows to be. And then we'll make the portal with the rotate here. Full setting it onto Rat, who have gone down the nuke, splitting them off. Ooh, just barely not catching Blink.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a nice little escape there at the last second. But when you see another Chilling Finale being popped, it looks like someone got sent to really low HP. Akalinks in this instance. Meki Mech does the Sakura at the last second. Tries to get the damage off if possible. He's trying to dance against Shroom in this kind of isolated 1v1. It feels like I'm watching a Star Wars fight, but the LMBs keep being sent in. Meki Mech tries to go for the dash, but he's met with his own, fist to the face, it feels like, at the last second. Cookies also finding Aiden just straight afterwards. And it looks like Rat are getting absolutely pummeled now. It's just basically Cookies who can maybe do something major here, doing the major punch and the displacement charge. Can he pull it off? He's got them to all 1 HP. He's punched 1. Gets at least 1 kill. The bomb run's been dropped down now. It looks like Akalinks is dashing down to the south side while the bomb run does come down. There's no chance for him to get another kill here. It looks like he's going to
Buy a crown, buy a crown, buy a crown.
Can he do it? Yeah. Oh,
No.
why did you do that? You're so right. Don't know if you had the money there in this instance, but now it is a definitive 2v1.
definitely
Tries
has.
the box res. Has to jump off at the last second. Trenty sends it in quite aggressively.
no.
Gets the R&B stun in. He's taking so much damage. Pops the rewind. And now he's got no armor left in this instance. Already dashes down to the south side. It looked like it could have been a miracle, but things just went so sour so fast. He pops the ulti down to the south side, but 1 more LMB or a couple more might seal the deal. He's got a bit of shield there at the last second. Maybe he can kite a little bit longer, but I don't think he can get the heal in. There goes the Chilling Finale. Pops a displacement charge. Gets a nice little knock away. Maybe he could do a little bit more here as he gets a bit of a chance to heal. Dashes down to the south side. Pops an E flat. Hopefully he's got a little bit left in the chamber. There is a heal there. Pops it. Picks up a crown. He needs to pop off something monumental here. Akalinks does a nice little dash away at the last second, and I think Cookies is probably taking a bit too much damage now. And it is 3LP taking game number 1.
Oh man, that was actually so close. I thought he was completely cooked after the R&B by Tredsy, but taking that rewind back made it a lot closer than it ought to have been. And that punch right there when Celeste didn't have ult was almost so close to just completely wiping them.
Dude,
We'll play GG.
I just wish, dude, that he got that. If he got 1 or 2 resets and then somehow managed to kill, if he got the 3v1, that would have been the clip of the century, bro. I swear.
No, that would have been sick. It would have been so hype.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Cookies did choke a few autos. Maybe a bit too much Tetra gameplay, eh? But we'll play GG to 3LP, making the best out of their positioning in that game. And look at these. Oh yeah, Rat hit a few monster ults this game. I mean, Oath is just so good if you could hit the ulti, right? Especially in squads. That's why Oath is so good in squads, because the ulti gets so much more value. It's so easy to hit.
100%. And there's always just like value to acquire from the reses as well. Like there's one extra person to res if they're a wisp form. Like the amount of survivability that he provides de facto, even in trios or squads, is always pretty high. But for like every facet of his kind of character is just amplified with one more person. With with squads, some characters potentially become kind of weaker in some certain instances. But I feel like Oath, he just does Oath things every single time without fail, and always seems to capitalize on however many members are in his team. But man, like this game was like super duper chaotic, as you were mentioning as well. With this kind of fight towards like lava and Entrine. It was always like so. Not Entrine, sorry. Just below it, sorry. Yeah, there's this area specifically is always just like insanity to watch. Like how these teams try and fight around the limited amount of space and mobs. It's really really hard to if you're down on kills, it's really really hard to come back.
Yeah, it does feel like if you ever get behind at any point, it feels really rough. I mean, Bao had an opportunity; they had a really good third party, but it just feels so awkward to like hold space because it's so easy to get pushed in. And I know people say it's like, or I know like one of the core ideas of squads is that 3v4 is a lot more playable, but I feel like it's the opposite now. Like I feel like you get pushed more easily because there are less teams to worry about. Yeah, this endgame was so close. Cookie's got the punch into the lava with Chunk Shroom with the follow-up R&B. Oh, if he just hit Aqua Links with 2 autos there.
Yeah, real.
And then Shroom gets cleaned up and plays a 1v1. Oh, and the wall there saved him. It was so crazy.
Bro, I was about to wake up my whole street, bro. If he got the 3v1, I would have screamed. You might have been deafened afterwards, because that's just like a 1 in a million situation there. But unfortunately, as you mentioned, he couldn't manage to pull it off. Couldn't hit those LMBs. He did like 2 out of 3. He got the ulti plus displacement charge, and then just couldn't capitalize on it afterwards. But nonetheless, that was a crazy game one to start things off. And as you were mentioning at the start of the game, we saw how a couple of people picked their characters and stuff. What do you expect to be banned? We've seen that. We've seen what people have picked, at least for game 1. So,
Celeste, Oath, Bishop, Saros. That's my assumption. Maybe KP. Yeah, something like that. I will say, saying Celeste. Also, I'm not convinced this character is like that good in squads. Like I just put the Zeph in the bag. I don't know why every team has a Celeste. Well, maybe not every. Let's see. 1, 2. 3, 4. I can't see if there's a 5th one because our funny little graphic is covering it. But yeah, I don't know. Like NA has no Celeste. Like there's Mirror Vigil, and that's like an Izzy, and that's it. Lemur if he's feeling a little spicy. But we don't have 5. We wouldn't have 5, and I know that's just been like. I know for whatever reason scrims have been extremely Celeste favorite, but like I haven't seen it. The ulti's pretty cool, but like other than that, like I don't know. I don't know if I'm a doubter. I don't know if I'm a hater, but like I've just not seen any Celeste value. And you know what? At the very least, if I'm wrong, I'll just say I was setting up the narrative for the rest of the tourney.
I mean, to me, she feels just like if you were to tell me like which character would be like the most closest aligned to like an insurance policy, it's her, right? Like she can guarantee like space for your teams, like she can the wall, etc. Like the shift for the abyss. It's like so good for all these types of things, right? I guess it's like the what's it called? The kind of pick that people want to play for the 4th character. I'm not too sure.
I mean, like, don't get me wrong, she's not bad, but it's like is Myth just not like extremely good in squads still? Like I still remember when it was Oath Myth meta. Now we just have Saros, and then you just play healer as the last slot. And I feel like EU was a region known for playing meta for the longest time, right? When Oath was like the strongest character in the game, a lot of people started playing him, right? Myth when she was popular, Bishop as a response to Oath, right? It's mostly like metagaming, but people are still playing KP. People are still playing. People really insist upon Celeste for some. I'm gonna keep saying that. Like today, I'm just gonna keep I'm just gonna keep mentioning like why this Celeste character.
Hopefully it will be revealed to us shortly. We do see the Abyssal hatchling on around at half HP. EV and LPN are trying to get a dance around respectively onto it. They're even trying to get a hook in the midway, but Gorshchuk was unsuccessful there. It is now 1 HP. EV are probably going to get this one for free. They do get it, and jump ship completed. They also got the level 6 advantage, and seem to be going all the way to the left. But Gorshchuk is trying to go for the chase if possible. They might be biting off more than they can chew if they decide to, actually go for this. They do get the hook connection. Ooh. But there's a nice little shoe bash at the last second, and that might have bought Raxa just enough time, but he's getting blown up, actually exploded, and LPN are now having a significant advantage. Raxa did try and get the res off if possible onto himself, but but it's been stopped down now, and EV are now a 3-man to jump ship, but all is not lost. LPN did manage to capitalize on that kind of extended stay there after they lost the soul, so it's not all for nothing, which is a good thing. SB again have picked up armors again, which is really cool to see. Already down on Iron Acres. We're looking at Shichi as well, trying to get some farming at the last second. He's just being a thorn in the side for SB, just negating any XP potential. And I was just going to ask you as well, and a potentially important question about like vaults now. Do you reckon teams are going to, much more heavily prioritize vaults? Let's say, for example, it's going to be like a mage bog end game just for that chance of amphibian.
I mean, once you get past like day 2, I don't think you're gonna have much of a window to ever open a vault. If you can, it's good, but I don't think any team would deliberately play around that fact, as Orlando's had some spot in the bush here by Deathbrick. Doesn't have the level 7, won't be able to tax that nice and shiny gold armor, as Sprokane laying down the pressure for them to chase that overgrowth, unable to find any victims, and it looks like SB won't be able to pressure Bao much beyond that. But yeah, coming back to the vaults, I wasn't even paying that much attention last game, to be honest, so I couldn't see how heavily teams were prioritizing these vaults. It didn't feel significant, to be honest.
Yeah, it didn't feel like it was like so targeted focus, right? But I don't know if over time we'll see like more of a stricter adjustment as people are like, we actually really need certain perks. But obviously because it's RNG, you're never going to be guaranteed to get the thing you need. It's not like a shop, for example. But we do see Bao and SB continuing the fight. There was a bowler attempt there by Shin to try and get a little bit of a catch onto Shichi, followed by the aggressive send with the defensive dagger backwards at the last second. Orlando's probably bit enough more than they could shoot, getting knocked around like a pinball, left with 1 HP. Looks like the chase is going to be continuing here aggressively by SB, but now Deathbrick is now on his last legs. Gets a nice little punch at the last second, but gets spiked by Shichi at the last second. So now it's a definitive 3v4 as Gecko has come in at the last second with the wind rings, taking the majority of damage, trying to feather as long as possible. He's got the second wind ring to play on for a bit extra time, but he's taking so much damage now. Bao picked up 2 kills on this exchange, lost the armors as well, which is a really big, downer for them, but there is a chance for them to at least reset.
Yeah, they'll be able to get the res off in time, but that was a very awkward fight. Got split off a little too quickly, and Shichi was just able to clean up. I mean, well played to Shichi. Was able to take advantage of the fact that Deathbrick didn't glide after he got the stun on the punch. And what we see, Diadem, Generator. Yeah, I mean, I think the other reason why Vaults aren't super proud is because, I mean, they just don't give, like, that much. Like, you only get 2 to 3 perks, which is... Like, that's glider speed, dash engine at best, and it's like, do you even really care about that? So I think teams are willing to sack it as are getting picked off here by Rat. -2, they should be able to find a res there to the left of them in Suicide, but that means their tempo will be killed off for day 2, getting to the creeps.
And just one nice little call out there for Theo. I don't know if you saw that, but the battle gun was dropped on him, and then he used his upper cutlass to jump over it with the momentum, which is a nice little bit of cool tech there. So I expect to see that continuing. I think Bao have been pretty attached to a battle gun with that item. I feel like they use it so often, along with their Broof with his dash avalanche. I expect to see that a couple of times. They use it in scrims and tourneys all the time. So. It feels like one of those plays that you always see from a specific team. It's just part of their strategy almost. I don't know if you notice any sort of similar strategies, like using the obscure consumables. Well, they're not really obscure, but they're using them in like potentially unconventional ways. But never mind that, we do see a potential big catch out here on Shin. He's being knocked in every which way direction. Has to pop the fuse at the last second. Already gibbed by FSC, but Calcio himself has already left the 1 HP. Now a definitive 3v3, and there goes the shift reset instantly. Gecko is looking to try to get the res onto Shin. It looks like Gulux gets a monstrous punch. I don't know if the FSC can actually capitalize on this. They've actually gone in straight afterwards, trying to get the kill. They do get it onto Gecko, and now Rebels like trying to look for another kill in this situation. 1 HP, they do the 80 strafe around the wall, and right at the last second, they can't get it, but Sprokane did manage to escape. SB are having an extremely rough game.
Ooh, and it looks like... Can he sink away in the curve? I mean, it's surely not worth to chase him here, right? Oh, okay. No, we're going to chase him here. Okay. No, they're thinking about, I think he's just going to res. I think he's just going Koba, and then he'll be able to dallion out of there. Just to finish the thought from earlier, I think out of iconic abilities, Lemur Bungee, Oath. All right, that's it. Let's get back into the fighting here as Mackie Mac has been pulled. Finish off with the salvo as well. Lingo taking down a Greninja on the other side as Cookie's not quite able to run away as the Bungee coming in from, or not the Bungee, the Grabby coming in from downtown, none able to get much other than a Superman moment.
Sometimes that's all you need, man. But of course, all of these teams are going to be going green. They're going to be going Kryptonite mode, it feels like. And it looks like MST are also in a little bit of trouble. They've had to jump down to the right side, all in combustion state, but they've managed to maintain their armor, picked up a couple of kills as well, it seems. I'm not sure how AO are doing in this instance as well. We saw them as well. Still, it's 2 members, so hopefully they managed to get back as 4 members. Looks like Rat have done that, just that very thing. They're back as full 4-man, trying to go for the Abyssal Hatchling if possible. It's on like a quarter HP now, MST, trying to get the finish if possible. And it looks like MST did take it right at the last second, and now they're going in for the dunk onto Theo. He's left to dash up to the north side to reunite with his team. And Rat have to be careful now that they themselves don't get damaged, and also probably need to go for the level 10s pretty much instantly because they, then they have a significant level advantage. Euphoria's also got picked up a nice little kill there as well. As CGU look to encroach upon AUR's territory. Godefroy just doing a bit of a mini dance. We're seeing a kind of a bit of a cluster here in Enshrine, but apart from that, teams are relatively well spread out on the north side. Oh. Value. What they can do there? They can get a nice little punch. Deathbreaker's forced away 2 members to start things off, and there goes a nice little Abyssal Breaker. And the Gecko's just been sent all the way to the right side at the last second. Breeds is looking for the follow-up, but the FFC have managed to maintain their territory here against SB. Looks like SB, as we did see, did get the rest successfully, which is really nice to see. We're seeing some Wind Rings play as well at the last second through the left side. And aside from that, we are seeing a bit of zoning there on the full south side. The Guardians up for grabs. It looks like 3LP yoinked it at the last second from AUR. They also tried a bit of Battlegun Magic, but were unsuccessful. And aside from that, 3LP are probably going towards the Soul. It feels like they're pretty objective-oriented, especially with their Treadsy as their kind of most recent addition since squads. They've definitely changed their macro priorities, it feels, a little bit. So.
Abyssal hatchlings have spawned.
We also see a potential massive fight on the bottom left-hand side, just flicking over. We do see MST and CGU. You're seeing the Chilling Finale being used with the Twister in the wings, trying to get a catch if possible. They do get a little bit of damage at the last second on the south side onto Kuba. And then just followed up by Levithy trying to get some major damage there on the Krista. Already picking it before the bans have come into play. Smold tries to juke them away, like applying a bit of pressure from the north side. And they've already lost 1 member, Levithy in this instance. CGU have to completely jump ship, it looks like, Godefroy. Directs into the top left-hand side if possible. With a KP there on the top left, a little bit further. But if they walk up a bit further, they're going to be in EV's domain. I assume they're chilling in the bush just next to the res. Oh no, this is spelling trouble here. There goes Kazoro with the stick. No one's revealed themselves just yet. There goes Raxa with the aggressive dash of Abyssal Breaker. Find them insta-giving Kazoro. And it is now Godefroy last alive. It looks like the fight isn't stopping there. In this instance, it is EV and MST. They are trying to get some major damage in if possible. And aside from that, I think the fights between these teams on the bottom left-hand side has calmed down for the moment. But flicking over to the Soul now, it looks like 3LP did pick up the Soul. And Gecko's been temporarily split from the team in this instance. Maybe that's the train, or that's away at the last second. Or
that was close.
Away, but managed to get away. We do see a nice little ult pop, but the TP is kind of scuffed him at the last second. It's broken. He actually manages to get 1 member spiked, I think, in that instance. He gets killed by the Abyssal Breaker just afterwards, and there goes the continued damage onto Gecko. He's trying to get some potential heals in the Abyss. He's in combustion state. He's in a little bit of a dangerous situation. Just below that, we do see Rat as well trying to get some poke onto 3LP. They got Mech to 1 HP, but I think he's going to be able to get away in the last instance. We're looking at Red G8 in around 25 seconds, and hopefully, all the teams that are stragglers can kind of fully reset.
Oh, and that res on the train will have to get pushed off. It looks like Rat and 3LP are more interested in looking at each other. Oh, off the screen, Bao and EV having a massive fight breaking out as well. 2 for 1 it looks like so far. And, 3 for 1 EV, I think down left to last, as Rat are just going to chill here and Wellspring 1 Amphibian there at least onto Blink, which will offer a little pressure. Wow, EV get wiped there by Bao.
Wow, that was, as you were mentioning, this was like a really, really hard-fought fight, but they come out on top in the end. We are seeing a Fusillade being popped by Godefroy, doing a little bit of damage to Revel. Oh! Manages to skirt around the train. I don't know how. He just defied physics somehow. Biblix has picked up the round. 1 minute 20.
That looked weird.
Sure. Yeah, dude, I don't know what happened there. That looks so weird from Ob's POV, but either way, it looks like there is a back coming in at the last second for 3OP to come back as a 4-4-man. No one split apart in this instance. Bao picked up all the armors and other boons from that team that they just killed. It looks like Abyss Specialist is up for grabs, which Kauska's picked up. On the south side, we do see SB just chilling. They've just fully rested, it seems like, and maybe farming a couple of last mobs. It is going to be endgame very, very soon as well. Once this night comes around, we are officially in endgame now. There's going to be a couple more mobs that do spawn for this first instance of endgame. We are seeing Orlando's dash up to the north side, going through the wall at the last second. Nuke's already been dropped as well. MST just trying to farm up anything they can. They've obviously got Enshrine completely for free. Bao go for the back as well at the last second. They've picked up 9 kills so far. And aside from that, we do see SB now slowly lurking up. Kauska's waiting there on the left-hand side with a little bit of high ground advantage. Jumps up to reunite with his team. They're being mirrored by SB, but SB definitely have the armor disadvantage still. I'm wondering if MST want to go for the turnaround to force SB to the right-hand side. And if they do, they're going to be close to potentially Bao here, but they've actually rotated themselves to the right-hand side, potentially towards LPN. We do see 3LP just basically holding ground as well. I believe Immorus is up for grabs as well. There goes the Abyssal Breaker by Theo. He's forced away at least 2 members. It looks like the Oath is getting completely caught out, exploded, it feels like. There goes the ulti by Hachi getting some major damage off to start things off. Followed by a nice clean punch just afterwards. It looks like Rat getting completely caught out here in this instance. But maybe Cookies can return the favor somehow. But he gets shield bashed into a wall at the last second. Battlegum, let's get a nice little bit of a Jukage connection onto him as well. They're trying to get a bit more damage down onto the south side. We are seeing a Fuselaw being popped by Godefroy as well. He's trying to get the chase on as possible, but can't capitalize on it. It looks like they're managing to maintain their space. They're also picking up a Bon as well, it looks like at the last second. We are looking at one last member, JRAF, for LPN as well. Oof.
I mean, this Friday is going to be really awkward. Every team trying to fit into Prisma here. I mean, we could fit, what, 6 teams in this end game? We're at 9 right now, so I imagine 3 teams will be forced to fist fight. And the EXP in this area is also relatively sparse, as there are only really 1 biome worth of creeps.
Exactly. That's the thing that's going to be quite rough if any team is like, under-leveled in this situation. We are seeing 3 crowns potentially up for grabs. There's about have a potential big exchange here against SB. We are seeing the Nard Heart also being dropped on the ground. I assume that's probably 3LP in this instance. Shichi getting punched down, but not actually spiked at the last second. We are seeing FSC actually getting outed in this instance as well, as there are fights happening all over the battlefield, as we do see Charlie already picking up Shin to start things off. LPN did get the res off at the last second. SB jump up to the north side. And aside from that, Blink is also found dead. We're seeing a Chilling Fanani not getting any value, unfortunately. And we're seeing one person potentially getting caught out here. In this instance, it is Theo for Rat. So Rat also, on their last legs, it feels like Bao have picked up a multitude of armors or got the Evos up crazy high. It feels like we are seeing Kausk as well, trying to get a bit of poking onto SB. There goes the rear dash through by Lil Meep, trying to get the finish onto Shin if possible. Dashes down to the south side. We are seeing Mekimek already found dead as well. I think there might just be one last member. It's just Cookies potentially in this situation. So 2 stragglers on the south side. Oh no, SB is still 3-man as well in this instance. They're not doing too bad. Cookies actually finds the kill onto JRAF at the same time. And CGU are just on the south side themselves. Yeah, okay. Oh, they got the res off. LPN, they get the hook. They can't get the dunk there, unfortunately, just afterwards. Oh, but they themselves get a dunk from Kausk, finding a nice little kill onto Gorshachak to start things off. And CGU are going absolutely crazy, bro, just sending it onto MST in this instance. MST running out of space quite rapidly, of course, with this train. They've got that little bit of pocket just below the train tracks, of course. But we are seeing a crown pickup as well, I believe, by Deprek and Euphoria, and one of the member of LPN chilling on the top left-hand side, but space is running out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just really hoping only 6 teams live. I just want it to be correct. That's all I'm watching for this fight. As we see, a Abyssal Breaker here by Mr. Smolg has not gone too well. That hook there onto the Celeste didn't connect in time either. And looks like Aiden has been picked off there by Charlie. SB trying to hold it their best onto the right side. I mean, spot's fine for MST. It's not neither good nor bad. We see Lone Smith on the right side with the crown getting pushed in by Bao. And an LPN have been wiped there by a UR.
Yeah, and another important thing to note. Yeah, as you were mentioning, well, as we saw, like 3LP have just lost 2 members like in about 1 or 2 fights ago. They picked up Crown in that instance. Surprisingly, no one's actually pressured them out. I'm surprised in this instance, Bao didn't go for the pressure on right side, but they themselves have been fighting all over the map. It looks like AWOL are going for the aggressive sending. Finally, potentially looking to catch Treadsy if possible. Chilling in that little pocket of the corner. Chilling players won't even pop, but they can't do anything else. There was even a res drop afterwards. That was a desperation play. It looks like Treadsy just waiting to jump through the wall at the last second. And there goes the kind of preemptive play to try and catch out Treadsy. But he does dash down to the south side. 20 seconds left. He might be running out of options here with this kind of 80 strafe kind of undecisive decision here. It feels like Charlie Lee goes in for the aggressive dash, actually catching the connection.
Wait, can you get the jump pad?
Did he get the jump pad at the last second? He's got a little bit of air time, but finally found dead. Charlie picking up the kill against 3LP. 3LP are outed. There are just 3 teams left, if I'm not mistaken. There goes a nice aggressive sending by Bao. They're trying to get the kill if possible. The napalm's already been dropped as well. The dagger's already been used as well. And this is just by Shin. And it looks like Bao are going to be able to hold their ground. They've got a massive armor advantage in this instance and level advantage too. There goes the Battle Gun Connect by Orlando's, trying to find a wall to get the stick. Shin just gets kidnapped at the last second. The portal player may have potentially saved him here with the second instance of it. Dashes up to the north side. The Orb is not going to get the connection, unfortunately. You're seeing a potential catch out to start things off. The Deprek finding 1 kill, peppering on in those LMBs, do mega damage, but they do get the Whispers at the last second. SB continue to try and get damage, but SB, Deprek has used everything in his chamber, it feels like now. Hopefully he can't last too much longer in this instance. Doesn't manage to dash away. They did get 2 extra kills, 1 on each side, it feels like, at the last second. And there goes Broof trying to escape down to the right side. Crown has been picked up. They're trying to get the Wisp off if possible. They can't get the Reap either, so they are back to a full 4-man, I think, in this instance. They try and go for the in, but can't do anything in this instance. think the bubble's already been popped as well. Bruf is already able to stick the res there. AUR coming over down to the south side now, trying to stop Bruf if possible. There's only 1 second. There is a nice little cancel there with like 0.5 seconds left. The double Abyssal Breaker has been popped. Bruf has to jump down to the left-hand side, and there goes SB with some free pickings onto Bruf. I believe Orlando's probably did make it out here. No, they did not. So Bao are out, and we are just left with, 4 teams. I've completely miscounted that before. Wow.
Oh, all right. Well, it looks like when Bruf was trying to delay the res there for Orlando's, that screwed them over. They didn't know there was a team above them, and unfortunately, out of all champions, to push an Oath, deny a base camp res, another Oath is pretty damn good at doing that. So, Savale down here by Levantine. There is a Crystal that exists in EU. Interesting to see. Now that I think about it, I do remember that. So, the slam there onto Smold has chunked him a little bit. They'll back up as the third party coming in here by SB. Very, very, holy crap, they have 4 red armors.
Yeah, they picked up
So
some armors and then some. They were like poverty at one situation. It looks like they already catched out 1 member in this instance. Lingo already found it to start things off. Kuba able to potentially kill Kazara in this instance. Hachi try and take over the high ground. They've also nuked the rest, so they can't even stick it anymore unless they do the repair. And of course, Shin is going for the aggressive sending. Hopefully he's got the dagger back. The Abyssal Breaker's already been used. Sijiro also outed in this instance. Now there are actually 3 teams. There goes the monumental ulti plus punch, getting so many people potentially dead here. SB got absolutely chunked like a bunch of bowling pins. We are fine looking at the Nahor also being, where it's actually positioned as well on the top side. And Hatch is looking for that monumental punch again onto MST, but couldn't capitalize on it. It looks like a pad's already been dropped. It looks like Fluffy is trying to go for the in with the Abyssal Breaker, trying to catch out MST potentially. There goes another 2 moves being dropped against MST, trying to catch them out, completely separate them in this instance, which they've successfully done. It looks like MST going for the sending wall. Kalska's actually trying to start things off, gets the nice little dunk onto Greninja, but then jumps away at the last second. Greninja's trying to get the mana in at the last second from a couple of pots, which is successfully done. AUR go down to the south side just temporarily. And now it's going to be a definitive 2v2, a little bit of dancing. We're seeing a bond cap here from Kalsk as well, trying to get some potential extra goodies or vision. And again, the nuke's been dropped. So many nukes in possession, it feels like, between these last 2 teams. Wow.
I mean, yeah, I don't really see the point in these nukes, but fair enough. I guess Mr. Fluffy Fish has sent the Abyssal Breaker. Fight has been split up along the middle and right side as MST will group up. Little Me finding some big damage here onto Sebi, who will get canceled there. Oh, and the Brawl will not connect that Volcanic Rebuke, but no opportunity for heal. Sebi will fall. The Oath sustain not quite enough. No Zeph, no Eva, no Mercury, no Hope, no Dream, no Bitches. And Hachi will fall down there to Kalskinator as well. It's not looking so good for AUR. As a little cook there onto the beacon on the right side. Might be able to get a res. Oh, it looks like Sebi was res by Fluffy Fish, who has the red GA. Nuke down there for Peel, and okay, AUR were able to reset.
Yep, that was a nice little cook res at the last second. It's really like low risk. I love it when teams do that. Of course, with that change that happened a couple of patches ago, MST and AUR basically split hands, it feels like, for the moment, or exchange places, shall I say. Armors are going to continuously be exchanged between these couple of Saroses. Unless Meat gets some crazy poke. Hachi tries to go for the nice little in to start things off. The bubble's already been popped. There goes the Abyssal Breaker just straight afterwards onto Hachi. But I think AWAR have a probably advantage in this situation. There goes another blast away onto Meat. Already left with 1 HP. It looks like they're getting pummeled in every which way direction. Finding 2 kills to start things off. But Kask actually finds 1 kill in this exchange. Sebi now 1 HP. Trying to dash down to the left-hand side onto that E-Plat just temporarily. Hachi's there for reinforcements. AWAR just playing the super duper slow game to kind of confirm the kills. They try and step on the rest to stop it at the last second. They force Kalsk away. It looks like it's going to be a guaranteed cancel on that rest. Smold gets killed just afterwards, and it is Kalsk last alive for MST. And it looks like it's going to be AWAR taking game number 2.
Ooh, AUR just had a little bit more coordination, a little bit more cohesion. Really, really, really good recoup after the beginning of that fight. It looks so bad there for Sebi, at least getting picked off at the beginning. Well played. Yeah. I think it just kind of came down to the team that was able to secure high ground was far more favored. They had more space. They had slightly better vision. When we have to face off against things like a Bishop, against an Oath, against a Soros, things that could send it on you, pressure you, AUR were able to manipulate in their favor. Not only did they get the position swap in the first place from recouping a bad fight, part of it is because of the red GA. They were able to lock it down nice and clean, so we'll play GG.
Yeah, and another important thing I wanted to mention again, is just how Hachi managed to get the value from the punch, just knocking him into zone, because as you mentioned, because they exchange places, it was easy for Hachi to just do that and make them take extra damage, pop in the bubble, which means that there's basically 1 less extra defensive relic that can't be used in the fight, right? Because it's going to be on cooldown still. So after that, they can just continually capitalize on them being out of position after that first little mini, non-committal engage from just 1 punch, right? It extracted so much value.
Yeah, the other big thing too is it'll force a dash. So if you immediately follow up, they've committed a lot of resources just to go even, and then with the bishop buffs, right? Your RMB is on a 6-second cooldown, your punch is on a 7-second cooldown, gives you the shield. It's actually really easy for a bishop to just go in and fish for a punch. As long as there's a world where there's not some easy counter CC like a KP, you know, hook slam, or like a void stun, really. Bishop gets to do that. So that is definitely one of the more tangible benefits. One thing I wasn't able to comment on when it happened at the time is we saw how strong SB was, but really all it comes down to is if you don't position well in squad. And so this is the one thing I'll acknowledge is like the one like macro aspect that is extremely relevant is positioning specifically for third parties. I think whatever team is going to be the most cognizant of that tends to place the highest in squads. I don't think everyone has quite adjusted that yet, which is why we haven't seen any back-to-back winner. Obviously as the tourney draws on, those odds will go up, but like this low ground is such a bad place to be. And to be fair, because like there are 3 teams that can look at you. The team sitting on the high ground on the base camp, you can't see anything with them. You can't do anything. There's a team right above them and next to the foliage, like near that waterfall, and there's a team to the bottom left, and there's really nowhere to go. So unless you insta-send onto somebody, you can't even get value from a Saros, right? So unless you insta-send it from somebody, you just get shot from 10 different teams and die. So I will say, or I will acknowledge that is probably one of the examples of a more like punishing spot in an endgame circle. Generally, you'll have some wall to hold an angle, but I mean, really, that's just the consequence of not like immediately moving when you recognize the spot is awkward. Like the second you guys get poked down that, and I think Shin tried to make space because I remember he threw a dagger and pushed to the left side. But really let that be a lesson to the casual viewer. If you are not like extremely cognizant of at least 2 teams being near you and you don't know where they are, you have to move, right? Like that's not a spot you can afford to hold. There are very, very few teams in squads that get to sit with impunity on land unless you're playing full turtle, right? We're talking Evo, we're talking maybe like a Mercury and then Oath and Celeste. And even then, you're still gonna get poked because Bishop and Saros exist, right? Like there is no real like turtle comp that works in this current meta simply because Bishop is strong, Saros is strong, and that covers like 90% of comps, 90% of hunters that have defensive options. Really the only answer at that point is like the threat of Void ult. But then you just have to sit behind the infant Saros RMBs. And you know what's crazy too is we're not even talking about a world where Myth exists, by the way, right? You have to like imagine if they had 3 Myth reigns on them. You know how unplayable that would be. But yeah, that's the interesting thing about squads is it does feel like too, if you get put in a bad spot, it's really, really hard to get out of that bad spot. Because like running into a 4-person team is kind of hard. You know,
exactly, 100% correct. And it also depends, as we saw in game 1, you know, with that kind of with the way that the circle was oriented as well. You know, for SB with that in that sticky situation, they had no chance of sticking the res. There were teams all around them, just one res that they could go to with teams were already dancing on. It was just impossible, right? And another thing to mention as well, you know, as you're along the lines of what you were saying with squads, you know, you have that potential one extra person for that flank kind of maneuver as well. So compared to trios, having that extra bit of like potential insight with either, you know, them acting like a bit of a CCTV camera, gathering that extra info, and then being able to capitalize. Like, you know, we've seen it many times before, I believe, with like Depth Break, maybe looking for a flank angle, going for that mega punch and achieving the value in trios. And I feel like that gets magnified in squads. But never mind that. We do see him, just as I say that, actually goes for the crazy punch, getting to 2 members of FSC, already to half HP. It looks like AWOL looking to capitalize on this one. They already kill Rebel, probably tried to turn him in the whisk if possible. Biblix trying to return the favor if possible. Sebi just killed Breeze just afterwards. So FSC are now in dire straits. Biblix now has to try and jump ship completely. Casio has made it out though, so they're all going to be able to get the res. But man, that was an explosive way to start off game 3.
Nice little micro adjustment with the shift. Well played, the Hachi. I mean, that guy is one of the notorious bishops in the region, so fair enough. This storm pull very, very far away from this area. Oh, and Kwame here into B-Blukes. The worst part about playing Bishop is, holy crap, her shift cooldown is so long early game. I think it's 14 seconds. If I'm right, because I think it goes 14, 13, 12, 11, but I might be wrong. But at the very least, it is so bad. Even if you hit every auto, it's still like a good, like, I don't know, 8 seconds before you can get a shift up, even if you hit every auto. So, might be a little car chase there for Calcio, and the ghost whose name I didn't catch.
Oof, but yeah, aside from that, it looks like a relatively calm endgame apart from that explosive action we did see on Cold Fang. We are seeing Kaos maybe trying to get the hunt in onto Baroof. It looks like he might be successful here. Not sure if he's used the dunk just yet. Meep is trying to get the chase in now, if possible, just afterwards. We are seeing a potential couple of backs coming in. The shields have been broken. Charlie in a potentially sticky situation. Shot, Sichuchi and Orlando's comes in for reinforcement. Smolder now, a sticky situation. He has to dash down to the south side. They find a little spike to turn things around completely. Trying to use the jelly as well if possible. It looks like Meep is dashing down to the south side just temporarily. Looks like it's going to be the sacrificial lamb in this instance, as probably the other two members try to go towards Cobra, I imagine. But obviously Meep has got a little bit of NMB tech to try and get away. Misses the Oki railgun. It looks like Bao are just hunting for the chase there. They've picked up the 3LP gene. It feels like going for that infinite chase down throughout every single biome. It feels like Shin has found Aiden at the same time. So speaking of 3LP, they're looking in an extremely dire strait. They've already lost Trenzy just afterwards. So SB are capitalizing heavily on one of the other, really strong, prominent teams of the EU.
It is kind of funny that they're like, oh, what the heck? What? I don't think I've seen a Nick spike like that before. That was really funny. Okay.
Jeez Louise. And looks like MST they've just turned it back onto Bao again. The tug of war looks like it's going to be ending up with MST winning it in this instance. Bao looking to try and stick the res on Heart, it looks like, so they're going to be fine. Also lost a bit of econ in these kind of early exchanges. And it looks like FSC, they've got their own recovery. They're even potentially able to get a kill onto MST. Very, very fight heavy game for Game 3 for sure. Non-stop action, it feels like, especially from FSC's perspective. And it looks like Bubelix has picked up an armor amidst the exchange. Cass is going to pick up that half-broken one. And aside from that, we do see a Rat as well. We're seeing, in this instance, Theo taking a Sky Shock. He's just a little bit of a drive-by against EV, just letting his presence known. We do see AWAR also coming into zone kind of slowly. And as you mentioned, that zone is pulling all the way up to the north side as well.
I wonder if teams are fighting more just because they feel like they're it's more comfortable to fight Giga early rather than Giga late. But is Kube able to walk on out of here? I guess he is, because Reval has not found as much luck with the rest of SB. Can Calcio run out in time as they will loop around onto the right side, try to fish for a cheeky little dunk, but Deadbrick will immediately send him to the wall with the punch.
Alrighty, yeah, sorry, I just had to get a quick drink there, guys. But Cookies just popped the ulti at the last second, manages to get out. We do see Shitty as well, trying to get a bit of damage onto Mekimek. We do shift up to the north side. We do see a massive fight erupting here as well. It looks like Levithi has found Akalinks to throw OP again. Doing not too well, it feels like. Already losing one member. The Resis are not too far away, one in Cobra, of course. You're seeing another team, LPN in this instance, forming up Imotech for free. No one's around them. We're seeing a bit of green and green violence as well in this instance. Bao and Rat in this instance having their own little mini dance. Blink is trying to stick the res for Rat. Napalm has also been dropped, which has forced Blink away at the last second. But I think they are going to probably be able to stick this res in not too long. The Skyrock's just been blown up just afterwards. Cookie sticks the res on the train, so they are back to a full 4-man. And we are, just about a third of the way through day 2. So I'm expecting to see some people trying to farm mobs up when possible. Maybe some air blasts have been purchased here. If anyone wants to be conniving, Battergum's already been dropped as well. One person's already been aggroed in this instance. Ice has to jump ship completely, along with Crouch. Actually, 2 people aggroed. Mekimek trying to make his way down to the south side now just afterwards. And there goes the EV with the full force away, or potentially them forcing Cookies out in this instance. EV not too far away though; they can easily reunite with each other with ease. And aside from that little mini dance, we still have 10 teams alive though, halfway through day 2, which is kind of crazy.
I think once the storm starts pulling heavily,
yeah,
we'll see it. We'll see a wipe, but looks
for sure.
like Bao pushing down. Is this Orlando's? I assume it's Orlando's. I can't see it.
Yeah, it's got to be Orlando's, I think.
Unhealable.
Yeah. There we go. Found one nice little kill to start things off. Just after that, on the kill, we see Meep and Deathbreak also finding a kill respectively. It looks like Bao going to be able to probably get the res off from Reunite at some point. 3LP looking to apply a bit of pressure to CGU in this instance. The sword is up for grabs. Let's see if who's going to steal this one in this instance. CGU do have a minor level advantage, but Rat are now coming from the south side, so CGU have to kind of dance around this one quite carefully. Levithi can potentially bait Rat out in a sticky situation here. It looks like they found a potential bait, but they didn't find the full catch. Cookies just actually get hooked there, never mind, and he's getting absolutely punished for it, absolutely insta-game just afterwards. And maybe CGU want to continue applying pressure here. They've got another member here to 1 HP, but the wall's been perfectly placed at the last second. Mekimek still found dead though. Amidst this exchange, there was a bit of a A chilling Vanani play there with the wings, but not finding a catch. Calcio also finds crouch in this instance. We're seeing so many teams fighting here on the full south side. Greninja finding Orlandis to start things off. You will have free pickings here, I believe. It looks like there's a catch, potential catch here from Depbreak trying to find a kill if possible, but was unsuccessful. We're seeing nighttime. It's still being around, so Ice is trying to dance around Cobra maybe till daytime. It's going to be quite hard to do though in this instance. Fluffy also finds Shichi. MST look for a potential dance onto Ewar, but they're going to be able to hold their ground. Not all members level 10 as well, surprisingly. Breves also finds Ice eventually, so I think in this instance EV are in dire straits. There's just one member left, jumping all the way down to the south side as the fights continue.
I'm surprised there are not that many teams already in Storm. I mean, there's what, 4 teams lurking on the edge right now around Koba. I want to say it might be a little intentional to try to get farm while it's still available, but also at the same time, I feel like if you're playing for info, you're playing for Oracle. I mean, most teams should have had access to at least 2 scans at this point. I feel like if you see nobody's in the top, well, okay, actually, I take it all back. Thinking about it with this endgame, it's really, really hard to farm if there are at least 2 teams in there.
Yeah.
So if you have any info, you could probably assume it's safe to farm on the bottom side. The only thing is you have to farm efficiently before the storm closes and denies the biome boss. But I guess it's not too hard. I mean, yeah, looking at it a little more, being on the bottom side is actually super high value. So it looks like Horseshock will fall. KP definitely a lot less mobile than he used to be.
Yeah, for sure.
Just for a little bit of zoning.
We are seeing the souls dropping in not too long as well on that kind of mini island. MST are looking to apply continued pressure to LPN in this instance. Euphoria is managing to jump ship though, hopefully successfully, but you know, probably a potential sandwich situation here if Rat decide to turn to the right, but they are preoccupied with their speed just for the moment. Shin is trying to get some extra damage in if possible. Already had to pop the dagger. Rat are chilling on that mini island as I spoke about. We do see Ewar chilling on the full south side, kind of just next to the train tracks. As Ju pick up a first kill onto Rat in this instance. Neepi's trying to go for the aggressive in, trying to get the pick onto JRF. Looks like it's going to be successful, and it is Lamama now and Euphoria last alive for LPN. The dash has already been used. MST trying to get the pick if possible. They do get the Reap plus Raw combo. There goes the first steel chain onto the tree. Tries to dash down to the south side, but Oath is there. Oath is a character. So why are you picking Jewel is the question. We don't know. It looks like LPN do get punished for that in this instance. Out to 10th place. And we are seeing a major tug of war as well. It looks like 3OP did win that tug of war and actually got the soul in that exchange. And oh my god, there seems to be another fight here. Abyss Break is being popped in every which way direction. Major fighting in the Abyss. It looks like Charlie has managed to dash up to the north side. And we do see a bit more LMBs or RMBs being popped by Rebel trying to get some poke in. Trenty finds Charlie Lee. Hatchie looking to find who this just afterwards. Orlando finds another free kill to Bubamix in this instance. Aiden trying to get some magic here with the battle gun, but unsuccessful. The wards would have been dropped against CGU, but they look to apply heavy pressure to Rat. But they have dropped the pad. It's still potentially available for about a couple more seconds, but they decided against to jump 3OP, go up to the north side, maybe play for the next zone. There's still, a couple of days left of mob farms, so maybe going to, trying to guarantee some position is the best way to do it. Bao, we're seeing, I think, in this instance, Baruf trying to dance around in Cobras, so then he picks up a kind of Rebel. There we go. Hook unfortunately misses by Kazaro, so not being able to do anything against Theo. And this battle gun's being used by in every which way again, this time by Rat against CGU. Kazaro trying to get the damage or hooks him when possible, but it's unsuccessful. Godefroy having a mini dance. Chunibano's already been popped as well. There goes another battle gun connection onto Lingo. And it looks like they might be able to capitalize on the kill, but Lingo dashes away at the last second. Orlando's now found dead as well. So Rat managed to capitalize on that and pick up a free kill. And aside from that, Cookies with the ulti pop just afterwards, punched down to the south side to kind of reunite him with his team. Levity now on less than half HP. Getting consistently poked by Mechimet, but he's just run out of mana pretty much, so Blink has to probably seal the deal here and finish off Levity. He's just got enough mana here with some what's it called, feathering pots to get the extra mana back, and maybe some mana. Oh, gets nice little Reap! Levi finds another kill to Orlando. It's a bit exchange. I feel like Bao have been here for such a prolonged, extended period of time, and now hopefully they can finally get all members back for free. But Shichi is still aggroed in this instance, trying to do some crazy spike grenade play, but is absolutely gibbed by the mobs. And Bao now probably have to jump ship. They obviously can't stick Shichi anymore, so they're going to have to look for another way to get him back.
Oof, fighting. Well, I mean, I guess that is a staple of comp, right? Teams are a little less likely to get wiped as long as they skirmish a little bit, so they're a little more comfortable to make those trades. But as we approach day 4, the zone will shrink, and teams will be a lot closer to getting elimed as we have a little bit of a party there in Koba. Interesting.
Yeah, we are looking at Reggie as well, just like last game, summoning in about 20 seconds. Rats are looking to, apply a bit of pressure. Revel's trying a bit of magic there with the dash air blast, but unsuccessful, along with a couple of hooks and battle guns being used, but no one's been found dead just yet in this kind of instance. Rat looking to stick this rest for free. Biblix, I'm not sure if he still used his air blast or not, so in fact, FSC just go up to the north side. I'm not sure if anyone's gatekeeping them on the north side, just upwards of Koba. Looks like it's going to be free, and in that instance, Battle get outed. Wow, super crazy early, and the fight doesn't seem to be stopping there. It looks like AUR go for the full crazy send-in, but actually himself gets punched. He actually gets a nice little punch himself, but then gets punched as well. We'll be now just 3 members. You are looking to try and get a couple more kills. Levi starts things off with a nice little spin, trying to get a potential spike. Looks like everyone's been kidnapped down to the south side. Levi's going to be the sacrificial lamb here. As Greninja tries to get the poke, does absolutely snipe Levi. And we see on the kill feed so many other kills happening on the kill feed as well. Amidst that exchange, Rat also super duper under-leveled. Just got the level 10s. Cookie's still level 9 in this instance. Shouldn't even not getting the connection. It's been pulled back by that crystal at the last second, and Cookies is found dead. Rat are now just 3 members.
Here, B-Bluke's looking for the punch on a Sebi. Not many places to go, though. Maybe bit off a bit more than we could choose. Sebi will be gifted that kill on the right side. I think this is what Godfrey getting pushed in very hard by FSC, able to send a full 3-man onto him. Now, a bunch of teams left to just one. That little mystery chest there perhaps has been spotted by Meki, who threw down the bomb. And I mean, this is actually a really, really good endgame if you're a Saros player. Unless you're Revol, who is dying to another Saros player, actually about to walk into a ghost. I don't know if Sebi saw him. I don't know if he'll die. He didn't immediately pop on the kill feed, so I assume he's fine. Debrick has the crown, wasn't able to get a punch on the Smold. Now cutting backwards. Kaus wants the slam, won't be able to catch the oath. Unfortunately, as R. We can rotate here onto the island held by MST, who wanted to recall, but have to cancel as they get pushed in. Levithy has been pushed off by Mr. Ice-T. In the meanwhile, nice little bomb there from Shroom, taking that portal, actually pushing the Celeste away, or giving, I guess, Celeste a moment to leave. EV have taken the ground onto the right side. High ground onto this map is actually extremely nice to have, huh? Because
yeah, for sure.
Playing against a Saros or playing with a Saros is just so much more obnoxious when you factor in elevation. Crowned by Deathbrick should be popping any minute here. Skazaro has been swatted out, doesn't get the slam. Couldn't get that beacon either earlier, so I don't know if he can run all the way down. Probably not. Wait, this guy has bungee grabby. Huh?
This is looking a bit sticky, but he has managed to find a way out. There's a res on the south side they can maybe stick for free if it's not been used already. It looks like SB are probably going to get this crown off on the top left-hand side on that mini island. They've been able to chill. They've managed to fend off AUR in this instance. Zone is now pulling all the way down to the south side. MST have to make a massive long pilgrimage, it feels like. 3LP looking to potentially zone out this crown. Or sorry, MST in this instance, they have their own respective crown. Abyssal Breaker's already been popped by Smold. Same with Aiden in this instance. It looks like MST are getting pummeled in every which way direction. It looks like the crown bearer is now in major trouble here. Has to pop the dash down to the south side. Has successfully done it. MST have actually rotated around 3LP pretty successfully, but SB have actually got the crown pop off themselves, and now they can gatekeep MST. Shin is going for the aggressive send-in. Looks like they do get the kill the last second. Shin was playing with fire there, nearly in combustion state if the hammer came back just before the dagger popped. He might have been spiked there, but did manage to get away. 3LP also used the rest for free, and Kazaro is finally found dead. So CGU are outed 8th place, and it looks like MST are going to get this crown off for free.
I'm surprised 3LP decided in cross-country to push the team that is
Yeah.
3-man crowned in the Abyss, but I mean, fair enough. They didn't get punished too hard for it. On the left side, very painful rotate here by FSC, trying to run past Rat. Luke's just barely alive. Sebi trying to checkmate him. Does get the nade, does get the reset. Revol just barely able to sneak through the portal in time, but hot in his heels. Sebi follows. He missed the wall nade, so a long 8-second cooldown. Now pushing to the right, should be coming back up, right behind them.
Oh no.
His blink, but he's running to the full force of Rat. Is not able to get inside Koba in time, so his team will have to play for the res. MST taking that Saros portal for the rotate, and now we have 3 teams inside. So right above them, there is a fight. The Abyssal Breaker has been sent. Couldn't push much more than that, and the storm will continue to make its way downwards.
Yep, and Rax has died to the Abyss somehow in this instance. We are seeing a TP play as well, just to bring the bonfire down. EV are now also rotating with their 3OP. They're going to be safe, but once they cross that kind of a yellow-orange barrier, the fight is going to be going full fat there. We do see 40 seconds left for Calcio's crown as well at the last second, MST. We've seen Kalsk and Smold also, and Lil Meep have the stealth proc against them. 3OP have got the rotation around at the last second. It looks like SB are chilling on the right side in this instance. Smold maybe looking for a bit of some goodies from the chest at the last second. If he can extract an extra bit of value, of course, that's always going to be good. He's getting poked and damaged quite heavily by SB. Looks like there might be a potential free kill here. The Battlegun unfortunately scuffs against him somehow. Actually aggroed against the Tower Guards from his own Abyssal Breaker and found insta-gibbed. That's one nice little free kill there for them. You are now probably make the full commit down to the south side. They do have a kind of free window here. We do see a potential bit of green on green balance here. Cookie's trying to get the punch in, but unable to extract the value from it. 3LP are just having a little bit of dance on the Celeste Ice just temporarily. They've got the island on the left-hand side to chill on as well. We're seeing some major dancing on the bottom right side. And MST with the wide rotate. If 3LP wait here too long, they might get sandwiched. Uh-oh. One catch out. Reeves trying to dash through along with Calcio. Can they make it through in this instance? Not too sure. Looks like Chili Flies have been popped in every which way direction. Deathbreak is also getting major damage in as well. Cookies alongside that. Shin also finding a kill onto Rax at the same time. Blink is getting absolutely blown up just afterwards. Oh my god, but Rat are able to stick this rest probably for free. I think every other team is too preoccupied with who's around them in this instance. MST going for the wide circle round. Meep with no armor left in the chamber. They're going for the rotate all the way down to the south side if possible. SB are looking pretty healthy now with their armors and other goodies. Econ in general looking pretty healthy. Same with AUR in this instance. They go for the aggressive sending. They already find a kill onto Bibi Books. We're seeing a portal play and the avalanche play, but not able to really get too much value from it in this instance. It looks like the daggers would have been used by Shin. Already on 1 HP, got nothing left in the chamber. Dash down to the south side by Deprek. SB getting absolutely demolished by AUR. They managed to keep this up, keep this persistent chase up. The LMBs keep being sent in by Hachi whenever possible. And finally, who this is for SB is finally getting killed. MST are outed shortly afterwards, 7th place. There goes the bubble pop already as well, and already found dead straight afterwards. EV are managing to find these nice little clean third parties whenever possible, capitalizing it pretty well.
Deathbreak now last. I don't know if we'll be able to get that beacon as the storm pulls to the left side, but there's a chance. I mean, if he's really patient, could fish for a box, but it's hard. Most likely, best angle will be a crown play as a third party, and we have a KP here in the Abyss.
Yep, we do see a Deathbreak down the south side. So how many kills have SB picked up? Not a decent amount, what, 11, 12, 13 kills so far. Not looking too bad. We also seen Deathbreak trying to go for that, insane res play with about 3 or 4 teams around him. It looks like EV are trying to apply major pressure onto Rat in this instance as well, but they themselves have been forced away, lost a lot of HP and health in that instance. Cookie's trying to go for the major punch, gets a decent amount of damage onto Ice. There goes the Abyss Breaker pop by Raxa, trying to get the kill if possible. We've seen the ulti pop by Cookies jumping up to reunite with his team, but Levi's continuing to apply pressure, trying to force Rat away kind of prematurely, because then they themselves will continue to be in an out of position, because 3LP are just waiting there with open arms, trying to get the kill if possible. The Chink Bro has already been popped. There goes the Batagum. They've got everything in the chamber to throw against Blink, and they do take him out just afterwards. FSC is also outed just afterwards as well. So many teams are dying in quick succession. Mechamek just found a kill onto Levi, so EV are now at least 3 members, maybe even 2. I think it just saw a spike there at the last second. And there goes SP with the potential clean third party Shin. Maybe extracted crazy value there with that defensive dagger there at the last second. The bubble's already been popped though, unfortunately by onto Spro, because Mechamek I think got some poke onto him as well. Rata looking a bit wounded here. The full heal, no! Mechamek couldn't pop it in time, and is found dead. And we are seeing EV probably going to be able to get their own respective res off, unless Hudis gets a crazy catch with the Battlegum, actually forces Raxa to potentially be out of position. Shin is trying there with the follow-up himself, but does manage to make it out with the dagger. We are seeing Fluffy Fish and AUR, just in general, being able to capitalize on a potential third party, forcing EV out. This is maybe 3 kills for SB, unless they scuff things here quite crazily with a couple of spikes. Deathbreak unfortunately misses the punch. Crouch goes down to the left-hand side. Looks like one person's already been spiked potentially here. Maybe, I'm wondering if they can get out. Did you get the Raxa to 1 HP? Can he make it out in this instance? Oh, it's so... Nah, the Rogan just finally take him out the last second. And SB now have to jump ship themselves. It looks like EV managed to survive for the most part there. Broken in 1 HP. We do see EV, never mind, actually finally outed along with Rat as well. We're just left with 3 teams.
Oh, this endgame is... I'm starting to notice that there's like no consistent team in the top 3 nowadays, huh? I mean...
Yeah. Since
there's some phases that are familiar, but like this is not. I think this was different than last game, so it'll be interesting to see if anyone can navigate it better.
Yep, exactly. We are seeing AUR with the massive armor advantage, and levels are looking actually relatively the same. Battlegum does get connection from onto Fluffy, but 3LP are running out of space rapidly. SB capitalize on this kind of a mispositioning. It feels like trying to do as much damage as possible. It looks like the ulti's already been popped in this instance by Deathbreak, now being aggressively chased. We're seeing 1 spike there. They catch 2 members in quick succession, and SB are managing to survive with half HP, but AUR say no to that. Sebi is trying to get at least 1 spike. 2 spikes potentially onto Shin now just afterwards. Has to pop the EPAT to try and confirm it. Shin gets a nice little healing at the last second. The dagger not really getting the connection, or the spike grenade unfortunately. And right now onto the EPAT, they're finally getting the potential kill onto Shin. He's 1 HP. Can they do it if possible? He's managing to heal.
Oh
my god, feathering in the abyss like perfectly. SB have got a little bit of space just left at the last second. Maybe Shin actually dies to the burn damage at the last second. We'll see if that happens. Igna speak the crown in this instance though. They've got not much space to play, and on this kind of mini high ground has been knocked away like a pinball. Can he get some crazy abyss breaker spike? Gets it. Well, somehow we didn't get the crown pop. That was really weird. I'm sure that was a spike. That looked like a spike to me. I don't know what happened there. That was
It's
really
because
weird.
Shroom got the kill. Shroom got the
Oh,
kill.
Shroom got the you're right. Okay, yeah. That
And
makes
I guess
sense.
the assist wasn't good enough, and
Yeah, it wasn't enough, yeah,
R&B
enough
will
time.
get parried. Oh, and breaking the... Yeah, that's Hanvir Death's Fury with the Abyssal Breaker. Oh, and got done immediately with a nade. Wow, I mean, this is just a disgusting cleanup by AUR here. Oh, and Shroom will fall as well.
Yeah,
Wow,
that's AUR.
very, very, very convincing endgame.
Yeah, that's two wins I think now for AUR, right? So we are seeing potential like consistent winner, which is really cool to see. And as you were mentioning, you know, they've been playing really consistently. It feels like even having Hatches like the new member added to the team, he just slots in. It feels like kind of perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, played overall. It is interesting to see too, because it feels like there's no like dominating comp. It's just like if a team plays well, like it's not necessarily that like this team has an oath so that so they win for free.
Yeah.
It's just like if you play better, and especially with AUR, they have a Ghost, which is a little more like of an underrated pick, and even though Ghost is like exceptionally strong,
Yeah.
Right now.
100%. But yeah, that's it for Game 3, guys. We'll be heading to a short break, and then afterwards we'll be getting 4 bans, and then 3 more games just afterwards. So stick around. Welcome back, everyone, to Saturday Night SUPERVIVE. We've just had 3 games. We've just had a little bit of a break, of course, so everyone's a bit refreshed. And, you know, how do you feel about these 3 games we've just seen, Tsunami?
Well, it is very action-packed. It is very fun to watch EU, as always. Just people are perma-scrapping, and the oaths are oathing, the Sauruses are Saurusing, the bishops are bishoping. It looks like the meta, the fights are a little more interesting without Nyx just everywhere on my screen. I also will say I'm surprised that we haven't seen as much Zeph, but we probably will see that change as the bans will come through, because we have 4 bans here today, which surely will shake things up.
Yep, but before we get into the bans, we're going to have to leave that a little bit longer. Let's have a quick look at those clips again that we did see. If anyone missed the start of the show, we do have like a clip submission post where you can actually potentially win a prize. So, you know, if you're taking part in SNS, make sure you get your clips in. So let's roll the reel.
Here are the top 3 plays from the previous weekend of Saturday Night SUPERVIVE. Every weekend, players can submit their best plays for a chance to win cash prizes. And our third place goes to
From the inevitable
Izzy.
demise. Another E-plat down over here for Izzy. Izzy may be getting isolated, but the finale, who is
Oh
isolating
my God.
who? Gonna
Oh
catch
my
all three
God.
members, gonna get one, get two,
Oh
get three, Izzy!
my God,
Popping
Izzy.
off on the Celeste, let's go!
second place goes to
After
Squaye.
sequence of violence. ASS wants to continue it. Squy aggressively shifts in. Huge double surge with that Moss immunity. Gonna take out the enemy Nyx very quickly. Looking to continue the violence. Lightning Strike is going to be able to connect. Greed goes down, so the huge damage. Saros no longer his place. Squy is going off here, bro. 1-2. Can he find 3 on Lazaro? Holy.
And our first place goes to
Yeah, I need to
Okay.
heal. Okay. I killed 2. Okay. Oh, let's go!
Thanks so much for joining us for this weekend of SNS, and we hope to see you next Saturday night for more SUPERVIVE.
There we go, there we go. And I'm expecting to see, from the crazy plays that we've already seen, for example, that crazy Hachi punch. That's just one of the things I expect to be a clip for, this week's submissions. So, don't forget, guys, make sure you put your submissions in. You've got a chance to win some cash. Why not do it, But, getting back to this series for today, we've got the leaderboards coming up very, very shortly to see where everyone's positioned. I expect AUR to be somewhere at the top, but let's get, a gauge on where everyone else is, how they're doing, who's, how close they are in points. Is there like a big, 1 point difference between second and third? And what is that, 34-point difference between Rat and AUR? Of course, AUR are going to be first, having 2 wins, but, are there any surprises here, Tsunami?
I mean, competition is close between Rat, 3LP, and SP. I didn't think it was this close. I thought 3LP would be a little higher. I guess it's a bit of a kill difference because Rat and SB, I think, racked in a bit more across those first 2 games. But very, very interesting to see. Obviously, with the nature of squads, are not comfortably first. I mean, they're comfortably first, but it's not a guaranteed first, of course, just yet. Any really bottom 6 will make this a lot closer, a lot more interesting, a lot tighter of a game. So we'll have to see how the games play out.
Yeah, very, very close top-handed lobby. There's so much rotation that can happen, especially between second and 6 at the very least. But AUR do have a little bit of a cushion here, but that cushion can easily just turn into a bunch of feathers because the bans are going to be coming in. So let's get over to the statistics as well just afterwards and see how the pick rates are going to be, coming in and what the bans are going to be. So in this instance, it's going to be those top 4 characters that we do see there: Oath, Saros, Bishop, and Celeste. You guessed it perfectly, Sinani there. Are being banned. We're seeing a couple of KPs and Ghosts still being picked as well, amidst all the chaos. And Myth with only 5 picks, which is quite crazy. Nyx with 7.
Yeah, I mean, I will say this is just kind of this game is, okay, do you have an Oath? Okay, what's good into Oath? And then you kind of pick around that. So that's why Bishop is good, that's why Saros is good. Don't really get the Celeste, but I mean, fair enough, dog, fair enough. So KP and Ghost, yeah, we're close behind. If any of the Celeste players were instead on Ghost or KP, that would have been banned instead. But these are the bans we have. Without this Oath, Saros, Bishop, so I mean, I'm assuming we'll see a bit more KP. We'll see maybe some more Ghost. I'm still so surprised we haven't seen any Zephs. I assume now that Saros is banned, Shroom will be on Zeph as opposed to Shiv, but I guess we'll see. Yeah, I don't know. In general, I feel like to me, squads is a bit more synonymous with you have a healer on your team. Just because, granted, Zeph's damage got nerfed a patch or 2 ago, but Zeph is still Zeph. I mean, that guy can heal you a full health bar and a half. I mean, Eva still exists, even though I know EU is not the biggest fan of the character other than Monster. Or I guess Luca, but I don't know if Luca plays in tourneys now. Mercury, I mean, we have 2 picks for Mercury. Don't know if any of the former Saros or Bishop players will relegate themselves to Mercury duty. But yeah, I mean, picks would be very, very interesting. I don't know. I don't see more Myths. I doubt there's going to be more Nyx. Maybe more Myth. Maybe more Ghost. Probably what I'm seeing.
We're just trying to get some predictions in, trying to see how the new vision of the game is going to look for these next 3 games. But only time will tell when we see that kind of a lobby loading in and we see like where everyone's dropping and what sort of strategies will change based on the picks or after the bans have affected what people are picking. We could make a couple of predictions based on previous SNSs and scrims, of course. I've got a couple in mind, of course, with like Gecko being on duel, for example, Deprek potentially picking up Mercury, which would be really unconventional, but we've seen other crazy things happening in the past. But only time will tell. We're just getting the lobby ready very, very shortly. And man, I can't wait to see how some of the teams that have like all of these core pillar characters, for example, like Fluffy on Oath. Once the oath's been removed, that's like what do you typically pick in that situation? As you mentioned, KPs can be an easy rotate over in some situations, but each character provides like their own kind of unique flavor to the game. So it's not really like someone that you can easily transition over to unless you've already got like that prior experience. So. Yeah, so I really can't wait to see like which especially like AUR, because they're like leading by an absolute crap ton right now, like especially with Hachi as well. Like what are they going to do?
I mean, to be fair too, the AUR comp was the meta, and I'm not too sure how they function off these characters, because in my head most of them are synonymous with like their mains, so to say. Exactly, so being forced off their mains, right? Leads to a drastic swing. You mentioned a world without like these meta picks and what your like go-to substitution is after them. So when we think Oath, right, like my first thought is, okay, so this would be a reasonable time to go Celeste. Like if Oath is banned, I could see Celeste being like 7 or 8 teams picking her. So she got banned. I mean, what's your next best option? Tetra? Yeah, Keck W. I'm sure a lot of people will be playing Tetra for sure. Like maybe Cookies and maybe Breeves. Heavy maybe on those two. But actually, no, they say it. Well, actually, maybe they will play, because if you didn't know, Tetra passive got like a little buff or quality of life adjustment. So basically, before, her passive would be every time you hit a rock, you get a stack. It goes up to 5 stacks of your passive. Each stack gives you 175 shield. They've changed it, so it goes up to 10 stacks, which is a much fatter shield, 1700. And also the way that stacks used to work was the stack count would decay after a few seconds. So if you hit a rock, you're at 5 stacks, you have to wait a few seconds before you can hit another rock to start stacking from 0, because that's how long it'll take the shield to time out. Now they remove that. So if you're at 10 stacks and the shield has dipped below the max value, you hit another rock, you'll stay at 10 stacks, but the shield will refresh to the max value. What that means is that if you have infinite cooldown reduction, right, you can maintain your passive much better. So for what it's worth, 10 stacks sounds crazy, but you have to pop your ulti to get that value, and most likely you are not going to be able to instantly get your ult back. So like that, like sort of like 10 stack is not like super accessible, but regardless, it's still a nice buff. So that means while Tetra doesn't feel as smooth as she used to because the punch speed got slowed, at the very least, she's going to be really damn tanky. So I'm curious to see if anybody else would take it, other than I'm sure Breeves and Cookies are the people I was looking at. And looking at the picks, see a bit more Christo. We see, I see Breeves on Tetra. Where is, I didn't see where Cookies was.
There you go, he's on the Knicks. And I was just thinking as well, I just forgot to mention, I forgot to mention it the whole series, but of course, Jin is unbanned now, so. True. That's going to be an extra layer of spice. We do see a couple of people picking it.
I will say, okay, I'm not casting NA, so I guess, and also this is the EU broadcast, so I shouldn't talk too much about NA here. But I know NA has more Jin players. I think there will be maybe 4 today, and I know a little bit about what teams will be picking in the first round, and I think with the way bans will go, so for certain players, we'll see some Jins in the second half. So if we don't see too many in EU, pretty confident we'll see some in NA.
For sure. I remember even in the tier 2 scene, NA was Jin was quite a problem for some people to face against. I remember getting that crazy clip there, but I feel like unfortunately we're going to be getting a restart there at the last second. Unfortunately, someone got DC'd or something along those lines, but we'll be back very, very shortly to start off game 4 again. But just to go back to your point about Tetra, like there can be this clutch situations after that kind of change you mentioned, where let's say that they just get a whole team reset, then you can maybe get that shield extraction value. I know that the chances of that happening are quite slim or don't happen too often, but those clutch factors can be like the shifting tide in like your team surviving or not, right? Like you just get a kill reset, you're able to get the shield value maximized even more consistently, right? Like that is definitely a buff, I would say.
Oh man, massive smile on my face if I'm Tetra. Instantly pop a 1700 shield. Oh, team reset, another 1700 shield.
Oh my god. I know it's like theoreticals, but like yeah, you can achieve some of the value. Let's say you don't hit.
No,
all
that
the
could
rocks,
happen.
but-
That's pretty realistic. You could play around that. Like that would be pretty funny. That'd be really damn funny. Holy, a big grid on your face. Also, so I think her ulti's 9 rocks, and then her Q max gives her 4. So theoretically, 26 rocks.
Ooh.
If you do the math, that's a really fat shield. That is 2500. So you could be pretty damn tanky. Now damn, I'm gonna do that now.
This is the dream, dude. You got to send the clip in, man. I want to see that.
I'll think about that. I'll think about that.
Dude, they need to,
but
they
the
need to make
requirement
an
is
item, bro, like that, like converts your shield into like damage somehow. Like same with Phoenix, because he could extract some of that value in a similar fashion with his heat shield, right? It'd be cool if like they could do something where like I don't know, it sends like a slow moving bullet that does your damage in shields worth. That'd be so cool. I don't know.
Oh yeah, if your shield like for every damage your shield takes, you do 1 damage to somebody near you.
Yeah.
Oh my god, death ball. Oh, Felix would be so broken.
Oh dude. We could
Yeah.
dream.
Let me think too. No, going back to Jin, I had like a little was talking to some Jin players about what the build would be, because before you would go Thunderbolt +1. I know some Jin players like 7 Suns for the full one shot, but back when that character was bugged with the +50% backstab damage, low-key you didn't need the Suns to full one shot, and Suns minus 10% dash haste translates to like almost minus 2 seconds off your dash, which was pretty heavy. So I knew a few Jin players that liked Grabby. I mean, specifically for BR because it's so good for mobility. Because Jin already has like full zigzag agency with the LMB momentum change. But now without Suns, I think Suns and Thunderbolt, which was just like the standard Jin build, I think probably see a lot of grabbies today. And I think I heard Black Rose as like technically the best DPS option you have, just for the additional stab damage, because you can't really build ability, and then you still go the classic Fate Tech Burning, I think. But with that build, I also think you can't outright nuke somebody. Like if you hit your full combo correctly, it will kill someone, but that also means you don't get steamrolled if a Jin shows up on your screen. So I'm very curious to see how that translates in BR, because in the playtest, at least, I have a little bit of trauma from that freaking character, because the second it appeared on my screen, I just accepted my fate as I was dead because I was playing Saros, and I could stall for like 3 seconds. But if the Jin player has eyes, he just holds a slam for half a second while I go through the portal, and then slams me for like 2,000 damage, because that was really fun to play against.
Yeah, that was something.
Personal beef aside, let's get into the game. Loaded back in. Had a player DC. We're all good. See a yearbook, I think, dropping towards, what is that, rate? Hold there in Scav again.
Yep. There we go.
Okay. I mean,
not too far off your prediction.
Yeah, because if you didn't know, all the objectives have like set spawn points per se. So, if you've watched the game enough, it's pretty easy to
know where it's
see.
going.
Wait, Deprek is on Hudson.
What? Yeah. I saw it in the loading screen. I was like, what? I know he's played it before in scrims a couple of times, but I didn't think he'd actually take it in the end. I think he was just trying to find that, potential second or third character, because, of course, with bans coming in, then, you need to be able to modulate around a couple of different characters, which, he successfully, chose his specific character for bans. So it's looking like it's going to be a Hudson lineup along with Sprokane on the KP, which is already pretty established on. So at least Sproke can at least quite easily rotate. And similarly for SB, just as I was mentioning with Hachi with AUR, Spro is like a perfect fit, because SB didn't necessarily have like a defined Saros player or KP player, but now they've got that as well. So everyone's just finding their perfect fit, it feels like, in terms of like hero rosters at least. So really good to see.
Yeah. Okay, I've mulled over it a little bit. Okay, Hudson in squads might not be bad, specifically because of the ulti refunds that they added this patch. I think it's like, is it like it's something 50-80, something like that. I don't remember exactly. But and Deadbrick is known for having pretty freaky aim. Like, I think that guy is the most accurate Bishop LMBer of all time. So the Hudson ultis surely are easier to hit, right? And then surely he will pop off with them. Surely. And we say this, and then this guy's gonna flop over the second we see him on the screen. I'm joking. That brick's a demon. I'm confident we'll see something crazy happen. He'll hit like 3 ultis in a row and 1v4 a team and pop a crown and then also res on a beacon while we're at it. And I also just remembered that Hudson ulti can execute boss. Does he get the cooldown reset if he eats a boss?
That's the thing I'm not too sure on, but I know we saw it before as well, like way long ago in scrims. Like it can like interact that way, but I can't remember the intricacies of that part of it. But
I'll keep an eye out. Because if that's how that works, that's broken. That can't be right. Wait, Hudson's A tier if that's the case, bro. What the heck?
Just instant like tier list transition from like whatever, like D tier, whatever you want to put it, to like S or A. Crazy work.
Yeah, a little rank swap action over there. I mean, like if it works on, that's so broken. No 50% guarantee kills the boss. Like, oof, I don't know. So he has a Reaper Refractor. I guess that makes sense. I mean, I think it's standard to go Rampager for Refractor, Jawblade. I don't know, things that hit and heal you. I don't know, something like that. But SB have...
They got the dagger.
Ooh.
Can they capitalize on it? They're waiting on the RMB, dashes up to the north side to manages to avoid getting hit by that at the last second. Hudis goes in for a stun, but doesn't find the connection. The hook doesn't get the connection though. There goes the dunk on top afterwards. Meki manages to get a little dunk at the last second. Dashes twice, in fact, to try and get the escape with the battle gun for an extra bit of security. They are going for the aggressive chase. Can they catch Meki is the question. Dashes down to the south side. It looks like they're going to go cold on the scent, potentially not continue the chase, but they actually instead pick up the car. Shock. They go full GTA mode, try and steal the car. Can they get it? No, gets spiked instead. At the last second, SB pick up armors and kills.
Wait, Hudson's also like the best counter for a car because we'll just one-shot the car if it gets on your screen because they increase the wind-up speed for the RMB.
Oh yeah, you're right. Oh my god, so it's going to make it even more like just instant turn on and it just...
Wait, is Hudson good now? What the heck?
We're just making this whole new story out as the game progresses, like finding out that Hudson's just crazy S tier or something, I don't know. But, this was a very, very crazy, like, clean early game. There's not been any fights happening, to be honest. You know what I mean? Like, it's just been, apart from that little fight there with Meki, it's been very, very chill compared to...
Yeah, it was a very calm game.
Yeah.
A very calm game. So I'm just really thinking about Huddy right now. Like, I'm just like, unironically, you could play this in a tourney now in squads. Because, like, I mean, Nyx isn't as much of an issue now, but, like, you play every anti-melee in the game. You could just slot in a range carry. You just play Myth. Hudson Myth. How do you push that? Wait a minute.
Someone's developing the secret sauce, man. That special combo. That just
I might play some Hudson.
Yeah, there's some experimenting to do, man. This patch might have, instead of it being quite potentially insignificant, this one may have been like one of those sneaky ones where it's like, wait a minute, we're going to reassess the stats here and just check everything over because... as we mentioned, there might be a bit of a tier shift here, but at the same time, we do see LPN relatively underleveled compared to Rats. They still managed to get the level 9s, even after that kind of a little bit of a bruising they had. Bushajek goes in with the dunk, but unfortunately doesn't really acquire that much value. He's actually getting slammed with so much damage from every direction, already turned into a wisp, found dead in the abyss, but manages to actually mantle at the last second. Blink also found dead shortly afterwards, so it's a 1-for-1 exchange. They get the dash for the reset onto Theo just afterwards. Can he get more kills is the question. 3 stacks, got all the max stacks peppered onto Meki. A couple more dashes, but he can't get it. In fact, Meki does manage to get out just about with 1 HP. Rogo does find the connection. He's waiting to try and get the dunk. He's trying to pull off the magic, but was unsuccessful. He played the risk, but was unsuccessful. There goes the battle gun to knock Euphoria away, providing him with a bit more time to jump up to the north side. And we're playing a bit of sideways bounty castle with these battle guns here, but I think they are going to make it out. We are looking at the Soul Leader being picked up by a team on the right side, and another Soul is also available on Race Row. We do see 2 green teams fighting over it in this instance. Crouch already finding 1 killer to Meki to start things off. Finally found dead. He bit off more than he could chew, and just afterwards we are seeing Charlie Lee go with the aggressive double dash in. Orlando sending it in with the Lambert, but unfortunately not finding a connection. Ice trying to get the circle around. The dashes keep coming through. They get the double dash reset. Triple, in fact, just afterwards. Charlie Lee going absolutely mental. Is he going to get the 3rd kill potentially? Pops the squid if he can get any more extra chase if possible onto Crouch. Is he going to do it? In fact, Chichi gets the kill, but that was a crazy sequence there. Wow.
Wait, shift reset Jewel without having to deal with an oath goes kind of crazy. I mean, even the fight before, Lam and not Lam, the Jewel. Only kind of crazy. I mean, I saw they got 2, like not 2 kills, but 2 like good chunks and that converted into a kill. So wow, maybe Jewel is really good. And well, speaking of Jewel, Lismol just died to Sprocane, so maybe Jewel's not OP.
Oh, you're seeing a big hook here by Mechmech, sorry, with the batter gun, followed by the slug wave. Absolute clean sequence there. You're seeing Levi with the in and out there. Sorry, not Levi, it's Cookie, sorry, at the last second, trying to get some extra damage onto LPN. Caused a bit of a mini distraction on. We see a major fight on the heart as well. At the same time, Blink does find a kill onto Gorshachek just afterwards. You're seeing some dancing on Race Row as well between two teams. Bao look to cycle around AUR. Arms are looking relatively equivalent at the moment. All perks have been, or relics have been picked up. You've seen Orlando's doing a bit of griefing, trying to do a little bit of a bond steal there. Bao, are doing some weird kind of awkward rotation around Ore, but they've got to be a bit careful themselves. And we finally flick over between 3LP and SB in this instance. Shin is going to try and get some damage in. The hook doesn't find a connection. Try and go for the Vortex Charm play. Treadsy going the insta send in. We actually get scuffed, unfortunately, by the thingy right at the last second. And there's an aggressive hook at there. Sorry, Roots at the last second. I don't think in this instance, Aiden can make it out this one. And 3LP lose that fight really significantly. The spikes were so unfortunately timed against Treadsy when he tried to pop the ulti. Of course, he got insta-grounded, so he didn't do anything. But Shroom gets one spike again, so kind of levels the flame playing field a touch. And there goes the classic Shroom mate after one of those spikes. And it looks like a Bao are trying to fight potentially over this Ardent Songboy, I believe. You're looking at Soul as well. Just to the left of Raceway, up for grabs. You're seeing a train res, I think, from LPN at the last second. And aside from that, I think people are just trying to farm up the day 3 mobs if possible. But EV is still slightly under-leveled here. Battlegum does find a connection against Raxa, but the hook combo afterwards didn't do anything there. Shichi's already had to use his dash. Not sure if they can capitalize on too much more here. We're seeing a Bao slowly shift down to the south side. Armor advantage is favoring them at the minute, but they can't really capitalize on it. I think they kind of recognize that Rat are there to the right of them, so they can't really do too much without, potentially getting thirded.
All right, I've been mulling over it a little more again.
Sure.
So, as Fluffy Fish tried to go for an RMB, and we see Levi immediately swinging in, taxing that armor with the next ulti, stunned him into the wall, doesn't get the follow-up with the slam by Crouch, unfortunately. Bungie plays down, trying to buy a Fluffy Fish a bit more time as the rest of UR tries to follow up. Levi still on the chase, hot on their heels, but has to back off for now, as multiple Bungies have layered through. Below them, we see taking a boss. Oh, Donkey!
Oh.
No bomb in it, though.
Yeah, very unlucky that he can't get the kill here, and instead they seem to capitalize on it in a major way. Bao are now looking really strong potentially here against Rat. We are seeing the Battlegums continuously being dropped by various different teams. AR looking to apply a bit of pressure onto EV this time. Fluffy just get over the Battlegum. We've seen Kazara getting a nice little free pick there. Levis finding a kill into Gorshachek, so LPN might be in a bit of trouble again. Theo is in a little bit of a sticky situation himself. It looks like Bao going for the aggressive chase, but once they saw AUR, they instantly jumped down to the south side. Songboy's been picked up by Shishi. We're seeing a couple of teams here on the train tracks having their own little respective dances. Seeing the damage trying to be applied here by Godefroy, trying to force off Meep if possible. Finally jumped off the ship at the last second. You're seeing 3LP as well, picking up another kill this time against FSC. A lot of fights happening continuously. Finally, the last member of LPN do get outed. So LPN are outed last place, but the fight doesn't seem to be stopping there. He's trying to last as long as possible. He's getting a spins off, getting a major amount of healing, but it's still not going to be enough. So Levi is finding a kill into Rat. And now Rat are 3 members. Hopefully they can stick a res. SB are there on the right-hand side. They're looking for the race farm for the next day, it looks like. We are seeing a red drop as well for, in this instance, who is it in this instance? 3LP, sorry. And they're potentially having a little mini fight off potentially against EV. It depends on if Aiden gets the hook, but instead he gets hooked himself by Crouch. Manages to avoid getting dunked there. The Vortex Charm also misses shortly afterwards. The Battlegun temporarily separates the teams. The second wind's being popped in both directions. Levi's been healed up
the
a
air
major
blast.
amount, and they actually capitalize in a major way. EV actually going crazy mid against 3LP, and now Acalex is in major troubles. Iwa is trying to get some free pickings. Hachi now on the duel of all things actually has to pop the ulti at the last second to hopefully get the reset. Dashes down to the kind of right-hand side at the last second. Can hopefully escape and reunite to his team, but holy, actually EV going crazy mode against 3LP.
I just saw Roxa air blast away the Zeph ulti. I haven't seen that happen too often. That was kind of funny.
Yeah.
Oh, that break swinging in. Doesn't get the ulti. Well, let's guess X.
Really always seeing a nice little hook there, trying to get the kill if possible. But CG maybe found a potential window here. SP seemed a little bit bruised in this instance. Kazaro's there trying to get the poke in. The Root just get the connection. He's popped a nice little air blast to extend the survivability a little bit longer. But Shin still finds the kill onto Kazaro. The cocktail's been popped by Lingo, trying to get the res off onto Kazaro. They need to extend as long as possible, but they couldn't find enough time. Kazaro's definitely going to be stomped at the last second. We do see Rats coming in for a nice little clean third party in this instance, actually forcing away all the other remnants of teams that have lost a couple of members. CG going to the left-hand side respectively, and just below that 3LP coming for their own third party against Rat in this instance. But we are seeing in this instance Cookie lasting a prolonged period of time, already finding 1 kill, was Blink actually getting the kill credit, and 3LP probably have to jump ship.
I mean, it's just third party and the third party, huh?
Yeah, the classic
meta. Oh, and the laser just barely doesn't take down Crouch. I mean, okay, you know what? This is, I think, one of the things that TC kind of wanted with the patch was with the removal of full damage items. People are starting to go to more sandboxy items because we have 10 million bungees in this game as the series drags on. Res here undertaken by a UR, so they'll be fine. They'll get reset even a little poverty. SB, after getting resed, immediately getting jumped here by Rat. Looking so good with their odds to run away. Is Fluffy Fish doing their best to escape, or that's not Fluffy, that's Hudis. Hudis doing their best to escape away from Cookies, but Nyx is still Nyx. Nyx still has their legs, still able to chase, even if just a little less sustainy. I think left to just one as a 3LP get the res onto the train. Right next to them is the beacon from, oh, it's 2. So 2 of SB are now back. Shin immediately popping the bola, looking to finish him off with the fusillade.
I think he dashed into the spike ball.
Hits the spike.
Really unfortunate sequence there. Deprek also goes fishing and finds the fish, killing Aiden at the last second. That's a big one. We are seeing 3OP also trying to get out of town now if possible. Shin was just inspecting 3OP just temporarily, seeing if he could capitalize on anything. But 3OP are probably going to try and rotate upwards. But we do see another fight here brewing. It looks like Bao and EV in this instance. EV again find another kill against Bao. They're actually beating like the top contention teams, it feels like, consistently in their kind of isolated fights. And they're about to get another kill potentially here onto Orlando's, continuously capitalizing, getting a bit more snowball here and there. Sproken just find another kill to Akalinks amidst the chaos. We are seeing the Kame Kamehameha being popped by Lingo at the last time onto Shroom. Dashes to the left hand side at the last second. Has found a bit of a pocket of space to escape, but gets spiked at the last second. And 3OP are outed super duper early. That was like 9th or 8th place. Crazy work. Wow.
Ooh, not looking so good for the top 3, at least after this game, as Shin goes for the bola, or for the dagger. Fusillade doesn't get much. As that break now swinging with the hover wings, doesn't find an ulti. Just a little too predictive with the aim, and they get the hook. Can they get the slam? They can get the slam.
Really nicely done. And we are seeing Kazaro just feathering like a god on the mini island, just again chilling, trying to find anyone in the abyss to get a free spike if possible. Rax is rapidly running out of time, tries to go for the back, but I think Kazaro's going to stop this one at the last second. Manages to get it and gets a nice little free kill for that one, but maybe actually lost a little bit of positioning in that instance. No, managed to skirt around against SB. We're seeing EV trying to get out of town as well if possible. Levi and Ice-T respectively. Beastball's been popped. Lingo's also popped his ulti as well, trying to get a bit of extra damage in against EV. They are moving down to the south side, but the mobs are going to be available. The last mobs in endgame. So if anyone wants to get any last smidgens of XP, they can do it here. Orlando is this last alive as well for Bao. It's not been found. Well, has been found by Mechi. He's just trying to survive as long as possible. Tries a little bit of tech with the bomb, with the squid. Successfully does it. Manages to kind of pinpoint his way through Rat. And just the rest that SB just used has now been. Oh, sorry, was it 3OP or Rat? Has now just been used by another team now. So back as a full 4-man EV, doing pretty well. Looking pretty healthy. But armors are not looking too good. And AUR have actually lost a member in this exchange, actually getting his dunk down at the last second, but is still surviving. No armor as well for him. FSC are trying to hold ground as long as possible. Skyshock sent in by Sebi, trying to get an extra bit of damage in. Hachi also pops the ulti, but I don't think they can really do too much more here. Calcio is hopefully going to go to the right side, try and reunite with his team member, and get out of town.
You know what? Not many teams have died. I wonder if that's related to the bans. You're also going to get hooked down by Saros, so you can hold on a little longer. But Orlando's has 1 minute on this ground. Can you throw a bomb onto the train?
Might be the angle.
Oh.
He tried it.
For it. Didn't get it.
Ooh. The squid doesn't get the connection either. Dashes down to the right side, but still killed by MST. So Bao out of like 7th or 8th place, super duper early, unfortunately. You're seeing Lingo getting killed shortly afterwards. Shin may have bit enough more. They can has to pop the dagger at the last second, but still gets spikes. SB are now defensive 3 members. I think they've already used the res, but they're actually sticking another res now. They've just dropped one, so going to be back as 4 without issue. They've got really crazy econ on it seems though. But EV looking to get crazily sandwiched here. Crouch already found dead. EV try and jump up to the north side. Vortex Shell not finding the connection against Iwa. Iwa themselves also getting potentially sandwiched here. Ninja sends it down to the south side, likely to get spiked by Kuba as he continues to send in those LMB flurries, finally finding him. And then Calcium might be the second victim just afterwards, may have been enough more than he can chew as well in this instance. And he tries to get the dunk, nearly gets against Kuba, is unsuccessful, and that is FSC outed in this instance shortly afterwards. The ulti gets the connection from Deprek just afterwards. They pop the napalm to kind of force Deprek just away temporarily. They actually get a spike amidst that chaos. SB are capitalizing on kills everywhere they find them. So many kills picked up, it feels like.
Oh my god, all the double beacon here is giving them so many reses. As Rat get the hook, get the bungee to try to finish it off, and wow. Crouch just got one shot.
Oh, really nice little second window. Sorry, not second window. What's called tornado play by Raxa to get the wisp away, get the res off successfully at the last second. Godefroy dancing around the portal just beneath Rat in this instance. SB trying to get the hook against Levi, just narrowly missing it. EV looking to go down to the south side, but they're going to get mirrored perfectly by SB here. Rat just playing the ultra slow game, it feels like. MST chilling on the south side, picking up Bonfire. AUR also, they got the res off as well, back as a full 4-man. Looks like their pressure's being applied so heavily on against the EV, especially with the zone doing that extra damage on top. It's absolutely killing them, it feels like. It looks like there might be a sneaky escape at the last second. We do see some major damage coming in here by this Nyx, I believe. Or maybe they even get a kill, in fact. Levi's actually turning the tide, potentially lasting so long. There goes the classic Nyx infinite sustain that we've typically seen, but that might be over very, very shortly. Yeah, it is. And EV are outed in this instance. We are just left with, what is it, like 5 teams. They're dropping like flies now, it feels.
I was thinking, I thought I saw a cleric run out of the team, but I think in hindsight that might have been a Zeph too.
I got you.
I was just wondering if that was still banned.
Because I think it should be banned, right? So,
yeah,
like,
so that's why I'm like, maybe I'll look at the replay later, because that's a little suspicious. But I think it was a Zeph ult, but I could be wrong.
All good. Just looking at SB, they're in a bit of a sticky situation. They've got the high ground. We're seeing an aggressive sending by Rat as well down onto the south side. E-Plat's already been dropped against MST, but they can't really do anything to capitalize on in this instance. It looks like Kausk now is in possession of the Songbow, trying to get mega damage. They can't get the kill, unfortunately, so they're going to lose the Dragon Breath rounds completely now. No one's even going to pick it up in this instance unless the box drops on the left-hand side. I'm not really sure what's going to end up. We are seeing CG going for the aggressive sending in this instance onto MST in this instance, trying to get the major damage off. They've managed to survive it, all the chaos. Broken actually finding a kill to Fluffy Fish. Missed the exchange, however, they're in a little mini separate fight, a dash down to the south side. A crown pick up by Greninja, trying to get the kill. They do get the reset back as a full 4-man. SB themselves are also back as a full 4-man from that Wisp res. Levethy's trying to get some potential pickings, easy pickings onto SB. Picks up one, maybe have to get Shin just afterwards. CG are going to capitalize on this majorly if SB can't make it out this one. They do get the Wisp res on at least one. On the Izuna trying to get out as possible. On the Hoodis, sorry, I meant to say on the Luna. Never mind, we are looking at Rat as well. The hook, unfortunately, doesn't get the connection onto Kazaro. It looks like, unfortunately, SB are out at 5th place in this instance. Reddifro has picked up the Dragon Breath rounds as well. AUR managed to survive. They picked up a couple of armors. Fluffy Fish still without armor though. Dash up to the north side, very aggressive sending from Smold. He's dancing around a couple of teams, managing to hold his own. MST looking very, very healthy, and armors all things considered as well.
I just had to consult the clip real quick. I was really curious, but it wasn't
no worries.
earlier. Anyways, oh, the summon napalm landing right onto Lingo with the help of the Luna root.
Crazy damage. Can they get the kill
Need
onto
6 on a
Godfrey?
Godfrey. Can he kite? He gets a bola. He kites around. He gets a one shot. Oh my god.
Oh, dude, that was nearly cinema there if he got the second kill afterwards, but it wasn't enough. And CG were outed just afterwards, 4th place, just left with 3 teams. Hachi was super duper wounded there. It looks like Theo is trying to capitalize onto Hachi there, trying to get the heals in at the last second. But AUR do manage to make it out, and they are probably going to rapidly heal up in that exchange. If Rat could have applied pressure there just afterwards, it would have been really, really clean there. Kind of a cleanup there, but they couldn't really do that in this instance because MST are just beneath them. They would have lost the position instantly, probably their Bonfire or any other goodies. Losing position now in the end game is going to be, it'll be like an instant free loss in this. Everyone knows how to play the macro. It feels like Kausk to send it in against Blinks. RMB doesn't get the connection for the stun at least. Just gets the knock away. We are seeing the Bonfire also being dropped. You're seeing a mountain of damage being applied to Cooper at the last second, but nothing else in this exchange. The Rain of Arrows has also been dropped. AUR have a pretty chill situation here. They can probably just really pressure at MST because they've gone for the early rotate. So they have to be very cognizant of AUR and how they actually decide which direction they decide to push. Hopefully they got the E-Pass to just play in the Abyss. The nuke's also been dropped as well to negate the Bond and the res. So, oof.
Okay, so AUR, the team to watch out for here, right? Surely MST and Rat will handshake here. Skalkin to go for the... Oh, big double pull! Dude, AUR are so homeless right now. They're forced to E-Plot on the right side. Alright, Rat, surely we're not going to grief MST here. Surely we're cognizant of our AUR.
Yeah.
Theo looking here onto Sebi, doesn't get the pull.
Surprising.
From Meki will miss as well. I mean, AUR stuck on an E-Plat. They have no land. Both teams have very favorable conditions to grief here. Nice rain of arrows pushing him even further down. Kauskinator finally throwing down the nuke. Summon Napalm coming up, and now they'll full send. Oh, and he gets spiked by the Summon Napalm.
Oh, and they take a little bit of radiation damage at the end. Another nuke's been dropped there, gets the rest stick as well. And they finally get it back as a full 4-man without issue from the revival.
What?
No, I don't know what happened there. Some sort of... I need to rewatch that again, to be honest. But either way, they did get the res off. They lost 2 members instantly afterwards, though. You're seeing the fight continuing here. The spin's being used. Cookies is trying to get in, do as much damage as he can as possible. He's already lost all of his armor, though. You are trying to get the chase to get the kill if possible. Oh! Cookies can't even get the chance to heal. Greninja gets a nice little free kill. But the damage continues to coming out from Blink. They're trying to get the reset if possible. They do a bit more damage to them. They managed to reset for the most part. Sebi has no armor though in this instance. MST got the super duper nice rotation. They managed to maintain all of their economy amidst that exchange. They had the early little mini fight, but then they did the early rotation and really looking healthy afterwards.
Big
There
hook.
goes the hook connection. Donk afterwards, Slug Wave, they'd probably like to get at least one kill here. There goes the spin just afterwards, knocking them off the res. They were back as a 4-man for a split second there, beginning just dead shortly afterwards. Dash into a spike straight afterwards. Fluffy's dead as well, just again. So Sebi last alive for AUR. MST are going to capitalize on this one, and they've picked up so many kills in this exchange. Their armors and everything are looking crazy. They're looking to stick the rest of it. They did lose one member in this exchange. They got the hook. Are they able to get the dunk? There's a dash down instantly down to the south side from Small. Can he do anything in this instance? They already lost another member here. Rapt are looking to capitalize on this in a major way. And they take game number 4.
I will play GG. So MST unfortunately lost one as they were trying to run down
Yeah.
the last of AUR. And from there, it was really just a matter of collapsing, one-shotting. A lot of beacons in this game. I think I saw like 4 or 5 beacons, but that res by, I think it was AUR, looked really scuffed. I think what happened was they bought a crown and it just like happened to pop at the exact second that they bought it, right before the res went off, which was weird because I don't know how that could have triggered. I guess they got a knock and in the wisp.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Was it a knock in the wisp? That was my initial impression because it did like the crown animation, like the little fireworks thingy, whatever. Right? I'm sure it did that. Like it's indicative of a crown pop. Like it was
yeah, I mean, just because where they spawned, it had
as well. That was weird. Yeah, because it did one thing from a crown, but then did the res at the bonfire, like or whatever, like or near the beacon, whatever, like.
Yeah, it's because they res on top of the shop because they bought the crown in insta res. So I don't know if the timing was like intended or what, but that looked really funny. At the very least, AUR did end up going third that game. MST and Rat picked up quite a few kills, so 3LP went out early, but the other two teams should be a bit closer in contention here for this race to first place. Again, if AUR get griefed at any point early, very, very doable for the other teams to catch up. My guess is probably like a 20-point difference now.
Yeah. And
maybe even
especially
less.
Bao,
So
the early outs, right? These guys got outed so early. Like they were looking not too bad in the first 3 games, but this was like a pretty damaging. Hopefully they can recover in the next couple of games that we still have left. And of course, as you mentioned, you know, with the bans that came in, KPs became instantly so much more abundant. We are seeing a couple of Zeths coming in as well, Shroom and Raxa respectively. And how do you feel like Depbreak did perform on the Hudson then? You know, you were doing a bit of theory crafting before. You know, what are your impressions now after watching one game of him play it?
You know what? No, Hudson is a pretty decent character. If they did badly, it was user error. I blame Depbreak. I think Hudson could be. That guy could low-key be B tier now. I mean, if you can hit your ultis like half the time, it's really, really good for securing wisps, and it's also really, really good because it puts a death box on your face, I think. So it's like super good opportunity for I guess like snowballing a lead in a team fight. Also, just because the ulti drops you, I think, a health pack. Almost like a good, like a pseudo Zeph. Like you hit your ulti, your team gets healed a little bit, you get healed a little bit.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. And SB got caught out so bad just looking at this replay again. Levithy there, just getting the insta-buy onto Depbreak, and then I think Shin shortly afterwards, SB were in just like insane dive straits. Even though they got the wisp stick on both, they couldn't really, you know, capitalize on picking up Spro just afterwards because the zone was just doing way too much damage. And of course, AUR, they know that he's still there in the bush. They tried to pick up the wisp afterwards, even trying to stick the res. Oh man, it was so unfortunate there. They couldn't reset.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised that AUR were at home. Oh, I'm thinking back about the posturing after this fight. I'm thinking back about the posturing. I'm surprised that AUR didn't push a little sooner into zone, because this is really like the worst spot you could be in a top 3 situation. You're on the right. It's very easy for 2 teams to focus onto. You have another team that's easy to push onto. I mean, part of this is a jump pad check, but part of it's also a foresight check. Like, you just can't be here. Oh, this was so funny. Cookies was so unprepared for Greninja just be standing there as he pops a pot. Oh my!
Invulnerable state gets gibbed just straight afterwards. Oh my god.
Yeah, and the angling for the fast Crystal R&B was really nice. And then Theo, again, catching the wisp right before Fluffy Fish was able to dash again was really clutch. So here AUR just get wiped, and then Kalskinator, I don't know what happened with his R&B. That looked weird, actually.
Yeah, Blake finding that kill was pretty instrumental to their loss, though, because it felt like MST just had like free roam at the start of, at least, you know, like if you look at like kind of the last 30 seconds of the fight or something along those lines, they were chilling on the top, full 4-man, and then everything just went south once Kaos died. It looks like the third party really caught them off guard, and once they lost a member, they just couldn't recover, it felt like.
Yeah. Again, but low key, this is if you had a Zeph, if you had an Eva, you had a Mercury, a little more salvageable. But we don't have those characters. Oh, even you know what? Even if Celeste wasn't banned, now that I think about it, a lot of the like space makers for your team are gone. Actually, no. You know what? I take it back. If you had an Eva on your team, you would have been fine. You know why? Because Eva throws ulti, the enemy team is forced to back away. You cannot take that space. That's all I'm saying. But as we get into the next game, we see still one Hudson. I assume that's still that brick.
Yeah, it's gonna. Oh no, Shichi in this instance for Bao.
Oh.
You're looking at Final Destination on Molten Fortress, and of course without the perks, the hazard suit perks, no one's ever going to be able to mitigate that damage, at least unless they get it from a vault. So if they get the high roll, they're going to have a much easier time in that final zone. Both souls are spawning on the left-hand side, along with Imhotep with the armors, so I expect to see a huge, heavy concentration of teams on this kind of left-hand side of the map. And probably some potential early fights here, because I think the teams are now probably a bit more adjusted to, like with these new comps and how they want to play them, especially. So, it felt like the game before was a little bit more slower in the early game, but now I expect things to be cranked to 11, as they typically are in EU. Maybe not for the objectives, as you've mentioned before in the past. Teams to contest armors, for example, or other objectives. But towards the mid game, I feel like they slowly reacquaint with themselves.
That's my beef with EU, bro. Like, why do these guys never hot drop gold? Like, I even asked a few players about it. They're like, oh, but gold isn't even that good compared to having farm. It's like, are we for real? Did we just say that gold armor is not as good as having one biome? Like, are we for real? If you have a gold, you could just run at anyone. It doesn't matter. Oh, and maybe Meki Mech got a little too aggressive as the Smoke will pick up the kill.
Can he get out?
Oh wait, Blink is last.
Whoa, no way, no!
Oh,
dude,
when he gets spiked too. Wow.
Last. Wow, dude, I was not expecting that one at all to start things off, man. Smold with the instant catch. That was such a nice little bait there. Meki Mech definitely bit off more than he can chew. I feel like they were just so not coordinated at all. Gorshchek with a nice little double slam, but getting rooted at the end. Not sure if they can get the res or do anything in this situation. Fluffy now on the Luna of all things as well. Sebi tries to get the kill potentially onto Euphoria. I'm not sure if he can do it because there's 3 people pummeling him with so much damage in every direction. Lamama with the dash up to the north side. A little bit preemptive, but they still get away with it. And we are seeing SB picking up the armors again for free. As you mentioned, the 0 contest happened. Every game I feel like we see more like 4 or 5 games, and there's not been any contest. It feels like any time. Roof still on his last legs. It feels like they're trying to get the kill through. People they get one spike. Never mind. Tries to go for the dunk afterwards just at the last second, but Shroom does manage to get the kill. So 3OP are not going to be dead just yet, but they are looking a little bit thin there in terms of lives.
Shroom is a guy. Actually, if Shroom didn't long gust, that would have been a dunk.
Yeah.
So, play the Shroom.
Play the 50-50 pretty perfectly there. Fluffy Fish going down to the south side. It looks
Checkmate.
like Euphoria just get the spike or they gets the kill onto Fluffy. So, but they do get the insta res back up on the north side. That's actually a pretty decent rotate, but just behind them we do see SB. We've seen them relic up in a relatively decent manner as well. Stasis is obviously not the most perfect relic, but can be useful in certain situations. We're seeing the 2 ex-teammates of Shy now having their little mini face off here, but they are getting hit instantly, actually already getting caught out. It's like the kryptonite for Jules to get hit by the barbed wires, getting absolutely caught out. Shin is looking for the second kill potentially onto Greninja, finds it successfully, and it looks like AUR are now in dire straits, have to go down all the way down to the south side. A little bit underleveled, Econ not looking too healthy as well from these kind of early engagements, but hopefully they can stabilize. We're seeing a potential fight on Wellspring as well, and some potential fight in Heart as well. I'm seeing a lot of teams posturing up towards the Vault. So I'm not sure if something's going to happen there. We do see a little bit of LMBs being exchanged between EV. Lots of fighting in the high ground. Finally, one person gets spiked at the last second. It looks like Rex is hopefully trying to get the crouch. Sorry, he's trying to get the dunk at the last second. Never mind. Calcio kind of scuffed things there for his teammate. They actually lost one amidst the exchange because of that. And now EV can maybe capitalize on this. Calcio tries to dash down onto the south side. Level 6 is versus level 7. He dashes up to the north side at the last second to kind of bait them. He's going up and down permanently, but I think he's got nothing left in the chamber now, to be honest. He's getting absolutely pummeled. There's one last little dash, a last second resort, unless he's got enough mana for a dunk to get the last second. It's not enough. And EV pick up another kill.
Oh, and a res immediately there for FSC. Will immediately have to run away as well. So you got chased hot on their heels, literally by the beacon. I mean, SB just spotted with gold armors or what? Every time we pen these guys, they have golds day one.
It's just how it is. I feel like, as you mentioned, it's just something about the E meta. There's just a lack of contest. Even I feel like they do contest over bosses, but for some reason over armors, it's like, we'll just give them it. Even though armors seem to be like the biggest kind of like as soon as you see armors, you're kind of running in the early game because you just don't want to face against that kind of extended extra HP. But MST, they're trying to have a little bit of a mini dance against their depth break at the very least. Small taking a major amount of damage at the last second, manages to dash down to the south side. He's got the mountain for a bit of cover, so depth break can't get the kill, but Meep actually finds the counter spray gain to start things off. There's a nice little roots there at the last second. SB trying to pick up the kill if possible, but Cooper's there for the reinforcements, trying to get some extra damage onto either Shin or Hudis. Does it onto Shin at the last second. Shin has to pop the fuse slot to jump up to the north side. Cobra, of course, is not too far away. Hudis slashes to the left hand side. The face still chain connects. I wonder if Kaz can go for the super Tarzan swing, but unsuccessful there. The day 2 mobs are available, so hopefully they can get a bit of extra XP. Battlecom unfortunately doesn't find the connection, but there is a nice little sky shot pick up at the last second. A nice little knock off, but Hudis manages to dash down to the south side. Is probably going to get out of town scot-free. We're looking at 2 solves as well, one on the machine and a nuke box just to the bottom left of that. And it looks like LPN potentially have first dibs on it.
It's actually really interesting now that in like retrospect, I feel like teams just barely play for souls nowadays. Like it's just really...
Yeah,
like,
it used to be so heavily contested. I feel like it's like 2 or 3 teams, or it's just one team grabbing everything for free, like over and over again. Like for the longest time in EU in scrims, it used to be Bao, and it's just changed hands a little bit with squads recently. So I can't really give like a clear picture, but yeah, it's definitely pretty weird.
I mean, even as a caster, I'm not even paying attention to the souls much anymore. Like when you pointed out, I was like, wow, I would not have looked at it like whatsoever.
Yeah.
If I was just the sole person watching.
Oh, nice little hook back at the last second. They're trying to get the kill. Can they get it at the last hit successfully? I'm not actually sure who took that. You might have to give me some clarification on that one. There's a bit scuffed there on my feed, but either way, we are seeing a nice little ulti being popped at the last second. Lamamo to dash to the left hand side. That might have bought his team a bit of time here to probably jump ship unless they get a crazy spike at the last second. It's definitely going to be a definitive 3v4. You're seeing like 3 or 4 teams holding up near the train tracks. Crouch already finding 1 kill onto Gorshachek to start things off. SBA, as you mentioned before, have managed to maintain armors. Chilling on the right side, just going to have to feather over to the Abyss, but if they do feather over, they're going to be met by MST. Smold not getting hit by the dunk at the last second, getting major damage onto Shin. Can they get the kill? Can they paint the stacks? It looks like Shin is already found dead there by Meep, in fact, with a nice little raw pop onto Deadbreak just afterwards. And now SB are in dire straits. They've lost a couple of armors straight off the bat. They've managed to maintain, 3 of them, should I say. They only picked the 1. We are seeing a potential bit of a scuffle kind of in the center of the new circle. We're seeing, in this instance, Bao and LPN, I believe, having a bit of a mini dance here. Oh, they get a nice little catch at the last second, finding JRAF. And now it looks like to be a 3v4, unless they can get the dunk onto this. Oh, man. Oh, it looked like it was going to be an escape there, but it is a 3v3 now. Oof.
I'm surprised that counted as a dunk. Is Shichi go for the checkmate over the Abyss. Will get the ulti. Pull him all the way away. 4-style points. And, oh, wait, Levi, does he know to execute? Yes, he will get the slap right on the Charlie. And playing inside the Huddy wire, not quite taking off, cutting back into the Abyss. Can he get a new cheeky little spike? Mr. IC dashing forward. Shishi didn't hold down the LMB, though. Has Grabby far, far away as the Void ulti finds one there by Levithy. Won't be able to get any more damage. He brings one person with him on top of the wall. Is able to slide back to his team. In the bottom left should be fine. As Shichi, 1 HP, has been cut out by 3 LP.
It feels like Bao, of not having the best of games, it feels like they're not been able to like solidify, since the break we've had. Every time I've seen them with just like 1 or 2 members, but they have picked up kills amongst this. They're not doing like super duper bad, but it's just the placement points, of course, that are going to be harmed potentially if they get that early out. LPN are running out of space rapidly. EV have managed to maintain armors and then some. They're going for the aggressive chase onto LPN, trying to capitalize on at least 1 kill. Lamamo is trying to hold space as long as possible. Already found dead there. The second wind is narrowly missed. Nice little dash by Jareth down to the south side. Larson to escape potentially there. We're seeing Odd at Songbird as well, up for grabs in around 30 seconds. And another goodie as well, kind of just to the right of that. Kazara found dead instantly afterwards. The cocktail's been popped, but I don't think it's going to be able to be res. Lingo has to jump ship completely down to the south side through OP, picking up so many kills in quick succession. As we flick up onto the north side, FSC, we're seeing Bibliobics kind of flanking from the left-hand side on that Jin, trying to get a bit of poke against Sebi, which is successful at doing, but Fluffy's obviously going to negate that with a nice little quick heal. It is going to be resonating idle in the center of the map in around less than 5 seconds. On the right-hand side, we're seeing some potential gatekeeping here by Bao, or sorry, by SB onto Bao.
I feel like every time I've seen a KP hook an objective, they haven't actually got it, although that
Yeah.
one was close.
Nearly. Oh, the chase there between the green teams. It looks like LPN might be on their last legs. One member, I think, is probably chilling in a bush. Maybe didn't anywhere but here or back at the last second for a nice little clean escape. Small just trying to get some potential free pickings onto Breeze. They go for the aggressive sending. Kaus goes in with the dunk to start things off. And then Small is there to get the finish onto Breeze just afterwards. The Roar's already been popped. A nice little clean execution there. No armor left now. Just a Krista trying to dash down to the south side. Rebel, but it's now easily found by a SB picking up even another kill. Oof.
Alright, MST facing off here. Wow, we have a Chaos endgame, so we'll see if the lava or the thermal suit perk not being as accessible is going to make a large difference for the teams here.
Yeah.
Much more of a glider check, really, or a mobility check. If you're playing something like Hudson, it's going to be a lot more uncomfortable.
Yeah, we are seeing a lot of teams having their own little respective mini juggles here. Aiden already finds Levi to start things off. There goes a nice little root chain CC combo, finding at least one member instantly to start things off. There goes Shin with the Fusillade, not really extracting much value. Rebel manages to dash down to the south side. They're probably going to look for a little skirt down all the way. The hook doesn't find the connection this time. And from Sproking, they're trying to get a bit more value in this case. Sorry, it was Baruf in this instance. Dashes down to the left-hand side. There goes Ice finding Aiden at the last second. Rebel finding Charlie Lee. Bao again are in dire straits for the second or third time, it feels like, this game. Orlando's likely to be dead shortly afterwards. Trying to dash away if possible. Gets dunked down into the lava, taking that bit of extra damage. And Orlando's is found dead. It looks like only Shichi and Baruf made it out.
Oh, wait, I forgot his Final Destination. It's actually pretty similar to... What game was it? Was it game 2? We had endgame.
Yeah, there's one that was very similar endgame to this for sure, yeah. Oh, is he going to get found out? Shichi?
That was where Kazara was that one time.
Oh, he knew it.
Oh, and he noticed.
Guilty. LMBs did so much damage. He's going to have it. Oh, what a nice way to pick up a kill there. Oof.
The half second of... Oh, wait. the ghost, like, why did he stop moving?
I saw someone there. We are looking at Red G in around 45 seconds. A lot of teams have quite a lot of space to dance around with, though, but maybe it looks like there is actual space, but because of the surface area being quite predominantly lava and abyss, it's actually less than it actually looks like, of course, unless you've got the perk as you mentioned before to make things a little bit easier. There's a bit of gatekeeping here on the south side as well. CGU have to try and fight their way potentially here against EB. They've already potentially blown up Godefroy here at the last second. He manages to get the dagger down to the south side for a bit of a potential escape. Kazara also had to jump ship with the tail between his legs, and there's a nice little singularity getting the catch at least on one, but they can't really capitalize on the value. And it looks like Bao, they've also got the res off back as a full four-man, extracting kills in every which way direction. Rex is trying to get the heals up onto Crouch, and the EV themselves have to be a bit careful now. If they last a bit too long in this fight, they're going to be out of position because Bao are looking for the hunt, trying to get the kills with any ultis, any LMBs. Lingo is at least going to be caught out, and that is CGU outed just quickly afterwards. EV did manage to make it out, but Shichi's still there with the continued chase. Gets the ulti pop. He's getting the finally getting the kill onto a Crouch in this situation, continuing the chase endlessly. And there goes a nice little slug wave onto Ice, found dead shortly afterwards. There's going to be an ardent songbird pick up. Nice little dash back and forth. The clean execution there. And wow, this is just a never-ending fight. It looks like FSC have just coming out of nowhere. Calcio takes down Baruf just afterwards. Another ultimate pop. The Rebel just managed to escape from the claws of that chain at the last second. It looks like a crown has been picked up by Shichi, and hopefully Bao can get back again as a full four-man.
Shichi did get the ulti onto Revol after getting the first kill, but couldn't finish Revol off, just barely 1 HP. So now Hudson has no ulti for like another 20-something. Orlando's trying to step this, won't be able to get the res off. Just so close, just barely. Isn't able to connect the ulti onto Revol. Who's going to trade back. Oh, gets the spike. Oh, and that's embarrassing.
And just after that, LPN just outed. Shichi is just chilling there to kind of reinforce his teammate. He's just picked up the crown. We're seeing a lot of teams also fighting. In this instance, MST and SB respectively. Ulti's been popped by Small, dashes up to the north side. Sprokane has reunited with Deptbreak as well through up here, looking to try and find a potential free pick in there. Aiden is hunting for the hook. Nuke has already been dropped. They unsuccessfully don't find anyone. They don't have a bonfire anymore, of course, in this situation. They rotate down to the south side, maybe looking to gatekeep another team. You see some armor repairs coming from EV, and a potential chase here from 3OP, looking to get the hunt in on MST in this situation. MST are trying to give up their position. They get the nice little squid dunk to start things off. Kaus has already lost half HP. Napalm's already been dropped. And it looks like MST now have to jump ship. A little bit homeless here. They're going to, hopefully just play a bit slow after this because, of course, the concentration of teams in this enclosing circle is going to be ever increased until, one team finally dies.
Oh, big chase here onto the left of Molten as Bao will get their res in the middle of the map here. Surprisingly, absolutely everybody has congregated away from the final destination. I assume that's just chasing each other. Little shenanigans going on. So far, nobody too greatly punished. There's also these trades, mostly just
skirmishing a wee bit, throwing out some abilities, just making sure that, you know, you could try to fish for a pick, but you're not going to commit too hard as a B-Roof would fall there to crash as another follow. And Calcio will get a hook on Nishichi.
Yep. Oh, there's MST with this super duper aggressive sending, but Breeves is trying to hold his ground for as long as possible. Now he's finally getting pelted. Finally found dead very, very shortly afterwards. Ice also gets spiked just afterwards, and there might be a route which might lead to another kill, but he does land onto solid ground. Crouch is still like to be dead shortly afterwards. So MST just pick up on an absolute plethora of kills, and they might be able to find Calcio just afterwards from FSC as they jumped onto solid ground again, and is likely to be found dead. So they just picked up like 3 or 4 kills so quickly there. Sprokin tries to get the dunk in, but actually finds it onto Kuba, but it just land onto the thingy at the last second to get some more extended air time. Sprokin has to jump ship. The pullback doesn't get the connection, unfortunately. And Morris is still up for grabs if SB did want to grab it, but it would be a bit of a risky proposition with the team close to them. They do jump up to the north side. They do pick up a crown as well amidst that chaos. We are seeing a bit of a split here from Bao. They finally just reunited with each other, in fact, to actually stick another res. I feel like this is like the 5th time that they've done something along these lines, and EV are outed as well amidst the chaos. So now we're just left with, what, like 6 teams? Crazy work.
Well, Bao are not willing to go out as quickly as they did before. The hook not quite connecting onto Death Brick.
Oh, they get the hook. Mantle, can they get the dunk? Oh, they get the Victor stop things off, and it's actually Deprek who gets the credit for it, so they do get back as a full 4-man again. They do pop the ulti, but don't get a full connection. Chichi manages to reunite with his team. Definitely a Hudson v Hudson face-off, but 3LP kind of noticed the noise, maybe a touch late, or maybe even at the most appropriate time. Brief has to, or tries to jump up to the north side, gets absolutely exploded here. The hook, dunk, everything misses from Brief, so there's no crown potential anymore. Bao, again for the 5th or 6th time now in Dire Straits. Shin may also be getting caught out here by Rebel, tries to continuously send the LMBs down. Kudis is trying to pick up the Wisp, successfully does it at the last second, goes for the rotation down, tries to catch Rebel out if possible, because obviously now it's going to be a potential 2v1 unless Rebel gets another reset, potentially onto Shin with some crazy curvature on the skills there. We are seeing a nice little root again, this time by onto Kaus, getting rooted at the last second, taking major damage, getting absolutely exploded. Greninja actually, sorry, Kaus finally kills it onto Greninja, finding a second kill onto Hachi in this instance, winning in a major way. And now AUR looking in a bit of a sticky situation themselves. They've got a res that they've just dropped on the mini island on top left, looking to stick that one for free. Hopefully they can get back, but they are being surrounded in a couple of different directions now. It's looking a bit washy for them. Ooh, they dropped the E-Plat just to guarantee themselves just enough space. We are seeing who is it in this instance? There's one last member. The second win does get the connection. It's Shroom getting the kill onto Calcio. So FSC are outed, and now we are just left with 5 teams.
Did they change the price of beacons or something in this patch that they didn't document? Because why is this so cheap?
I don't know, dude. Crazy.
Oh, it's Procane sniped there by Shroom. Just almost was saved, but not quite by the air blast from Hudis. As AWI trying to regroup. Hot on his heels is Hachi, who could not find a surge with that crash down very, very low. Trying to juke out Shin. Dies before the surge will get popped. And now AUR almost now have to run away to the bottom side. As MST will face off against SB here. Big damage here onto Lismold, who was not able to get a reset. Unfortunately, can't dash out. Shin dashing towards the jump pad, trying to shift his way over the heads of Bao as B-Roof will miss the slam. Does get the spike with the LMB. And it looks like Shichi is able to group up. Or no, that's not his team. That's a different color.
Oh, I'm not sure if that Shin can get out. He actually tries to pop the Fuselaw daggers back. Can he get out?
Oh, double spike with the laser!
That was crazy onto Val at the last second. They finally outed an SB and now still in Dire Straits. Sprokin trying to circle around the res beacon, trying to last as long as possible. Can't get the stick, unfortunately. Ewar pick up 2 kills again in that situation. Orchid Rogan was super duper crazy there for that last little sequence we saw, man. You got a reaction out of both of us there for that one. That was crazy. Right? The first team chain connects from Cast, trying to get some potential leverage onto 3LP. They themselves are running out of space. And SB are outed just afterwards. 3 teams left in rapid succession. Fluffy has just picked up 2 kills again. AUR just absolutely farming now in the end game. It feels like MST hopefully can win this one, turn things around, because they can't have a repeat of last game. That can't happen.
All right, 3LP able to get the beacon here for their KP. Why does Aiden spawn with armored? Oh, do they have the soul? Oh. Wait, no, he spawned in with a songbow too. Wait, what?
Was it Whispers or was I don't know. That's weird.
No, that was a beacon res. I don't. Am I stupid? I don't.
Oh, he got glitched. Oh, that's so unfortunate.
Oh, that's awkward.
Super lame, but unfortunate. But nothing you can do in this situation. We are seeing a nice little hook, but Air Blast does save Fluffy Fish. And in this instance, it looks like there might be a catch out to start things off. Cooper found dead instantly. MST now a 3-man. We've seen this situation happening before. Meep trying to last as long as possible. Dashes to the right to reunite with Kausk. And it looks like Hachi and probably Fluffy are going to be looking for some pressure to be applied on the right-hand side. An aggressive send in to start things off. And now, hopefully, MST can buy a crown or do something. There is a res on the south side, but it is being gatekeeped by Hachi. I think Fluffy's there just waiting, trying to position in the perfect way so that he can kind of help any teammate in need, which is why he's trying to stay between Hachi and Greninja and Sebi kind of equidistant. It feels like Europe can just play the ultra slow game, it feels like, as well. E-Plat's also been dropped by Kausk to buy him a bit more space, but I'm not sure they could do too much more in this situation. They're just going to play that game, hope for that crown that spawns. Don't see any on the map. Let's have a quick look around. Doesn't look like
3LP should be pushing now to give MST some more space. Good pull there by
Double
Jewel.
nuke drop, triple nuke drop. Oh,
Meep sends it.
Yeah, this is the aggressive send in. They're looking to feast. They finally take him out, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think anyone has escaped. It's now just a 2v2. There goes the hook plus the don't connect. There's no air blast that's going to save Hachi in this instance, and the Greninja's there, taking a bit of damage at the zone from the last second. Maybe they get the Wisp Res onto Hachi at the last second. If they get the connection for long enough, they do. They're back as a full 4-man. 3LP did get a bit weathered in that situation. Aiden now super low HP, gets last little dunk at the last second. And the ulti's been popped, dashed down to the south side. Hachi still alive with 1 HP, no armor. They do get at least 1 kill, 2 kills, 3 kills potentially. And now it's just Shroom last alive. He's already used the second win, I think, in this instance. He's got nothing left in the chamber unless he can get the resets. He gets at least 1, 2 resets. Can he get more in this instance? We do see Greninja with 1 HP. Can he get the kill? I don't think there's going to be anything left to do here. And it is going to be AUR taking game number 5, man. Wow.
Wow, that looked so good after MST sent it, but it looks like 3LP just weren't able to reset quite as fast as AUR were, and AUR pick up the win. I think that cements a nice and solid lead for them, but that's not something we'll know for a minute at the very least. Regardless, we'll play GG to our top 3 teams. I'm thinking about it, I am surprised. I guess the problem with 3LP is they have a Krista, so if you don't get a kill in the first salvo, your damage does kind of fall off. Obviously with Diadem, obviously, you know, with your abilities, you're still a character, but a lot of her power is kind of loaded into the ultimate. Whereas playing against that Jewel, she doesn't care too much about having the ulti. Fluffy Fish was able to extend the fight with the Aluna res. I think he was able to get 2 reses. One GA pickup, so maybe showcasing the power of Aluna just a little bit, or maybe what ended up happening was Lava screwed over some of the value from Shroom. It's hard to say without looking back a little more.
Yeah, closely.
I can't think of a better word.
Nah, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, it was a very, very hard game, I think, for Bao, and I think in this instance, FSC, I think who had Levithy, I didn't really see that many singularity, catching at least like 1 or 2 members, getting the kills. It was like a very unfortunate. I feel like typically we'd see that from like Levithy or like Fate Strikes, for example. Anyone who's typically playing Void normally gets at least like a good crazy catch, but wasn't successful, for the moment. We did see so much fighting, happening in the mid game as well. Like a lot of Hudson pulls with the ultis, but surprisingly, like Resonating was left on the map for ages. It felt like, and we saw so many crown pops as well from like nearly every team. It felt like Bao, of course, being one of the significant ones. SB having their own respective like rough late game right at the last second, but. Yeah, it was such a crazy end game, and of course that crazy Archeon Rogan play. I hope we get to see that one again. Maybe we even get to see that Res play again, to try and get a bit of a clarification on how 3LP came back with all those goodies at the end. But and this was such a crazy game. MST though, they just need to find that last finishing blow to actually win the games. I think that's the thing that they have a bit of a problem with. It's some sort of like macro execution. They're just miscomming the call a little bit, and things just go sour so fast just afterwards. I think if they can just finish that off and correct that mistake, whatever they're making amongst themselves, that we'd see them winning like at least a couple of games. But only time will tell. Like if they can actually correct it mid series, who knows?
Yeah. I just ran the scores, so let's just say.
Wow, okay.
Let's just say placements have not shifted too dramatically.
Yeah.
I'm actually surprised that. I mean, to be fair, it does really just come down to placement. There aren't that many kills.
Yeah, the kills are not different, but if they're available, feel free to show them. I'd love to show them to everybody, like so they can see what we're seeing. I don't want to spoil anything yet until you guys can see the leaderboard, though.
Yeah, that'll be. We'll get the update in a second. Okay, so I looked at this fight. So what happened was, the Krista got pushed into Storm,
Yeah.
had to commit a dash to come back, had no cooldowns when they came back. And then they got chunked by a Ghost Laser immediately as they dashed in, so they couldn't heal. Anyways, our leaderboard has popped up. So
There
I
we
think
go.
our bottom 5 spots are pretty much the same. We have Bao, EV, FSC,
Wow.
CGU, and LPN. And right at the top of the leaderboard, AUR, 155 points. A nice 40-point lead over SB, who is 6 points ahead of Rat, 2 points ahead of 3LP, and another 2 points right behind them is MST. So really, second place is anyone's game still. It's still fairly close. Between second and fifth is only a 10-point differential. Technically, it's still winnable for any of these teams if and only if AUR get wiped out early. If they go...
Yep, and yeah, now we've looked at these scores. Like as you mentioned, this 40 kill difference, the second to fifth, like having like kind of heavy contention. We can now go over to spin the wheel and find out what the storm shift is going to be for the last game. So let's have a quick look and see what we end up with. We know that I'm sure that we need to make another kind of a wheel with the 100% roll on bullet trains just for magical. But it looks like maybe he even gets his wish. There we go. It's going to be bullet
somewhere
trains.
out there, Magical is cheering, even though it probably coughing while he's cheering. But somewhere out there, Magical. Well, actually, I guess Magical is not cheering because he wishes he was here. He wishes he could view this game. He loves that man loves bullet trains.
He loves it, man. We need to have something official in the game. Like we need to have his face as the bullet train. It needs to be like the train's face is his face, like something like that. We need to have
just make it so that whenever a bullet train is like near you, it just plays the whistle. The Magical does.
Yeah, for sure. You just get him to sound record it, and that's a done deal. But oh man, that was it's looking like a crazy series. But AUR just have a monumental lead. As you mentioned, it's just that second and third that probably have the biggest contention. Bao seem to be finally knocked out of their place, unfortunately, since squads, at least for the first iteration of squads that we're seeing. People can still improve and refine their kind of squads play, but AUR especially have a lot of like long-standing veterans who really understand like the ins and outs of both the micro and the macro, especially the macro when it comes to these end games. So they're able to kind of really navigate that towards their benefit, and I feel like that's the defining factor that's making the biggest change. For these kind of wins, even in situations where things are looking a bit sticky, they managed to turn it around each and every time, which has allowed them to get 3 victories so far. So last game is going to be bullet trains, and we are just getting the lobby ready real quick. We should be ready in not too long. And what's your predictions then for second place?
I mean, okay, it's close. So I think between SB, Rat, and 3LP, it could be anyone. I think SB have just been looking a little bit better, and this is reflected in the points, but I don't think it's like a significant lead. Like we've seen all these teams go out early, basically. So it is just kind of, does anyone commit a little hard onto fighting AUR if they find them early? Is true. SB going to continue getting their golds early game? Is SB going to continue playing a Hudson on their team? Things like that, all under consideration for how their placements are going to be. I was actually looking at the group stage points just out of curiosity, and AUR were the first place team coming out of groups. So really just looking like this is not a fluke, really. This is they deserve to be first place right now. They've just been dominant this weekend. They will continue to probably look good in this game unless things go wrong, but that is for us to find out. That is for us to see when we are able to get in the lobby.
Yeah, and the other thing to mention as well is, like with the patch changes that we've had, like a lot of heroes have had that kind of big boon, big loss in some instances. The Nyx change, of course, being the biggest one. Do you think like the time to kill has become a lot healthier, for instance, or is it still quite chaotic and quite fast? Do you think there's still more adjustments that can be made to, put the game in like a healthy place? Because obviously with squads having that extra player as well, TTK is higher. TTK is potentially longer, I guess, especially if they have healers.
I think TTK is in a decent spot. I think TTK and Vibe is like kind of a controversial, or it's not like controversial, sorry, like polarizing. Some people really like low TTK, and that's basically the melee players. Some people like longer TTK. That's for basically anyone that plays a tank, a bruiser, ranged. Lower TTK means you're less likely to get blown up, so you get to shoot people. You get a little dopamine from pelting people from off their screen. I personally, because I like playing mid-range characters, I think TTK is fine. Or I have always leaned more towards longer TTK.
Yeah.
I don't like it to be too long though. Like you know, if you mess up and I hit you with an ability, you should lose most of your health for it. But I also don't think one shots are healthy for the game. So with most of the one shots getting nerfed, I think we're pretty good spot. I don't think there's anything like a one shot, you know, especially because Thunderbolt and Suns got nerfed, and you know, to be fair, is removing items from the game the best approach to balance? Maybe not. I'd like to see some more relics, but at the very least, I think it's fine. I don't think there's any character that's like too egregious. Like I hated Jin when he was strong. I hated Wukong chunking people too much when it didn't feel like he deserved to almost one shot you because he hits R&B, but like the R&B into Q from Wukong when you could build full damage was so gross.
Oh my god, yeah, it was like everything about him was ludicrous on release. But I think he's obviously now in a much healthier place. Along with the overall game state, feels like you know, hopefully more continued iterations can happen in the coming weeks to get the game balance a bit even healthier. And you know, we're just getting a couple more things sorted with the lobby. We're nearly there. I just want to mention as well, like you know, with the crazy thing we saw in Game 5 was Rats being outed 10th place, right? Like that's the crazy one. Like they were, you know, not too far away in points. They could have maybe had like a 20-30 point kill game and had like a very clear, solid lead in second. But being outed so early is so like unfortunate for the scores. So I'm hoping that, well, that like it's going to be something that they're going to kick themselves. You know, they're just about to go to sleep and like, oh, if we didn't throw Game 5, guys, we would have had a chance. But man, it's so unfortunate. Oh, yeah, it's going to be interesting this last game for sure. I'm wondering if like Depbrek is just going to always consistently pick Hudson in this instance. That's going to be the interesting potential modulation, or if anyone else from any other team wants to pick something else. For example, Fluffy, I think he trialed a bit of Illuna at some point, at least in scrims. Maybe that is his consistent like after bans pickup. And Hachi in this instance probably taking the duel. So I guess he's just going to continue to get more adept at duel and get all the refinement up to date, because he did played it a long time ago. But had to stop there for a while, go back onto his main, onto Bishop. So it's nice to see a return to form for some old picks that did used to happen in the past. SB have had to, temporarily have Hudis as well, so they got the Illuna as well already on board. They got SB especially. Well, they're rotating around or expanding their diversity. It feels like slowly. It's taken them a long time, but they've finally done it.
Yeah, sorry. I'm apparently we have some conflicts in the scores, so I'm trying to resolve that right now. I'm not sure what caused it.
No worries.
I think we were trying to switch observers, so I assume that's the. Okay, so it's Game 5 we restarted. Apparently, I mean, I think the standings are pretty much the same, so there being some confusion with the stats isn't too big of a deal. It's basically like a 2-point swing for most teams. Well, it affects the top 4, so that's kind of important. But
yeah, that's why we just want to try and give you the most accurate representation. But we are going to quickly flick over to the clips again, guys. Please, if you've got a bit of downtime right now, make sure you just make your clip right now and do the submission now. It's the perfect time. But let's roll the clips again.
Here are the top 3 plays from the previous weekend of Saturday Night SUPERVIVE. Every weekend, players can submit their best plays for a chance to win cash prizes. And our 3rd place goes to
From the inevitable
Izzy.
demise. Another E-plat down over here for Izzy. Izzy may be getting isolated, but the finale, who is
Oh
isolating
my god.
who? Gonna
Oh
catch
my
all 3
god.
members, gonna get 1, get 2,
Oh
get 3, Izzy!
my god,
Popping off
Izzy.
on the Celeste, let's go!
2nd place goes to
After
Squaye.
sequence of violence. ASS wants to continue it. Squaye aggressively shifts in. Huge double surge with that Moss immunity. Gonna take out the enemy Nyx very quickly. Looking to continue the violence. Lightning Strike is going to be able to connect. Greed goes down, so the huge damage. Saros no longer his place. Squaye is going off here, bro. 1, 2. Can he find 3 on Lazaro? Holy.
And our 1st place goes to
Yeah, I need to
Oko.
heal. Okay. I killed 2. Okay. Oh, let's go!
Thanks so much for joining us for this weekend of SNS, and we hope to see you next Saturday night for more SUPERVIVE.
Alrighty, welcome back everyone. We're hopefully approaching the end of our little miscalcs here to get everything up to date. I think we're nearly there. I think we'll just send to a quick little break, guys, to just make sure this is completely resolved, because we don't want to, hold you guys up with too many intermissions. So we'll be back in like a couple minutes here, guys. Welcome back, everyone.
Alright.
Sorry for those minor technical difficulties. I think everything has been resolved. So hopefully we can get the scores to you guys now, and let's see what's going on.
Sorry about that.
everything's
So
correct.
I'm the stores guy, so the delay is my fault. We had a restart, so there are two people doing scores. Just for context for you guys, just because we have someone from EU running scores, we have me running scores. We'll use a bot to do it, and then I think they do it manually, or they have a different bot. And our scores don't quite match up, and we think it's because of the restart. So we were just verifying the data that came from OPGG to make sure I line up, because there's like a, specifically from the placement points, there was like a 1 to 2 point differential, which is believed to be a result of the restart, which puts everyone 8 or 9. Look through the data, should be fine. So the scores that we post right now should be accurate. But to be fair, we'll validate after game 6 just to make sure everything. I'll go through everything manually to make sure it's all right, because placements between 2nd through 5th are so close. 1 to 2 points actually matters. So yeah, but we'll just show will go on.
Yep.
We'll try to save your time.
Perfect stuff. All right, then let's get into game 6. And as you mentioned, we'll get the scores, or triple check there and make sure everything's all good before we finally show you to them, and find out who's going to be the winner. But hopefully, game 6 is going to be underway very shortly. We're just probably getting the lobby sorted, which was probably happening as we speak. So yeah, bullet trains for game 6, $500 on the line. You are in the lead, or we believe to be in the lead by a pretty significant margin. 40-point lead. They've maintained it through like the whole series. It felt like, even since the first couple of games, picked up a couple of wins here and there, kept doing it. Coming back from like really bad situations. Even then, yeah, it's shaping up to be a good one.
I'm looking through the sheet again. I mean, what I can do is I could just want to rerun it while we're like, okay, you know what? I'll keep that off broadcast. We'll just. What do you think about the game so far? Do you think R are just very dominant looking into this? What do you think is like the reason behind why they're like so far ahead of 2nd place?
I just think it's the macro choices. They've already got the mechanical execution down from just playing the game for many years. A lot of them have played since the closed beta, so they already have that down pat, and they have the macro down. Even if the game changes in any different sort of way, obviously it's modulated across the span of however long it's been around. It's just because they have that macro, and it helps them so much to make like those clean and easy decisions. And even through the difficult ones where they have to make like a choice call, they still manage to make the right one every single time. Or I don't know who they're like. Potentially they have like an IGL, or maybe like Kachi's just giving like secondary calls on top of it. But whatever they're doing is working. And that's like the main thing I think is giving them that massive lead.
I think part of it too is like these team fights just kind of like have worked out in their favor when the other team is making like a weird call. Like I feel like, giving credit where it's due, they've played well, but it feels almost opportunistic. Like it's just some fights just happen to swing that way, and they just benefit from how it swung. Maybe not the most like precise analysis I've ever given, but that's just like the feel I've gotten from some of these games.
Yeah. It can just be the look of the draw, right? Like we only have like a sample size of 6 games, let's say. But as they do more SNSs together as a squad, you'll probably see like a much more concrete kind of pattern of their kind of score, or like internal MMR, whatever you want to call it, for SNSs, which would be cool to see eventually. But we are into game 6 though. And we are seeing a lot of teams dropping over to try and pick up a variety of different goodies, XP, etc., trying to get the game online as quick as possible. MST just going for the kind of safe start. I don't think anyone has dropped around them, so it's going to be relatively free entry. Just to the left of them, in fact, it is SB. I don't know if they're going to go to the left though instead of south side. So no, they're going to the left, so it should be completely free. They're going to be completely isolated. The armor is dropping in around like 15 seconds or something along this line. So I expect potentially MST and SB to potentially fight over this. They've got the key for the nice little armor upgrade as well, and a couple of perks and other goodies. SB are just chilling in the bush, getting maybe a couple of minor buys in, who just finding at least 1 grip. And you're seeing a nice little mob steal at the last second. The Reap doesn't find the connection, unfortunately. SB are trying to get the picks up. We're seeing potential fighting here over the, I think it's the Soul maybe on the left side. The Abyssal Hatchling is up for grabs between FSC, or it's just a Guardian for now. Akalinks is trying to get some minor poke in. He's actually lost half HP. Sword of Affluence is up for grabs, and Acklinks has already been hook whisked back, so maybe they can get the pickings on it, but Rebel was already forced away 3LP from the wisp. So it's going to be very, very easy for them to do that one. Breathe is trying to get some damage in. Nice little R&B from Trenty, extends his survivability a little bit longer, but the nice little dash from Calcio does seal the deal. And Bao, Charlie Lee picking up a kill. Baruf also picking up a kill to SB. SB already lost 2 members now. This is not looking too good for SB. MST, oh, they lose another member from a spike. And it's Step Break also down. So SB just have 1 member left unless they got a Wisp res. Cooper also taking down Orlando's. Extremely fight heavy for Game 6 to start things off. Hopefully they can get out of this one. 2 crazy good teams having like extremely hard engagements, making it out with just 1 member. Shroom is being aggressively chased by FSC, but we've known Shroom to be extremely slippery, basically consistently since he's ever approached the pro scene. I think he's going to be able to make it out in this instance. He's got a nice little heal off at the last second. We're seeing a potential continued engagement. SB did get the res off, so back as a 4-man, but they have a major level disadvantage in this instance. Shin has the dagger back at the last second. It's got nothing left in the chamber. It's probably going to be 3 pickings for MST. They do get the hook themselves, though. If Sproke and Mantle, this might be a potential spike here. They do level the playing field. It is now a definitive 3v3. That Breck is being absolutely pummeled here, left, right, and center. 1 more LMB does seal the deal. It's Kuba getting the kill. SB now just 2 members again. And now the Reap comes in. They're trying to get extra damage if possible onto Hude. Slashes down to the bottom right hand side. But I think he's got nothing left in the chamber himself. And again, it's just Sprokane alive. Hopefully he can get a res. I don't know where he's going towards. It looks like he's going towards the heart for a res, which is probably going to be free. And I think that's probably it in terms of the early game, at least from what I can see. Affluence didn't even get picked up after those heavy engagements and chases. Surprisingly, there was not a lot, not much capitalization. Rebel tried to get the SB early out there with the hook onto Sprokane, and is probably going to pay for it with his life in this instance. Crazy work. He's going to try, unless he gets a dunk. Oh, that was close. No, we managed to get Shin. And hopefully Rebel can escape in this situation, but now he's been rooted, and he's probably going to die to the abyss. Very unfortunate stuff there. And I think that's probably going to be the end of this early game, as we are about to reach night 1. We do see LPN on the top side, completely isolated. They've got nothing, no one around them. They're taking a vault for free. We've seen Kausk as well. Finds Cookies. Dash down to the bottom right hand side. They're trying to get the kill onto Cookies if possible, but he's completely away. Level 6 and level 7 for Cookies and Blink, respectively. We do see AOR actually encroaching upon LPN's territory, so I expect to see a potential fight there on the north side quite soon. We're seeing CG as well, picked up the armors. Not picked up any kills though, they've got a couple of relics as well amidst that. They've got Vein Growth for free, it feels, so they're picking up all the ghosts and extra mobs, probably able to get that level 7 for free, completely uncontested, which is really, really nice in this situation. And aside from that, it's looking like again we've got like a little small slow period again, but expecting us to just amp up again as soon as the next big objective is up for grabs. It looks like a Guardian is already nearby for that team in that instance. MST looking for the 4-star on SB. There goes the potential backup by Shin. Hopefully they can get out in this instance. It looks like a nice little dash away to the mini island. Train rotate by Bao. Hopefully they can get out. Shin potentially caught out here with that bush camp. Prolonged. Stayed there in the bush, finally found out. Half HP, getting spiked again! Oh no, SB! This is looking bad, but hopefully they can do something about this in this instance. It looks like Shichi is trying to get the damage in onto Hudis if possible, but can't do too much in this instance. It looks, aside from that, like Bao are just trying to get the day 2 mob resets. Hopefully he can get level 7 very soon. Depbreck already has it. Picked up the Festering as well on top. We're just trying to get the root unsuccessful. Shichi trying to get the spike grenade, also not getting anything to connect. Sprokane does hit his hook though, and gets the dunk successfully onto Baruf. So Bao are 3 members. Charlie Lee's there a little bit late, trying to get the damage onto Shin if possible. They get the dash down. Looks like Shin obviously has been revived though in that instance. Bao look to completely jump ship now as SB tried to apply the pressure. They've done it successfully. Allow them to take the Guardian for free. It's such a weird shift to see like Bao not being like so crazy high in the leaderboard as they typically were in scrims for such a long period of time. As we said before, with the squads change. Oh, 1 spike to start things off, it looks like, again, with this kind of a triple interaction here between these 3 teams. Nekimek dashing down to the bottom left-hand side. Charlie Lee there as well. It looks like that Guardian is going to be given to Rats for free. Blink has managed to 80 strafe Bibibluks. On the Shrike, the Squid doesn't get the connection from Rebel, and he's likely to be dead shortly afterwards. Bibibluks trying to do a little bit of damage for extra, if possible, but Cookies is there, trying to get the damage onto Bibibluks to try and get the spike. It looks like Bibibluks is unfortunately cooked here. And Bao are just 2 members. Rats obviously got picked up a couple of kills, but SP are looking to hunt them down now. They're a little bit, they're caught with their pants down just a touch. I'm not sure if they can do too much else here. In fact, they actually jump ship themselves. It is approaching night very soon. So I expect them to maybe reposition to something, for some sort of a grander objective. Ewart also coming out of Cobras as well. It's nighttime. Levi has got the raw combo, absolutely giving Sebi to start things off, but they themselves do some crazy damage. Hachi with at least an initial reset. Crouch trying to pop the ulti with the slug wave, do some decent damage to Hachi. He pops the dash down onto Crouch's face directly. Levi is about to get rezzed. I'm not sure if Hachi can extract much more value here. And now Eevee might be able to win this dance potentially. They might be able to catch out another member. Greninja has to double dash to the left hand side. And Levi's trying to do some potential damage. Oh, gets a nice little reap onto Hachi. Dashes up to the north side. It is going to be day in around 20 seconds. The train. Okay, they don't even go for the train. They go for the anomaly all the way up to the north side. Fluffy and AUR respectively looking pretty wounded here. On the left-hand side, we see some crazy fighting. I'm assuming Bao got a res in zone. They also got a kill as well amidst the chaos. And 3OP are just waiting there with open arms, trying to get the kill on Trenzy if possible. It looks like Fluffy has died to the Abyss, and fortunately, maybe they did that just for the quick reset. And Aiden's also got a nice little kill. And I believe Tsunami
knocked out of the car. Oh, and spiked.
Nice. Welcome back, dude.
Yeah, all right. Figured out the placement issue. Let's talk about that game. I'll explain afterwards.
Wicked, no worries. All right, so let's look at the map and have a quick overview and see what's going on. Looks like a FSC. It looks like Shichi has potentially... there's no way he's going to make it out of this one. 1 HP, finally found dead by 3OP, picking up 2 kills in this instance, potentially 3 or 4 if Rebel does die shortly afterwards. Unless they get the crazy surprise spike onto Aiden or Shroom respectively, if Rebel tries to go 100 miles an hour to try and get the kill if possible with the Squid Dunk. It's unsuccessful. Aclix and Trenzy and Aiden respectively find 3 more kills. FSC are out in last place. I think they just went for a nice little full send, picking up the Shrike and other kind of obscure characters. It didn't work in their favor, but they potentially had fun. Looking at Resonating Idol in around 25 seconds on the south side on Manacles, which could be a potential pickings for any team that wants to go for it. It looks like, in this instance, Rats are quite close to it, so they could get that one for free. SB are just picking up mobs whenever possible. As we approach the end of day 3, we're seeing potentially 2 or 3 teams converging on the top right-hand side as well. CGU have managed to maintain armors amidst the chaos, but still not picked up any kills, unfortunately. AWAR and EV potentially having their own little mini fights as well. Ice just chilling on the right-hand side, sorry. Sebi potentially getting caught up. The Hook just get the major connection, but Fluffy pops the perfectly timed air blast, allowing him to get out of town scot-free. The spike grenade is narrowly missed because Levi dashes through the wall, and they're actually able to extract crazy value onto Hachi, trying to pull the wisp away from Fluffy Fish. They've done it successfully. Fluffy just trying to get the route to at least stop one member. Ice is trying to get the chase onto Sebi if possible. Can they capitalize on it is the question. Sebi does make his way over to the left-hand side and could probably make his way out of town. In the picture-in-picture, we do see a potential other fight brewing over the Resonating Idol. We do see some green-on-green balance here, but in the main picture, we do see CGU trying to apply pressure onto AUR. Hachi is managing to jump ship along with the rest of members of AUR. Almost not looking too healthy. JRF has died to the world as well amidst this exchange. On the bottom left-hand side, we do see Soul up for grabs, but no one's even gone for it yet, it seems. The fighting still seems to be continuing onto Manacles. On the top side, we do see the res being attempted, but being cancelled at the last second. Meki getting that crazy clean hook with the battle connection for an extra mini stun, but Meep is able to dash out at the last second. The Marmo versus Kuba. Who's going to get the spike? It looks like the Marmo finally finishes off Lukuba, and they're able to get out of town.
I just realized I have to... Turning from last week might be cooked too. Holy crap. Okay, so many things to deal with.
Not an issue, man. We'll resolve that after this game's finished. Oh, a spike. Really, really clean play there. And they pick up a crown instantly afterwards. I'm not sure if CG can get away with this one, as Bao looked to, continue to chase very, very aggressively. Charlie Lee going for the aggressive sending on to Godefroy. Actually, no man dashed down to the south side trying to get the free pickings. It looks like there might be a sacrificial lamb situation here, unless the anomaly provides a little sneaky escape. I don't think it's still going to be enough. So Levithy is found dead, but just above them now, EV are coming in for potential free pickings. Crouch gets a nice little dunk to start things off. Has to dash away from the napalm at the last second that Shichi dropped down, but it looks like Orlando's might be dead amidst the chaos. One more LMB does seal the deal, and Bao again are 3 members.
Enemies have captured a meteor soul.
Well, Bao have come back from being down plenty. Last game was a great example, I think, that we saw of that. It's a competition here between 3LP and MST. Big salva here by Akalings. Has now chunked Kalskinator, who's forced to back up. Aiden BY trying to push forward. Oh, on the train swinging by, we have Bao, who got their res off. Smold taken down by Shroom. This will follow as well, Hachi. Kalskinator dead. MST on the back ropes. As now Bao want to come in for the third party. They're down to fight after they res, but EV have come in as they hear the noises too for the fourth party.
Oh, they get the dunk. Really nice way to start things off here. EV picking up so many kills, it feels like. I feel like their third-party timing has become immaculate, man. I don't know what it is. It's like the VOD reviews or something else along those lines. Maybe some more clearer shot calling. It's just allowed them to really concretely pick up more kills, identify this kind of their weaknesses, and really capitalize on it. We are seeing the results of that, of course, with just in these games. We are seeing Meep being found by Akalinks. They're having their little meetup. They're a little tea party, but Akalinks is forced away Meep at the last second. Mekimek also finds Deathbreak as well at the last second, so SB are potentially now 3 members. CGU have now, still not picked up any kills, unfortunately, and now maybe looking into some potential free pickings. Maybe Shroom is the first kill they pick up. Nicely done by CGU. Maybe they can continue to capitalize on 3LP, but we know that the heart is not too far away. It looks like Shin is already going for the stick there to try and bring back Deathbreak. Immorus is dropping on Inakis in around 55 seconds. It looks like EV have free pickings over that one in that instance. On the bottom left-hand side, we do see Rat going for the nice little free res back as a 4-man. And Bao are just chilling on the top side, farming up any last-minute mobs. Of course, with it being bullet trains, I expect to see some train kills happening very, very soon. And potential fight over Immorus, if I were to guess. There's around 3 teams that are circling around it. Meep last alive as well for MST. Oof.
Looking at where the storm pull, I mean, we know it's going to go left because it's bullet trains, so will be a little weird for Meep to try to navigate back inside of the zone into a spot where he won't just get immediately jumped on by 4 people. As Rat now walking to CGU. Also notice CGU change up their team comm because they're on the Shrike, huh?
Yeah. Definitely a big change up there. But Kazara is obviously pretty experienced on Shrike from previous tournaments and things of that nature. It looks like EV have managed to go down to the south side. Bao just there above them. Bruce trying to get major damage if possible, but can't really extract too much value. It looks like Levi's actually been the successor in this situation, doing quite a lot of damage. There goes Crouch getting a nice little dunk plus slug wave, doing a decent amount of damage in this instance. But there goes the ulti pop, dashes up to the north side, takes the anomaly. It looks like Charlie is going to be able to get out of here, but he's lost a lot of armor. Spear there now, though. There goes Bruce with the classic pad avalanche, not really getting any connections, though. And Bao now have to, go up to the north side. They were about to go in for a full engage, it felt like, onto EV, trying to apply a bit more pressure. But once SB were there, they instantly decided against it. Morris is around 80% HP now. EV now looks slowly to walk up to the north side. I'm surprised they didn't use a scan on their bonfire or something along those lines, or maybe they just already used it, and it's really inappropriate timing because SB are there just beneath them. Ice might be getting caught out here potentially. 3LP are out in this little 9th place. It's a nice big hook connection. Fuselord is not extracting that much value. The Vortex Charm doing a decent amount here. Looks like a nice little spin. It's probably going to catch out at least Charlie Lee. EV wrapping up even more kills, but Ice has to pop a little bit of a safety there at the last second, but still it's not going to be enough. LPN out in 8th place just shortly afterwards. Levi has to probably dash through the walls here at the last second to get out. Does that one. And Kauska's there, MST, the rest of the members are all there, trying to get some free pickings. There goes the dashes with the resets, trying to get another pick if possible. Nice little dash down the south side from Levi, looking for the escape, but he while they're waiting with open arms, picking up potentially at least 1 to 2 kills. Second kill picked up. Raxa found dead. It is Ice last alive, and it looks like EV now fall short after all of that. Oh, they played so nicely, but so many teams they got suffocated. It felt like. Just caught unaware, and Hatch is there with 1 HP. AWR themselves are now getting caught up by CG, potentially. Levithy doing a monumental amount of damage to Sebi, already catching him dead. But then it gets a nice little wisp pick up by Fluffy Fish, but they drop the wisp, and they actually kill Fluffy just afterwards. AWR potentially maybe getting outed here. Don't know if they've got a second. No, they don't have any second members. It is just Greninja last alive, getting out of its place. I mean, even with the big lead they have, it's still you still want to have a nice placement to end off the last game. We're seeing a res being dropped and a crown as well being picked up. Theo trying to do some potential damage onto Greninja if possible. Does manage to escape though. There goes the hook connection. Are they able to get the dunk if possible and the damage necessary? They do kill Levithy, and there we go. That's a nice another extra kill picked up.
Oh, and that means that Theo was ignored on his way out.
Yeah.
So MST will have another angle. Speaking of this beacon getting pushed now. Wow, just everyone has a beacon, huh? That squad's meta.
Oh, Hachi, can he escape?
Oh, sniped by the RMB. Immediately picked up in res, though.
Roy, dancing against Sebi.
Wait, so Ark did get res. There's just another beacon here. Huh? There are 3 beacons here, bro. What is this? Alright, big hook here, wind it up.
Oh, Fusillade pop. They're getting extra monumental value. Oh my god, they absolutely demolished 2 members of Rat in an instant, or CT and Rat respectively, should I say. But obviously with the res being there, Theo can instantly stick that one, getting back to 4 members without issue. SB are just holding ground for the moment. The Viridas Fury has also been popped but not extracted any value. Mekimek goes fishing but doesn't find the fish. SB go to the top right hand side. The nuke's been dropped as well to kind of negate the bond. Greninja's there, and a couple of other members of AUR, but they get themselves to go up to the north side. Lingo pops the Kame Hallway, trying to get some extra damage. Potentially gets 1 kill onto Sebi at the very least. Greninja now in a very, very sticky situation. He's trying to get as much damage potentially onto Rat or anything along those lines if possible. There's a nice little defensive hook by Mekimek onto Cookie's Smile. We don't see anything else happening though. CG try and apply a bit of pressure onto Rat if possible. They have got the red key, but they have just dropped off it at the last second. Theo's also been painted with the mark by Shrike as well, so they can't really do too much in this situation. MST are just chilling on the mini islands respectively, just around the train, trying to extract an extra bit of value if possible. The train is coming again, though, quite rapidly. Who's going to be the victim is the question. We're seeing a couple of teams dancing around it. Here's the awareness check. Who's going to fail it is the question. It looks like everyone's going to be okay in this situation. And we do see SB above, Deprek trying to pepper in some LMBs when possible. Not really doing anything except zoning MST, forcing them to go down to the south side. They're trying to now extract value from this potential third party that they're going to do onto CGU in this instance. There goes the aggressive send-in by Chaos, trying to get the pick if possible. They do kill Grodefro to start things off. Levithi might be the last member now, if I'm not mistaken, for CGU. He is 1 HP, found dead. And what is it now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams left in quick succession.
Rat now fighting hard as Lasmold couldn't get the spread. Theo stacked up, but was already dashed out as... Oh! And the AUR just spiked one of their teammates with an E-plat.
Very unfortunate things to way to start things off there, MST. They're trying to hold ground as long as possible, but they're being absolutely zoned out here. It's really, really difficult because Baruf is just there with so much HP, they can't really do too much for him, and then Rat are there just beneath them. They get the hook, stun, slug wave, and it looks like there's no way that Meat can make it out of that one. Cal's going to dying shortly afterwards, but Smold has made it out, maybe just chilling in a bush on the north side somewhere. We are seeing Charlie Lee with the aggressive, dash through, going in every which way direction at lightning speed. Orlando's found dead amidst the exchange, though. Theo finding one kill. Smold.
Oh, Smold gets a kill, dashed out.
Roof gets the reset. Sebi has picked up a crown as well. So AWAR likely to be back as 4 members. Sebi is trying to get the confirm. AWAR are back again as 4 members, and MST are outed. We're just left with 4 teams, potentially 3. As I say that, it is Charlie Lee dead.
Oh, that's so tragic. Or get the crown because Smold's R&B fell in the abyss. If he got the double dash.
Yeah,
I don't know if he gets out, but he might donate the kill to somebody else. Or at the very least, they're back in the game because they have all 4. They're able to loot the death boxes. They're in a pretty good spot. SB on the right side, they need to play into the storm. If they have an E-plat, they can hold the top right, but this is kind of an awkward spot. If they stay too close to the train, could get a little sketchy.
Who's got the air blast? I don't think anyone has air blast in this instance. No, Hachi does.
Fluffy.
So he could,
Fluffy and Hachi.
Yeah, if SB, for example, do stay on that kind of mini island after this nuke and the rain of arrows, and then Hachi can maybe do some magic, there could be some potential train kills, but I think all the teams are, way too experienced to die to that. Well, we say that, but of course, people can still die at the last second, but it would definitely be an unexpected thing. But I think most people are weighing up, how can we get inadvertently moved by another person's skill or ability to die to the train, and how can we avoid it? Nukes continuously be dropped against SB. 3, in fact, in quick succession. They're trying to get the spikes if possible, with the E-plat has been perfectly dropped. They even dropped the rest beacon as well. I don't know why, but the 4th nuke's been dropped. SB have to go for the full send-in now. There's a nice little crazy air blast at the last second, and they're able to capitalize on this one so crazily, killing 2 members, 3 members in the blink of an eye. Rat and AWAR capitalizing with 2 kills each, taking down SB. We're just left with 2 teams now. There goes the hook to start things off, though. They pull him back really, really far away. Sebi getting blown up into smithereens, and there's a nice little route at the last second into the napalm. Mekimek on 1 HP. It looks like there's another aggressive sending, but with a wisp pickup as well at the last second, and a reap to follow things up that has to force Hachi to pop the ulti to try and paint the lightning stacks as fast as possible, dashing up and down in every which way. 1 HP. Can he get the reset? Does it at the last second, killing Cookies, and just after they get back as a full 4-man, they get the crown pop, and there goes Hachi now 1 HP. He got a little bit of healing off at the last second, but it's still not enough. And now we're looking at just Blink, Mekimek. They're going with the aggressive stand on to get Ninja. They're on the south side. They're trying to finish them off, and it is Wrapped taking game number 6.
We'll play the Rat. That was a very, very clutch crown. If they didn't get the crown, they lose. We'll play it
for sure. Wow.
It is kind of on SB for not having a jump pad, if I'm gonna be honest. I think this is a recurring theme. I feel like I've barely seen any jump pads in these games. I like a few, but I don't think I've seen a full team rotate, and I think that is what ended up punishing SB when they made the full send onto AUR. Immediately got pushed away by the double air blast, so what played for the awareness by AUR. Regardless, I think that game has cemented our standings to a certain degree. I mean, SB and Rat were close. And I have hinted at the scores being a little wonky. And speaking of, I have to run those right now. But mostly that is literally a 1 or 2 point differential. In the grand scheme of things, the fact that Rat were able to place higher, I think puts it pretty close. And I noticed that SB didn't have too many kills. But that is just speculating.
Yeah, it's crazy work, and we're just looking through a couple of these replays now to just see how we got to this stage for the last game, how the teams got eliminated early, how people began their snowball and just made their ascent, their climb to that first place in this situation. Rat They had a bit of a rough early game, mid game, but they managed to pick up a couple of kills here and there. They weren't looking too strong armors wise or econ wise, to be honest, in comparison to some of the other teams. But they still managed to come out on top at the end with that crazy crown play. We did see Eevee as well having a really nice early mid game as well, but still unfortunately caught out at the last second. And there we go, actually get to see that the scan was not being popped by Eevee in that situation. So they probably could have prevented this, now you can call it kind of a Captain Hindsight kind of mispositioning. If they popped the scan, they maybe could have seen that in advance and capitalized on that new information they would have had. And, we're about to see their demise very shortly again in this replay. Oh, it was so unfortunate, man. I was kind of rooting for them. I don't know why. I just felt like, man, they've been like the underdogs forever, and they finally feel like they got their stuff together. They really found out some of their key mistakes and really fixed them, it felt like. But obviously there's still some things to learn, of course, it feels like. But they're not too far off, of course. And with it being bullet trains, of course, the predominant amount of fights in this late game are going to be near these train tracks. MST as well having that crazy crazy sequence here as well, potentially getting caught out a little bit by Bao just afterwards. Even when they themselves try to apply pressure to CGU, they get the kill, and then Bao come in for that third party just afterwards, apply so much pressure to them. Man, it was so unfortunate. And then we're about to see again in this end game, dude. There were so many nukes being dropped, man. It was insane. It always seems to happen so often as well in squads. I don't feel like in trios it happened a little bit. If people manage to get the proto factory or things of that nature, manage to get the nukes for free sort of thing. But for some reason, we're seeing a crazy uptick in this SNS for sure.
I wonder if it's because of the creep camp change. You're guaranteed to not get screamers anymore. So then you have, but that's not even that much gold, right? One cap is 500 split though on your team, or is it more than that? 700? I don't know.
It's around that number.
I should know the
You're
number.
not too far off. Yeah.
But I mean, that doesn't translate to that many nukes, or is it because everyone in the game has more gold, and then the teams near the end? I wonder how drastic the total gold inflation is with that change, or if that even is a thing.
Yeah, that's a really good. It's a really good call to mention that. With the screamers, is it reduced to 0 now, or is it just less screamers? I don't know what the.
I think you just don't find screamers in place of camps now.
Okay, yeah. So because of that, that was used to be one mob that didn't really give that much money, and of course having a full mob camp does allow you to capitalize on it so quickly. What a nice little sequence there from Fluffyfish as well, with that kind of dash and perfectly timed air blast just afterwards to pick up the wisp and safely get out of town as well. And then obviously we're going to see this kind of a crown pop as well. Really clean work. But they get it in this instance. Bang, back as a full, or back as a 3-man in this instance. Well, back as a 4-man. Mechimit was down the south side, I guess. And then Rat to take the last game, and hopefully we do have the scores available now. So let's see who came first place and second and third. Let's see what the scores are. Let's see how people's scores turned out. If there's any big crazy surprises, what is it going to be? Wow,
Rat in second.
Yeah, you are taking it. They do get first place, 181 points. Rat just behind them. As I mentioned before, that game 5, if they didn't get screwed over in that game 5 with that last place, the scores could have potentially been a bit different. Obviously, in that game 5, they would have had to have scored probably 20 points at the very least, which is doable. We've seen it many times before, because obviously you have to imagine that it's an inverse shift for AWAR and a positive shift for Rat potentially, because they wouldn't have had first, sort of thing. But crazy good stuff. SB behind them as well with 13 points, third place. And then there's only not too many points difference between that and then fourth, 8 points difference afterwards for fifth. Oh man, it was still pretty close in that kind of 2nd to 6th bracket. It remained that way, to be honest. We are seeing a bit of a clearer distinction actually between Bao and Rat, for example. But either way, what a crazy series, man. Really nice set for SNS today.
Yeah, I think what is the fun thing about seeing EU is that most of these games are pretty close. We usually see a fairly different top 3 every game. Obviously, AUR have been pretty present in all of them, but we have a top 6 that are capable of winning every game. I think that puts them slightly apart from NA, and that's what makes it very interesting to watch these games. Obviously, also the meta is very different, which is really cool. So as a little bit of an ambassador, I like watching it. Obviously, I didn't get to catch too much of game 6 because I was trying to rectify the issue with scores. And just to give the viewers for some context, the way that placement is determined, it's weighted around how well you do, right? And then when you do pretty bad, when you go 10th, you don't get rewarded as much. But the difference between trios and squads is that
the difference between 10th is before you would get rewarded 0 points for going 10th. The squad's point placement was updated so that you would get 1 point if you went 10th. So from 7th to 10th, it goes 4, 3, 2, 1. Originally, from trios, when we adopted it, it was 4, 2, 1, 0. So when we ported over the scoring system from trios to squads, that didn't make the transition. So we'll have to check that if that affected scores from last week, because I did see there was I think it was 3rd and 4th were 1 point off of each other. So, hopefully that didn't affect anything, because that would be kind of bad. So that's my job after this wraps up. I'm hoping that wasn't, because it's no one's fault in particular. That was just kind of an oopsie. So
yeah, it happens. But
no,
now we at least find this kind of
regardless.
minor technical fault, so we can get it worked out and smooth out those kind of kinks.
Yeah.
So future SNSs will hopefully be, as we always try, of course, to be as accurate as possible. But there are going to be hiccups here and there. It's just the nature of things, of course. But all good nonetheless. That is going to be it, at least for today's SNS for EU. But there will be NA SNS. And I believe it's going to be a Mad Magical, and I believe Zikrik, I'm not too sure. So make sure you tune in for that. That's only going to be in not too long, like a couple of hours, and then we'll have NASNS. So make sure you guys, if you don't have any entertainment, now is the perfect time to you've got a little bit of a break to buy some popcorn or other snacks, and then you can tune in, enjoy yourself. But again, congrats to AUR, and that is going to be me, Sameri, and Tsunani signing out. Peace.
So.
Sandwich here as Rat come down from the north side. Chilling Bananas already been popped. The Vegas a crazy clean abyss break, followed by a punch just afterwards. Blink finding 2 kills, Theo finding 1. LPN are now in dire straits. Euphoric can hopefully escape in this situation.
Back with Fusillade, trying to get the hook return, but he's been collapsed on it too quickly. Jones comes out.
Managed to capture a bit of a safe round. Raxley goes in with the ulti. 2 ultis have been popped. Another Ching Fly has been popped. Cassius gets a nice little dunk onto Crouch. Forces ED away at the last second. And we do see SB surprisingly getting out of Raptor. Just chilling there, actually having their own massive fight potentially against Bao. Trying to capitalize on this kind of temporary split here. There goes the ulti by Cookies. Not going to be doing too much because the shield bash is really perfectly timed. But it doesn't matter because the damage keeps coming in. 1 member left.
Similar idea, trying to avoid those 2 teams there to their right side.
Oh no!
Not looking like Braves will be able to run anywhere. Ooh! On the left, action still breaking out. Holy crap, it is a dogfight.
You're so correct there. Hachi has already found her straight afterwards. Shichi's going, he's doing the Shichi classic. It feels like a ninja has to pop the EP at the last second, last alive. It looks like damage is being sent in here. It looks like EV versus Rat having their little mini isolated arena fight. It feels like Crowd already found dead to start things off. And there goes the Chilling Finale by Blink to follow things up. Cookies pops the ulti. Chilling Finale has been popped in return. It feels like by Ice, but unable to capitalize any value. It feels like at the last second. 1 member left, trying to dash through. It's still not enough. It looks like Roof takes the kill at the last second. And now Bao looking to capitalize on this in a major way. 50 seconds left. They've got the Wisp pick up for the stomp. And they're able to probably take out all members, or 2 actually managed to make it out. They're trying to get that mega damage while Bao just trying to get the recovery. They insta-give 2 members just afterwards. The bubbles already been popped by Charlie Lee, doing major damage, and 3LP just outlining Aiden just straight afterwards. And it looks like Rat are getting absolutely pummeled now. It's just basically Cookies who can maybe do something major here, doing the major punch and the displacement charge. Can he pull it off? He's got them to all 1 HP. He's punched 1, gets at least 1 kill. The bomb run's been dropped on him, gets the R&B stunning. He's taking so much damage, pops the rewind, and now he's got no armor left in this instance. Already dashes down to the south side. It looked like it could have been a miracle, but things just went so sour so fast. He pops the ulti down to the south side, but 1 more LMB or a couple more might seal the deal. He's got a bit of shield there at the last second. Maybe he can kite a little bit longer, but I don't think he can get the heal in. There goes the Chilling Finale. He needs to, pop off something monumental here. Actually, does a nice little dash away at the last second, and Cookies is probably taking a bit too much damage now. And it is. And Morris is up for grabs as well. There goes the Abyssal Breaker by Theo. He's forced away at least 2 members. It looks like the Ogre's getting completely caught out, exploded, it feels like. There goes the ulti by Hachi getting some major damage off to start things off, followed by a nice clean punch just afterwards. It looks like Rat getting completely caught out here in this instance, but maybe Cookies can return the favour somehow, but he gets shield bashed into a wall at the last second. That's a gun. Let's get a nice little bit of a Jukage connection on Chichi, getting the punch down, but not actually spiked at the last second. We are seeing FSC actually getting outed in this instance as well, as our fights happening all over the battlefield, as we do see Charlie already picking up shit to start things off. LPN, they get the hook. They can't get the dunk there, unfortunately, just afterwards. Oh, but they themselves get a dunk from Chaos, finding a nice little kill onto Gorshachak to start things off. And CGU going absolutely crazy, bro, just sending it onto MST in this instance. Charlie Lee goes into the aggressive dash, actually catching the connection.
Wait, can you get the jump pad?
Did he get the jump pad at the last second? He's got a little bit of air time, but finally found dead. Charlie picking up the kill against 3LP. 3LP are outed. There are just 3 teams left, if I'm not mistaken. There goes a nice aggressive sending by Bao. They're trying to get the kill if possible. The Napalm's already been dropped as well. The dagger's already been used as well. And this is by Shin. And it looks like about going to be able to hold their ground. They've got a massive armor advantage in this instance and level advantage too. There goes the battle gun connect by Orlando's trying to find a wall to get the stick. Shin just gets kidnapped at the last second. The portal player may have potentially saved him here on the second instance of it. Dashes up to the north side. The Orbiter Deathbreak finding one kill, peppering on in those LMBs, do mega damage, but they do get the Whispers at the last second. SB continue to try and get damage, but SB, Deathbreak has used everything in his chamber, it feels like now. Hopefully he can't last too much longer in this instance. Doesn't manage to dash away. He's left. The double Abyssal Break has been popped. Roof has to jump down to the left hand side, and there goes SB with some free pickings onto the roof. I believe Orlando's probably did make it out here. No, they did not, unless they do the repair. And of course, Shin is going for the aggressive sending. Hopefully he's got the dagger back. The Abyssal Break has already been used. CG are also outed in this instance. Now there are actually 3 teams. There goes the monumental ulti plus punch, getting so many people potentially dead here. SB got absolutely chunked like a bunch of
Finding some big damage here onto Sebi, who will get cancelled there. Oh, and the brawl will not connect that volcanic rebuke, but no opportunity for heal. Sebi will fall. The oath sustain not quite enough. No Zeph, no Eva, no Mercury, no Hope, no Dream, no bitches. And Hachi will fall down there to Kalskinator as well. Solid looking so good for A.
It looks like it's going to be a guaranteed cancel on that rare Smold. He gets killed just afterwards, and it is Kalsk last alive for MST, and it looks like it's going to be AUR taking game number 2.
AUR just had a little bit more coordination, a little bit more cooking.
It is kind of funny that they're like,
Back up to bow again. The tug of war. Get hooked there, never mind, and he's getting absolutely punished for it. Absolutely insta-game just afterwards. And maybe CG want to, continue applying pressure here. They've got another member here to 1 HP, but the war's been rat in this instance. Maybe trying to go for the aggressive in, trying to get the pick onto JRAF. Looks like it's going to be successful, and it is Lamama now and Euphoria last alive for LPN. The dash has already been used. MST trying to get the pick if possible. They do get the Reap plus Raw combo. There goes the first steel chain onto the tree. But Oath is there. Oath is a character. So why are you picking? Chunibano's already been popped as well. There goes another Battle Gun connection onto Lingo. And it looks like they might be able to capitalize on the kill, but Lingo dashes away at the last second. Orlando is now found dead as well. Gets outed. Wow, super crazy early. And the fight doesn't seem to be stopping there. It looks like AUR go for the full crazy send-in, but Hachi actually himself gets punched. He actually gets a nice little punch himself, but then gets punched as well. We'll now just 3 members. AUR looking to try and get a couple more kills. Levi starts things off with a nice little spin, trying to get a potential spike. Looks like everyone's already leveled. We've just got the level 10s. Cookie's still level 9 in this instance. Chunibano not getting the connection. It's been pulled back by potentially zone out this crown. MST in this instance. They have their own respective crown. Abyssal Break has already been popped by Smold. Same with Aiden in this instance. It looks like MST are getting pummeled in every which way direction. It looks like the crown bearer is now in major trouble. He has to pop the dash down. One catch out. Reeves trying to dash through along with Calcia. Can they make it through in this instance? Not too sure. Looks like Chunibano's been popped in every which way direction. Deathbreak is also getting major damage in as well. Cookies alongside that. Shin also getting absolutely demolished by AUR. They managed to keep this up, keep this persistent chase up. The LMBs keep being sent in by Hachi whenever possible. And finally, who this is first B is finally getting killed. MST are outed shortly afterwards. 7th place. There goes the bubble pop already as well, and already found dead straight after. The Chink has already been popped. There goes the Batagum. They've got everything on this kind of a mispositioning. It feels like trying to do as much damage as possible. It looks like the ulti's already been popped in this instance by Deathbreak, now being aggressively chased. We're seeing one spike there. They catch 2 members in quick succession, and SB are managing to survive with half HP, but AUR say no to that. Sebi is trying to get at least 1 spike. 2 spikes potentially onto Shin now just afterwards, and right now onto the E-Pack. They're finally getting potential kill onto Shin. He's 1 HP. Can they do it if possible? He's managing to heal.
Oh my god.
Feathering in the abyss like perfectly. SB have got it like a pinball. Can he get some crazy Abyssal Breaker spike? Gets it. Well, somehow he didn't get the crown pop. That was really weird. I'm sure that was a spike. That looked like a spike to me. I don't know what happened there.
It's because Shroom got the kill. Shroom got the kill.
Shroom got the kill. You're right. Okay, yeah.
And I guess the assist wasn't good enough, and
it wasn't enough.
R&B will get parried. Oh, Breaker. Oh, and got done immediately with a nade. Wow. I mean, this is just a disgusting cleanup by AUR here.
Crouch. Already finding one kill to make him to start things off. Finally found dead. He bit off more than he could chew. And just afterwards, we are seeing Charlie Lee go with the aggressive double dash in. Orlando sending in with the Lambo, but unfortunately not finding a connection. Ice trying to get the circle around. The dashes keep coming through. They get the double dash reset. Triple impact just afterwards. Charlie Lee going absolutely mental. Is he going to get the 3rd kill potentially? Pops the squid if he can get any more extra chase if possible onto Crash place. But the fight doesn't seem to be stopping there. He's trying to last as long as possible. He's getting it.
So they'll be fine. They'll get reset even a little already. SB, after getting rezzed, immediately getting jumped here by Rat. Looking so good with their odds to run away. It's Fluffy Fish doing their best to escape. Or that's
Lingo at the last time onto Shroom. Dashes to the left hand side at the last second. Has found a bit of a pocket of space to escape, but gets spiked at the last second, and 3 OP are out.
A little too predictive with the aim, and they get the hook. Can they get the slam? They can.
Because I was going to stop this one at the last second, manages to get it and gets a nice little free kill for that one. He tried it
for it, didn't get it.
The squid doesn't get the connection either. Dashes down to the right side, but more than he can chew as well in this instance. And he tries to get the dunk. Oh, nearly gets against Kubo. It's unsuccessful. And there's so many kills picked up, it feels like.
Oh my god, all the double beacon here is giving him so many reses.
Yeah,
Rat get the hook, get the bungee to try to finish it off, and wow. Crouch just got one shot.
Oh, really nice landing. So heavily on against the EB, especially with the zone doing that extra damage on top. It's absolutely killing them, it feels like. It looks like there might be a sneaky escape at the last second. We do see some major damage coming in here by this Nyx, I believe. Or maybe they even get a kill, in fact. Levi's actually turning the tide, potentially lasting so long. There goes the classic Nyx infinite sustain that we've typically seen, but that might have got the high ground. We're seeing an aggressive sending by Rat as well down onto the south side. E-Pot's already been dropped against MST, but they can't really do anything to capitalize on in this instance. It looks like Kausk now is in possession of the Songbo, trying to get mega damage. They can't get the kill, unfortunately, so they're going to lose the Dragon Breath rounds completely now. No one's even going to pick it up in this. CG going for the aggressive sending in this instance onto MST in this instance, trying to get the major damage off. They managed to survive it. All the chaos broken, actually finding a kill to Fluffy Fish. Missed the exchange, having their own little mini separate fighter dash down to the south side. A crown pickup by Greninja, trying to get the kill. They do get the reset back as a full 4-man. SB themselves are also back as a full 4-man from that Wisp res. Levethi's trying to get some potential pickings, easy pickings onto SB. Picks up one, maybe have to get Shin just afterwards. CG are going to capitalize on this majorly if SB can't make it out this one. They do get the Wisp res on at least one. On the Izuna, trying to get out if possible. On the Hoodis, sorry, I meant to say on the Luna. Never mind, we are looking at Rat as well. The hook unfortunately doesn't.
Anyways, the summon napalm landing right onto Lingo with the help of the Luna root.
Crazy damage. Gonna get the kill
Need
onto
6
it.
on a Godfrey. Can he kite? He gets a bola. He kites around. He gets one shot. Oh my god!
Oh, dude, that was nearly cinema there if he got the second kill afterwards, but it wasn't enough. And CG were outed just afterwards. 4th place, just left with 3 teams. Radiation damage at the end. Another nuke's been dropped. There gets the rest stick as well. And then finally get it back as a full 4-man without issue from
Wait,
the revival.
what?
No, I don't know what happened there. Some sort of... I need to rewatch that again, to be honest. But either way, they did get the res off. They lost 2 members instantly afterwards, though. We're seeing the fight continuing here. The spin's being used. Cookie's just trying to get in, do as much damage as he can as possible. He's already lost all of his armor, though. And you are trying to get the chase to get the kill if possible.
Oh!
Cookies can't even get the chance to heal. Greninja gets a nice little free kill. But the damage keeps continuously coming out from Blink. They're trying to get the... really looking healthy afterwards.
Big
there
hook.
goes the hook connection. Dunk afterwards. Slug wave. They'd probably like to get at least 1 kill here. There goes the spin just afterwards, knocking them off the res. They were back as a 4-man for a split second. They're beginning just dead shortly afterwards. Dash into a spike straight afterwards. Fluffy's dead as well, just again. So Sebi last alive for AUR. MST are going to capitalize on this one, and they've picked up so many kills in this exchange. The armors and everything are looking crazy. They're looking to stick the rest of them. They did lose 1 member in the exchange. They got the hook. Are they able to get the dunk? There's a dash down instantly down to the south side from Small. Can he do anything in this instance? They already lost another member here. Raps are looking to capitalize on this in a major way, and they take game number. Onto Breeze. They go for the aggressive sending. Taos goes in with the dunk to start things off. And then Small is there to get the finish onto Breeze just afterwards. The Roar's already been popped. A nice little clean execution there. No armor left now. Just a Krista trying to dash down to the south side. Rebel all the way. The hook doesn't find the connection this time. And from Sproking, they're trying to get a bit more value in this case. Sorry, it was Baruf in this instance. Dashes down to the left-hand side. There goes Ice finding Aiden at the last second. Rebel.
Oh,
he knew it.
Oh, and he noticed.
Guilty. LMBs did so much damage. He's going to have it. With the tail between his legs, and there's a nice little singularity getting the catch at least on 1, but they can't really capitalize on the value. And it looks like Bao, they've also got the res off back as a full 4-man, extracting kills in every which way direction. Rax is trying to get the heals up onto Crouch, and the EV themselves have to be a bit careful now. If this lasts a bit too long in this fight, they're going to be out of position because Bao are not trying to get the kills with any ultis, any LMBs. Lingo is at least going to be caught out, and that is CGU outed just as quickly, continuing the chase endlessly. And there goes a nice little slug wave onto Ice, found dead shortly afterwards. There's going to be an Ardent Songbird pick up, nice little dash back and forth. This is just a never-ending fight. It looks like FSC have just coming out of nowhere. Calcio takes down Broof just afterwards. Another Austin pop. The Rebel just managed to escape from appropriate time. Broof has to, or tries to jump up to the north side. Gets absolutely exploded here. The hook, dunk, everything misses from Broof, so there's no crown potential anymore. Bao, again for the 5th or 6th time now in Dire Street. Shin may also be getting caught out here by Rebel. Tries to continuously send the LMBs down. Kudis is trying to pick up the Wisp successfully. Nice little root again, this time by onto Kaus, getting rooted at the last second. Taking major damage, getting absolutely exploded. Kaus finally kills it, counter Greninja, finding a second kill onto Hachi in this instance, winning in a major way. And now AUR looking in a bit of a sticky situation. Who is it in this instance? There's one last member. The second win does get the connection.
He's able to group up, or no, that's not his team. That's a different color.
Oh, I'm not sure if that
Shin
Shin can get out. He
trying to
actually
come
tries to pop
around,
the
has the
Fuselaw daggers
Fuselaw,
back. Can he get out?
takes
This
the
is
Bolo. Oh, double spike with the laser!
Spike! They finally outed an SB and now still in Dire Straits for a game, trying to circle around the res beacon, trying to last as long as possible. Can't get the stick, unfortunately. AWOL pick up 2 kills for the 3LP. They themselves are running out of space. And SB are outed just afterwards. 3 teams left in rapid
Let's
succession.
see some more space. Good pull there by
Double
Jewel.
nuke drop, triple nuke drop. Oh,
Neep
no.
sends it.
Yeah, this is the aggressive sending. They're looking
understand.
to feast. They finally take him out, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think anyone has escaped. It is now just a 2v2. There goes the hook plus the don't connect. There's no air blast that's going to save Hachi in this instance, and the Greninja's there taking a bit of damage at the zone from the last second. Maybe they get the Wisp Rest onto Hachi at the last second. If they get the connection for long enough, they do. They're back as a full 4-man. 3LP did get a bit weathered in that situation. Aiden now super low HP, gets last little dunk at the last second. And the ulti's been popped, dashed down to the south side. Hachi is still alive with 1 HP, no armor. They do get at least 1 kill, 2 kills, 3 kills potentially. And now it's just Shroom last alive. He's already used the second win, I think, in this instance. He's got nothing left in the chamber. Listen, get the resets. He gets at least 1, 2 resets. Can he get more in this instance? We do see Greninja with 1 HP. Can he get the kill? I don't think there's going to be anything left to do here. And it is going to be AUR taking game number 5, man. Wow.
Wow, that looked so good after MST set.
Shichi has potentially... there's no way he's going to make it out of this one. 1 HP, finally found dead by 3LP, picking up 2 kills in this instance, potentially 3 or 4 if Rebel does die shortly afterwards. Unless they get the crazy surprise spike onto Aiden or Shroom respectively. If Rebel tries to go 100 miles an hour to try and get the kill if possible with the Squid Dunk, is unsuccessful. Aclix and Trenty and Aiden respectively find 3 more kills. FFC are manacles on the top side. We do see the res being attempted but being cancelled at the last second. Meki getting that crazy clean hook with the battle. Pick up a crown instantly afterwards. I'm not sure if CG can get away with this one, as Bao looks to, continue to chase very, very aggressively. Charlie Lee going for the aggressive sending on to Godefroy. Actually, no man dashed down to the south side trying to get the free pickings. It looks like there might be a sacrificial lamb situation here. Leslie Anomaly provides a little sneaky escape, even more kills, but Ice has to pop a little bit of a safety at the last second, but still it's not going to be enough. LPN outed 8th place just shortly afterwards. Levi has to probably dash through the walls here at the last second to get out. Does that one. And Kauska's there, MST, the rest of the members are all there, trying to get some free pickings. There goes the dashes with the resets, trying to get another pick if possible. Nice little dash down the south side from Levi, looking for the escape, but he while they're waiting with open arms, picking up potentially at least one. Is Ice last alive, and it looks like Fluffy Fish, but they drop the Wisp, and they actually kill Fluffy just afterwards. E1 potentially maybe getting outed here. Don't know if they've got a second. No, they don't have any second members. It is just Greninja last alive, getting out of its place. I mean, even with the big... They get the hook,
big
hook
here, wind it up.
Oh, Fusillade pop. They're getting extra monumental value. Oh my god, they absolutely demolished 2 members of Rat in an instant, or CT and Rat respectively, should I say. But obviously with the res being there, Theo can instantly stick that one, getting back to 4 members without issue. And to the south side, they're trying to now extract value from this potential third party that they're going to do onto CGU in this instance. There goes the aggressive sending by Chaos, trying to get the pick if possible. They do kill Godefroy to start things off. Leatherthy might be the last member now, if I'm not mistaken, for CGU. He is 1 HP, found dead.
As Lasmold couldn't get the spread, Theo stacked up, but was already dashed out as... Oh! And the AUR just spiked one of their teammates with an E5.
Very unfortunate things. The way to start things off there, MST. They're trying to hold ground as long as possible, but they're being absolutely zoned out here. It's really, really difficult because Baruf is just there with so much HP, they can't really do too much to him, and then Rat are there just beneath them. They get the hook, stun, slug wave, and it looks like there's no way that Meat can make it out of that one. Kalskanita dying shortly afterwards, but Smold has made it out, maybe just chilling in a bush on the north side somewhere. We are seeing Charlie exchange though, Theo finding 1 kill. Smold.
Oh, Smold gets a kill, dashed out.
Baruf gets the reset. Sebi has picked up a crown as well, so AWAR likely to be back as 4 members. Sebi is trying to get the confirm. AWAR are back again as 4 members, and MST are outed. We're just left with 4 teams, potentially 3. 4 nukes been dropped. SB have to go for the full sending now. There's a nice little crazy air blast at the last second, and they're able to capitalize on this one so crazily, killing 2 members, 3 members in the blink of an eye. Rat and AWAR capitalizing with 2 kills each, taking down SB. We're just left with 2 teams now. There goes the hook to start things off though. They're pulling them back really, really far away. Sebi getting blown up into smithereens, and there's a nice little route at the last second into the napalm. Mech on 1 HP. It looks like there's another aggressive sending, but with a Wisp pick up as well at the last second, and a Reap to follow things up that has to force Hachi to pop the ulti to try and paint the lightning stacks as fast as possible, dashing up and down in every which way. 1 HP. Can he get the reset? Does it at the last second, killing Cookies, and just after they get back as a full 4-man, they get the crown pop. And there goes Hachi now, 1 HP. He got a little bit of healing off it. They're going with the aggressive sending on to Greninja. They're there on the south side. They're trying to finish them off, and it is wrapped.
Hello. Sorry about the delay, everybody, but we are here for Saturday Night SUPERVIVE. I'm Mad Magical, joined in by Zikarek. And Zik, I hope you are excited. We have more squads action today. We had EU earlier today, and now we are here for North America.
Absolutely stoked, brother. And just some really banger squads showing up for our first set teams in North America. We had our draft tournament, our first squads tournament last weekend. However, players did not, they sort of got to select their teams, but it wasn't the normal teams we are used to seeing, Magical. And we saw banger set of games from EU this morning. Super excited to get to see what NA has in store for us.
Me too. Earlier today, we had Aurora coming out ahead of everybody, looking really hot now that we are in that squad format. But today, we got to see which teams are going to come out ahead for North America. As you talked about, we have some amazing teams. Last Chance still playing in this one. They actually are now playing with Laws on the team as well. Should be really exciting.
Might be Lemur sneaking in too, based on his stream.
Could be a possibility. That is a good shout out. We also have BAP playing, and just to kind of give a little bit of a spoiler, TLD will not be playing this weekend, unfortunately. Their players, for the most part, were busy, so that's why we will have maybe Lemur subbing on another team. But here we are going to get close to just getting right into the games. That way we can jump in, because we did have that delay at the very beginning. So here we are. It is going to be match 1 bombing runs for our squads matchup, Zik. And you got to watch the draft last week. So any kind of inkling of what we should expect now going into squads for North America?
I mean, this is like maybe a bit of a personal preference, but I just think squads team fights are exceptionally fun to watch. Like, don't get me wrong, trios is fun to watch, but trios is more about like this like solo skill expression. Squads is much more about this sort of strategic positioning. It's a much more conversational fight, it seems like, in the 4v4, and there are more angles to also play out for that anchor player, so there are more angles to stay in the game, find res opportunities if stuff does start to go sideways, instead of a lot of these kind of coin flip all-in fights we end up seeing in the 3v3s with trio. So I personally am a huge fan of squads, especially watching squads, and I think, you know, the draft tournament last weekend and the EU games this morning basically reaffirmed that in my brain, that just like, you know, especially someone who really likes the mechanics of SUPERVIVE, really likes the depth and the strategy, especially of kind of the micro level stuff. I think you get a bit of a clearer picture of that in squads, because remember, this is the format the game was designed around for 5 years.
Exactly. So it is a lot of fun to watch these late game team fights and how they kind of like evolve over the course of the games, and also seeing like the difference between trios and squads, being like a lot of these early game situations. Right here, BAP kind of staring down that of Gab. Dylan was the only one in Ion Acres, but BAP, they make a smart call because it was only 2 of them, and they don't know exactly where the rest of Gab were. So instead of going for a greedy play, they decide to relinquish some of that control, reset themselves, go back up the Vein Grove, where it looks like they are going to fully group up. And looking at the rest of the map right now, because we did drop kind of up in the north, and the circle is going to pull us a little bit more towards Wraith's Row. It is going to be quite a lot of spread out farming so far for a lot of our teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw just a second ago there, BAP off to their normal gold armor start, 3 out of 4, actually 4 out of 4 here, as they roll up onto Dumbkiss. TDO under a bit of pressure. Dumbkiss up on the staff, hits the barrel, probably going to get cooked here with the full surge stacks. Bungie back in to guarantee it. The monkey does go down.
Monkey down, but it don't matter. Got 3 nearby BAP, realizing it's a bad spot to be in, especially against that golden team of BAP. Mike talked about their typical strategy of grabbing all those golds early on. They went to Imotech, they got themselves through Vein Grove. We've seen them kind of migrating down towards the circle, and now they're in a really good position. But looking at some of our other teams that are in a fairly decent position, like that of LC right here, they are playing with Lemur, in fact. So Lemur on 2-0, playing with LC, and saw that Afro having already grabbed the gold armor for herself, so going to be something very scary in a lot of these late game fights.
Absolutely. And just real quick, for those that have maybe been out of the scene for a couple weeks, BAP is essentially playing mostly with RTK now, who's chicken microwaved in here, instead of Spadestorm. Spadestorm's not active at the moment. And then also, as their 4th, they have brought on on-cord, well, now off-cord officially for squad. So BAP, you know, basically 2 out of the 3 players we remember when they were absolutely dominating trios in SUPERVIVE.
Yeah, and seeing how they're kind of moving around the map and getting at this early control is going to be good for BAP, especially because this is a team that tends to play. They'll look for some of those early fights. They'll have some of those skirmishes, but they are more playing for the late game. But looking right now on the tracks, or to TFO and then LZR squaring off while QA take on LC in the picture-in-picture, but it's going to be Lampa trying to get something back, but it's going to be Jin Power with a nice slam, but unfortunately for them, they're the ones getting slammed. TFO, they need to grab onto the Sky Shark, but Snarky Lemur could not do so, almost crashed into, as it is going to be the Rampage here, making sure they look for that last straggler here. Snarky Lemur trying to get away, but LZR have already recalled on the position. TFO down to the wire, doing their best to survive, but are eventually finished off.
So the free ones do get taken out here at 10th. Guys, TFO needs to be a fan favorite here. This is our free agent squad. These are players that just love SUPERVIVE. All they want to do is play the game. Don't have a team signed up with our free agent form. Our awesome TO group was able to put them together in a squad of 4. So these players are not only newer players compared to some of the other ones out here, they're also playing together for the very first time. So despite going out first here, eyes on TFO. Hopefully we'll be able to see a couple, fresh like pop-off moments from them in future games.
But they also went up against a team that is fairly new themselves. So looking at ZR, or they signed up as the losers. So Izzy, Gromo, Chipa, and Wash Quasar. We know Wash Quasar, great Jin player. We've seen some of those clips before. But a relatively new squad that we're seeing play into this one. And they had a really good fight there where it almost looked like the free ones had that great initial engage with that Volcanic Crusher. But unfortunately, just not enough damage to provide backup and support for that.
Yeah, and actually the only one of these that I'm unfamiliar with is Kangarmo, but Izzy has really been scaling on the Celeste. I think Izzy was like rank 3 North America ladder. Also, Lanchipa popped off last weekend on the Void in the draft tournament. It was absolutely epic. There was like 3 or 4 just gangster Lanchipa Void plays. And then Wash Quasar is actually our clip winner on Jin from a few weeks ago, has really, been making a name for themselves.
5-6 kills with the Jin dunk too.
And that was a free agent team put together with Rakdos Lord, who's playing with IDM out here this week. But yeah, so, a lot of players that have sort of been like making a name for themselves over the last month of SUPERVIVE showing up on fresh teams here. Really cool to see.
And remember, everyone out there, especially for our players, that you can submit your clips after this week to try to enter into the contest and continue to rack up those clips, kind of like Wash Quasar before them. And we'll be able to check out who won from last week later on today. But we got to look at this fight here in Wraith's Row between Yab and Claw. But Long Claw enjoyers, they are not in a good spot as they've already lost Blump, and now they're getting pushed up against the wall. Demi tried to get away with the Salva Unleashed, but unfortunately no damage. Park Ninja has been chased away by Diamond, sent over the abyss, running away from the rest of the teams.
I love Longclaw here, formerly Longclaw aficionados, but these are, basically have become kind of like the leaders of the tier 2 scene, doing a lot to just try to keep, that group going and alive here. In the last month of SUPERVIVE for this year. Meanwhile, LC have a nice engage, almost isolating the monkey. Beautiful ult by Dunkis. Buys a little bit of space for that iframe. Got to be super careful with this super sketchy bombing run and the lasers, but TDO makes it back to land.
Here's Lemur, though, already pushing up, trying to set up LC for the initial fight. They're looking for the dunk out Afro, barely missing that one, with Berserker now having to spin dash away, putting up the wall, but the rest of the team has been lured into the machine. They got to be careful of how they position around these lasers. Dash forward by Afro. The TDO, they have been separated. They're missing one player. Now they're locked with the lasers, already trying to lock them down as well. Afro barely getting over them. The TDO are getting chased. Now they have regrouped. They'll get back with the team, but Mirror Vigil is separated. Same with the monkey. That's why LC continue to make sure they punish that. Get rid of the monkey. One down for TDO.
Dude, I'm going to make a prediction right here for last chance. These guys were so close to beating TLD in the last Trios Turbo Cup for that first place spot. Literal like 3 points based off how the very last game went. All 3 of these players. So pause that thought for a second. Another big engage here coming in from Yab, just slapping Claw into the ground. 3 already wisp. Huge amount of damage based off of that combo. Can Park Ninja get away here?
No way. Park Ninja gone, and the Long Claw aficionados are no more in match 1. Yeah, making quick work of them after that early fight against them. And we look at TDO as they have been able to bring back up their monkey into Wraith's Row. We are down 2 squads, 8 remain.
So back real quick, back to that point, I really think last chance here, it's those 3 players, Afro, Jetski, and Toilet, with now Lemur in the mix as the 4th. If there was ever a squad that could, you know, kind of come out and dominate in the very first squads tournament with TLD not here, BAP obviously a very strong contender as well. Honestly, a lot of strong contenders with some of the names we see, but I think last chance has a great shot at actually taking this entire tournament.
Yeah, last chance, BAP definitely going to be our 2 that we got to keep our eyes out for, but there are plenty of dark horses among them, Yab being one of them. Remember back to 10 with Dylan, TN, how that team had been kind of the perennial 3rd place team behind that of TLD and BAP before LC kind of came onto the field. I feel here with Diamond and Pomu, this actually makes a very formidable squad as well.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's kind of what I was getting at with just the name value on some of these teams. Like, yeah, Yabagul, I don't know how you say that, Yabagule.
Yabagul, I think that's
Yabagul,
yeah, right.
something like that. Yeah, I mean, these are like Dylan, Diamond, Pomu, Tia, like you said, like goated players, like really, you know, first time coming together as a squad, as far as I know, but definitely some powerful names there. As Lemur looks for another gauge, nice bright shield shift into the wall to stun 0.
But here's going to be the Thunderstorm from Afro. Got to be careful on how you position. LC have been able to get onto the island. They've already sent Afro in and trying to get the static built up. And that's going to be the first casualty. 0 is gone. Kimchi is next. J.O. could be the next casualty to fall. As it don't matter. It don't matter in that fight as you've been ripped apart by the last chance.
Go Rakdos, go. Get out of there, buddy. Careful with the other squad on the ledge. 0 trying to run away as well. So Rakdos does get sniped from loser. Watch Quasar hanging out, finds that dunk on the ledge of the boat.
Another?
Now it's just 0 with the bombing run, not doing him any favors. Lanchipa on the void finishes off the Knicks.
And it is actually LZR that get the kill confirmation onto the team. Not on the LC, but LC in a good spot. Singularity barely missing. And Chipa gets over the abyss, but they got to be careful of that bombing run. Make sure that LZR get away from the LC.
Something else we realized last weekend is when Lemur feels like being a bully, he plays Oath.
Yes. Yes, he does.
And if you watch Lemur play Oath in this game, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about.
I've already watched it a couple times where it's just probably some of the greediest dashes forward that you see from a player where you're just like, yeah, it doesn't matter. I'm Oath. I can make this play and survive. And no one really can stop me. And it feels like Height is kind of embodying that as well, doing a very similar thing with playing Oath. Whenever Oath is available for both these players, which makes me excited more for bans because I love seeing them not on Oath. I love seeing them on more of the hyper-aggressive carry hunters that we have here for SUPERVIVE.
100%. And like, especially in squads, like Oath just presents such a strong, like almost even more than Trio somehow, such a powerful hunter for just what he can do with the Bright Shield almost by itself. And then you have all this kind of engaged setup with the shift, you know, little dunk with the Abyssal Breaker, huge zoning with the Abyssal Breaker. So just an incredibly powerful kit, especially in squads, really shines. But here, Afro on the Jewel, completely unafraid of Oaths in play.
And this is typical Afro play. She's always so aggressive and forcing QA into CTT. Jake Braun gets that on nearly 44 ducks. And then with the Abyssal Breaker from Lemur, tries to see if it can break the back of CTT. But Jake Braun putting suppressive fire. So the rest of the team, they can escape. But they are separated. They're down one player who is down south. And do LC realize that one? Actually, I think they already got the kill onto them. So CTT are going to be down one player.
Yes, sir. And here we get a look at train deaths only. It's Tornado Babe, Berserker, Dumbkiss, and Miri. This is an exciting team to watch as well. So in a little standoff here with Yabagule, they are going to push across the gap with Ponu on the Wukong. Dylan following up the Abyssal Breaker.
And barely not actually getting that dunk too. Barely was able to mantle. And now we got a third and fourth party here as LZR, LC both show up. Yabagul trying to see if they can make sure they get quick work of train deaths only. But somehow TDO get out of there. And then the two remaining, LC and LZR, they trade blows. Izzy had to use the chilling finale, trying to get out of there. Singularity has locked down Lemur. They've got a lot of damage. They're going to be able to blow up the tank. They got rid of Toilet as well with the help of Yabagul. And Yabagul looking for the fight against the losers instead, pushing him back to land. Right back to the lasers, but Yabagul losers now staring one another down, while LC, the team that actually struggled the most, only Jetski was able to make it out alive, and now Yabagul on two losers, and they're already splitting them apart. Watch Quasar sailing, looking for Lanchipa as well. That's two down. It's just going to be on to Shrike to try to get away for the losers. Barely able to do so. Izzy, well gone, but Yabagul take full control.
Okay, so much just happened. There was a moment during that fight where Lanchipa had a swap onto Lemur to really ruin his day, pulling him back on the Oath, letting them isolate that kill with the Singularity. This is what I was talking about from Lanchipa. Very kind of heads up with these clutch plays with Void. But right after that, Yabagule say, don't matter, we're going to kill you guys. They do a huge engage. Meanwhile, over to the right here, another engage happening. Crown in play for QA, the Legend. 30 seconds left with Stealth Ninja, just trying to play for time here. Very likely LC on the hunt.
And it was a nice dunk, too, that we saw off on the outskirts that was actually able to get a kill onto LC, but LC are chasing for that ground. Nice. Bubby is gone as LC were able to find that.
Crazy battle gun from Lemur there, yoinks him back in, insta spike with the glide forced out there. So gonna get another kill confirmed. We see picture in picture QA with last member left, working the crown angle on Bush, is gonna pop that with time. So the Legend does pull it off.
As we see our other teams now moving around the circle. Already a swap from Lanchipa. Try to go for the fight against Yabagul, but have to be careful because the other three are dealing with CTT. They aren't fully formed just yet, and Lanchipa took a little bit too much damage from Bap, who are now hunting him down. But a nice grab and trying to get away from Madly, but Madly was hunting the kill with a shield, barely getting away. But Lanchipa has to be careful because LC up in the north. It's Jetski already getting the snipe and the scope out for them, getting rid of the Void for the losers. And now looking for that battle gun again on the Watch Quasar as they got King Garmo and looking for Watch Quasar as well, who's got nowhere really to go. Try to use the illusion to get right through Bap, but Bap could hunt that down. No, they decided to focus instead their attention up north with LC already there.
Yeah, and BAP, you know, playing a little silent like they do kind of through objectives, but we see all level 14, still all 4 gold armors in hand, so looking extremely scary. Something else looking scary. Berserker's pathing here through the storm and through the bomb. Looks like he maybe makes out the other side to the south, though. Yabagule continue the violence.
Dylan starting off a great fight against CTT. Madly trying to get away, putting down the lightning crash, but punched into the wall. And with that CC control, somehow was able to surge back with the team. They got to be careful. That E-plat not safe. And they already see that there's going to be Jake Braun taken down with only Madly now surrounded. Train Deaths only and Yabagul. They could work together if they want to be able to get rid of this jewel, but somehow Madly was able to thread the needle and get past both.
So CTT carefully thrown together here, always calculated. Madly able to make it out with a sliver on that second surge. Can he continue to avoid TDO here? We see on the kill feed, Stealth Ninja finding the final pick onto losers who are going to be eliminated at 4th here.
Yeah, and seeing how somehow Deathbox Revive isn't going to work. No, Berserker says, there's no way you're getting past me, and I'm Oath, your jewel. What can you do?
Tragic.
There's nothing you can do to stop that, and it's going to be another death, and with a crown picked up at the perfect time. TDO fully back on their feet, but picture in picture, it's Yabagul getting a great fight against LC. Afro, she's down. Toilet is trying to get away, but it's going to be BAP. RDK getting a little bit of the attention from Yabagul, who now focus their attention north. Or do they hold on to the ground, waiting to see where the remnants of LC are?
Berserker for TDO just played that so mean against Madly right there, and then it just sets him up like 2% health for his crown to just kill for his ally. TDO big engage right after that. Berserker does throw out the Abyssal Breaker into that gap. Yabagule a little isolated in this choke. Jump pad down, E-plat down. Dunkus almost finding the dunk.
Wait, look at Toilet hanging on into the bush. Nobody knows just yet that Toilet is there because they were focused on the other member of LC who was able to go right up north. It was Lemur holding on to life. But Yabagule, they are dealing with 2 teams, both TDO and BAP. But it's going to be the snipe from BAP to take down one of Yabagul as they put down the 2-way TP. Can they get on it in time to get out of there? They're in a bad spot. They aren't going to be able to get it. Yes, they do! They get out of there alive. Somehow they make it out, but they go into the thick of it of another battle as they run right into QA. It's just TN now left alone with no armor, nearly no health, as well as Strike tries to see if they can snipe him out of the air. Soros looking for one more, but TN doing their damnedest to make it difficult, getting rid of Wubby Bay. Now trying to heal back up, but there's too many teams. You got to be careful. TDO, they've got Dumpkins, and they're really looking for the fight against QA, but where's the crown for TN to be able to bring up Yabagul? Nothing to be seen as BAP focus their attention attention, and with a lightning
lightning
crash
strike.
onto the position, the
Damn.
Thunder has landed. Bap, remove Yabagul.
All right, Yabagul was just going crazy. Tien almost doing something extra crazy at the end there as the last member left, but is eventually going to get caught by that lightning strike from the side of BAP. Traded a kill for them in the end, so Yabagul not able to recover from that crazy kind of choke. They were isolated in that Abyssal Breaker from BAP, forcing that two-way teleport, but it was not out in time. Speaking of, Stealth Ninja finds the dunk.
What a dunk right there on the poor toilet. And another team gone. 3 remain. BAP, QA, and TDO. We've had a couple of these teams that have been down to the wire. TDO, we saw earlier, down to only Mirror Vigil for a moment. Nice pull from Stealth Ninja. Nice dunk as well to get rid of one more of TDO.
Nice from QA, locking another one, have their little piece of land down here. A little weary of this Abyss Specialist Jewel hanging out above them. That is RTK, chicken microwaved here on the side of BAP, and they are very much holding this Abyss gap against the likes of QA. Same thing with TDO on the right side. Nice myth rain here to really put them in a weird spot. Have a tiny gap to play with, but BAP continuing the third-party pressure.
As they put down their own rate of arrows on to QA, and with an Abyssal Breaker, it looks like it's already breaking QA, as they should have probably queued Arena after all, because Legend is down, and they got no health left. BAP trying to see if they can snipe him out of the air, and with Pine on the Sorrows, the sniper spree, trying to see if he can shoot the fish out of the barrel, but they're going to be able to get around, while TDO, we're dealing with the other players of BAP, but now it's going to be RTK, lots of damage on a Berserker. Nice pull! Can you get the dunk as well? The team's back! QA back on their feet. They're ready for another round against BAP. But they gotta be careful because now they have no armor in this fight with an E-plat put down. 44 Duck sniped out of the air. Duck Hunt working perfectly for Pine is now on to their base camp. Another snap. This time it's on core.
Dude.
He's not off core. He's on core there as he was able to find a beautiful pick on the QA. Stealth Ninja had brought the team back up, but now they're trying to get away. Dumpkiss wearing a crown themselves. TDO need to get something as BAP were able to push back Stealth Ninja into the storm. Dumpkiss has got some time with the spin. Lots of damage on Cord, but not enough damage to be able to pick up the kill. And no health left for the Monkey King, putting down the trees as he's taken down. BAP will win game 1.
Dude, what an aggressive finish from BAP there. They were just running that final 3, fighting basically both other teams on both flanks. And, you know, QA was in the probably roughest spot there. No land of their own to play for, trying to survive off of that E-plat in that choke point. Back and forth, back and forth. Stealth Ninja finds the grab into the dunk on the crown, brings everyone back, but in the end, not enough. That Pine Sorrows damage, bro. It's just like, it's too much.
It really is. I mean, you see why Sorrows, Oath, and Nyx oftentimes are the hunters that get banned after our first 3 games. Right there, it's the Sorrows and Oath show, in my opinion. You just saw a masterclass from players that know how to play those hunters so perfectly, and why they have been so dominant in the meta.
Yeah, absolutely. And like, it's definitely going to be a different look after game 3 when the bans do come into play. Remember, we do have 4 bans coming into play over the course of today with this shift to squads in tier 1 here. So it is going to be even a little tighter on hunter pools than even previous tournaments.
Which makes me really wonder what are going to be our hunters ban. Sorrows, Oath, kind of the expected ones. But even when you look at other teams, I'm not seeing nearly the amount of Sorrows that we had in previous weeks with the recent patch. In fact, we're seeing so many more Jewels. And I wouldn't be surprised if Jewel finds her way onto the bench. Very surprising to see, because normally you don't see much Jewel before the Oath ban.
Yeah, exactly. And you also see a significant fall off for Nyx as well. Remember how prevalent Nyx was becoming kind of in the trios format. Even last weekend in the draft tournament, still a lot of Nyx. But you mentioned the patch this week and how that changing things. Nyx seems to have fallen off quite a bit here. And we did see Bishop going through as our 4th ban in Europe this morning, but very likely not going to be the case in North America. Not quite the same level of favoritism for that champion in this region. So I think, you know, besides the Oath and the Sorrows here, going to definitely be some contenders for that 3rd and 4th ban.
I don't even know if Sorrows is going to make his way onto the bans. I think right now it's looking like Oath, Jewel are my 2 like premier hunters at the moment. And then after that, it's a toss-up between a lot of these hunters. I'm seeing a decent amount of Myth. I'm seeing a decent amount of Celeste, of Wukong. I know that crazy two-way there. I saw the vision.
They're just
the vision.
Yeah, they're like just like 3 or 4 seconds. We can get the hell out of here, and it just is not long enough. Tien did make it out.
Beautiful.
Did make a crazy play to get a kill before he goes down there, but tough spot to make it out in.
It sucks too. Imagine if there was a crown when Tien had DP'd away. Like, just picks up a crown, gets that kill, they're back up on their feet, make this miraculous play, all from that crazy TP play. Sadly, it's the woulda, coulda, shoulda of SUPERVIVE. Sometimes the breach, it works with you, sometimes it does not, and therefore Yabagul did not work with them, but it did work for BAP, who had full control. They got themselves full gold kit right out of the gates, as they do, and then waited till the late game when they dominated every team. They seemed nigh untouchable by any team that tried to step up against them.
And speaking of crown, Stealth Ninja just right before has a beautiful insta crown pickup into an insta grab into an insta dunk, brings all of QA back, but right after that, they're still out over Abyss against the full force of BAP. Like you mentioned, unrelenting damage after these full builds online, the armor, all the items, the couple exotic stack, the exotic perks. They were basically running that final 3. It was going to be, you know, very difficult for either squad to find a comeback. I think the angle might have been if TDO was able to collapse from the north while they were taking those pot shots at QA, but still would have been certainly an uphill battle. BAP finding victory here, not incredibly surprising based on what we have seen from BAP in recent months.
No, not at all. And seeing how they were able to find that victory too, it pretty much seemed like they cruised into victory in this game. They had very little resistance early on. They were able to farm up. This is the BAP that we know and love. This is how they play. Height looked great on Oath. Pine, as usual, on the Saros, looking mighty perfect on that one, probably having the most damage of any player in the game. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see that BAP after 3 games immediately looking like the top team. But of course, you never know with SUPERVIVE. Anything can happen. And we have seen how close these tournaments can get. Even after a first game where it seems like one team is dominating, once you get into game 2, anything can happen. And guess what? We are getting ready for Bullet Train.
Let's
That's
go,
gonna be
baby.
Our second storm shift. I love me some Bullet Train.
Here we go. Cannot wait. So we will see, can BAP repeat what they just did in game 1? And we're talking about the hunters. You think about the players on BAP. Height with the Oath, Pine with the Saros, RTK with the Jewel.
Right.
It's like, bruh. And then now having Encored in there to basically, you know, play Phil on whatever they need for that 4th spot. Like, obviously some of that's going to get banned halfway, but the BAP we know, the BAP we love, farms the first half of tournaments before bans come into play.
So we do have a little bit of a pause. We're just waiting for some of our players to get ready. But yeah, kind of looking at what we've been seeing. I really like that call out with BAP because when it comes to BAP, usually that's one thing that's always lacked from them is when we had trios format, they were all these aggressive players. They're so well known for having the aggressive style, even Height before he really having put all this practice and time and dedication onto Oath was our brawl player. He was the Wukong player. He was the in-your-face damage dealer melee. I'm gonna fight you and nothing's gonna stop me. Yes, Oath kind of is still that in-your-face, I'm gonna fight you, but much more about the protecting side of things. Try to set up the rest of the team and letting the rest of the team carry them. Then you add in someone like Encored, who is this great Zeph player, who has done a lot. You can just see how they're able to play a lot of those games where now they have extra support instead of having to have Pine when not on Saros or Shrike be the one to play Zeph. Now they have more of a dedicated support player.
Yeah, very true. Love that shout. And yeah, someone like Height, bro, he's not done. He's a smart guy, right? Like he's gonna play what's strong. He's ever since Oath was strong, like he's basically. I mean, there's a couple hunters that Height is extremely proficient on. Oath is certainly one of them.
And now we see how our drop is. We're already seeing the gold, a Cold Fang, and we go right over it. So better bet we know which team's already there. Of course, it's BAP.
And this is like, you know, this is something we also saw in trios over and over and over again in scrims and tournaments. BAP always will drop gold. If you want to know where BAP's going, it's to the gold armor start.
Yep. Every time.
every time, bro. And they do it so much in competitive. They've literally become the best at playing the level 1 gold. So if anyone goes to contest them in North America, the odds that you lose that coin flip and drop a game in 12th are considerably higher than if you were facing another random team over those golds.
Exactly, and because normally it's the 50-50 gold drop, right? We look at that and you're like, okay, you can't win every 50-50, but when we become so good at it, it's less of a 50-50, and it's more like a 90-10 for BAP, where that's why look at how every other team dropped. No one tried to contest them.
No one even like within 3 biomes wants any part of that.
And that is wild to me, that not a single team, and we have strong teams here. We have strong players who we know have been able to beat BAP in early game scenarios before. But even they give that respect, because when you look at the team like BAP and how their composition is, normally that kind of composition is much more of a late game composition where they would struggle, yet somehow BAP are always able to find these wins. And that's why teams are giving them that respect. They're backing off, they're going for their own styles, they're waiting for their own late games and hoping that later on they can help third party a fight against BAP.
Yeah, and like I think the truth of it is like a couple of these players are just so mechanically skilled that like at level 1 it's basically an auto attack battle, right? Like if you're trying to have an auto attack battle against a Jewel with her shift, by the way, right? At level 1 can still fully sack Surge, a Saros who can R&B blast very powerfully at level 1, and a Myth who is just very strong at level 1 regardless. Like BAP, you know, on top of their kind of mechanical prowess, have the Hunters, you know, that can trade at level 1 extremely effectively. So we'll have to see if the trend continues, but it's not a new trend, Magical. This is the same, you know, kind of BAP trend that we have seen in competitive in North America for almost like months now.
Yeah, exactly. So it's looking like it's going to be a very typical game here for all of our players. Though, we see an early fight here, and it's going to be the losers looking for another early skirmish and winning it out pretty effectively. This time against It Don't Matter. J-Yo is down. Chilling Finale has been popped by Izzy because they hit that level 7s. They've got Spicy Kimchi over the Abyss, trying to dash away. Krista doing their best to try to get back to the Wisp, back onto Jewel, but it's going to be King Garmo looking for that snipe out of the air, but even if the full bore did not connect, they are full bore in this fight to snipe out Krista from the air.
Yeah, King Garmo does not let off the chase, finds the shift forward, the backward shift forward, connects that last shot. The only strike in play as far as I can tell right now. You love to see someone hanging on to comfort, making it look good there, but beautiful engage from Losers. Losers already a couple shining moments in the last 2 games, as it does look like Rakdos Lord for IDM gonna make it up to the Heart Res in Kobayashi's.
So we'll be back up on their feet. Not going to be out of this game just yet, but it is going to be a difficult battle for It Don't Matter out of the gates. And looking at our other teams, Losers had a great fight there, but now they got to deal with Yabagul. They have the level advantage, looking for the swap from Lamchipa, but not going to have that singularity nor the gravity connect. But it's going to be LC instead to try to third party Diamond, try to see if he can stake away, but it's going to be still a pickup by Lamchipa. And then with the singularity to lock down LC, they're looking for that with the bird bomb. They blow up Afro. She's out of there, and now their 7s are working well against LC, but they got to be careful because right on the other side, Chesky was trying to get a little bit of damage from that Saurus, but not going to be able to snipe out the kill. Instead, it's going to be Yabagul threatening to third party. That's why LC, Yabagul, both of them going to bail, give up Chaos Storms, Chaos Steps over to Losers.
Losers looking fantastic, bro. Looking very much like winners. A couple beautiful fight sequences. That last one against LC. They find the pick. Oh, so TFO, our free agent squad, is going to get eliminated here in 10th once again. Shout out to you guys. Really appreciate you guys showing up and trying to make it happen out here. Hopefully a little better luck in the future games, but like keep in mind
this is not looking good either.
Who they're going up against here.
Long claw.
Snice the Saurus Portal as it goes down. Not a burger gaming, baby.
But it doesn't really matter because Battler's still here in the desert, but not a burger. I do like the moves there. I do appreciate the jukes.
So it is going to reward Longclaw with a path out here. Park Ninja did make that recall over the Notaburger. So 2 out of 4 going to be looking for the res angle here. Meanwhile, TVO looking like a little bit on the split farm. Dumbkiss down here by himself, while other members over to the right of Prisma. Yabagul up to the north doing the exact same on this day 2 turnover. Everyone wants to find that quick level 9.
looking for those levels, trying to make sure they take full advantage as we look at our other teams and how they're kind of moving around, giving to some of the teams that had those awkward fights, like Last Chance there in the Chaos Steps, having actually lost out against Losers and Yabagul losing a member, but they were able to bring them back up on their feet. So Afro, she'll be back in the fight with the rest of LC, but they got to be careful because look at how they are now centralized in the circle. They are surrounded by so many different targets.
Yep, and BAP do find their way up from Cold Fang here, trying to wield their gold armors into some kind of fights. LC just to the north of them in Chaos Steps with Losers who've been making some moves just over to the west here. So LC definitely want to start putting together some kill action if they can. But the other thing about squads, Magical, is with how kind of like important positioning is, it's a little harder to sort of force fights that aren't advantageous to you, where like in trios you can sort of more freely like YOLO ship it in and have that work out. I feel like it's not quite that way in a squads world.
No, it really is one of those kind of awkward scenarios when you have squads, because you have to be so much more cautious. There's more targets, essentially. You have to deal with the fact that there are better ways of setting up a full-on team fight, especially if you have something like an Oath on your team that can be backed up. Like, you look at LC. I really like their composition because they have two really good damage dealers that can both work from range, but also can be the thick of the battle, such as Afro. But you also have that support in Toilet Zeph. You have Oath for Lemur, and they can already launch Lemur forward, but they still got to be cautious on how they position, because when they're too focused on one side, then they leave their flank open. They can get third party still here, as TN going to be pulled back in with an Abyssal Breaker onto them, but somehow was able to get away. Now it's Dylan's turn with the Abyssal Breaker, and that's that third party. It don't matter. They're fourth party from the Losers on. It don't matter. Leaving the two original teams to fight. That Last Chance, try to get back. Afro narrowly getting away, holding on to her life as Yabagul. They do the same. They're able to stand their ground against LC. Neither team losing a player.
Yeah, the other thing to keep in mind with squads, guys, is like the value and strategy of the third party is like even more important than it is in trios, if you can believe it. Like, whoever can sort of play the third party better. Actually, Tsunami was talking about this in the cast earlier. I completely agree. Big EMP there, shredding double armor for the side of Yabagul. Looks like it's not going to deter them as they continue moving forward onto CTT.
Gotta be careful, CTT. Madly dodges away, but now Sunfish on to the Sky Shark. Does get out of there as well. Can pick up Madly as they do escape, going up north towards Kobayashi's, but we saw a couple of other teams. It is daytime. Kobayashi's, it is going to be a safe haven for now, but only for about 20 more seconds before night descends.
Dude, I love this CTT squad, bro. It's Madly, Jake Braun, the people's champion Taricha, and Sunfish, like one of the nicest people I've ever met. Like CTT, regardless of how they do, are winners in my heart. Getting a huge engage onto them by Yabagul there. So much damage onto Taricha, lock down that crowd control. Going to get eliminated. Jake Braun trying to fend off the Oath to the north here. Diamond collapsing, but Jake Braun's shredding, bro.
Jake, come on, you can do this. Oh, the Honey almost was able to outplay him. Got so close, but unfortunately not enough. But CTT not out of it just yet. Madly, Sunfish, they do escape. Well, it don't matter. They look for a fight against Yabagul, but neither team wanting to take that battle, instead wanting to get into the circle, while we look down to the Long Claw aficionados. Sandwich in QA between LC, getting damage onto Lemur, deciding whether they want to focus onto LC or to QA, deciding neither, just taking the one kill onto QA.
Yeah, and like Longclaw, I think, has a real opportunity to do something here as well. I think last game got kind of caught by a really opportunistic third party and wiped fairly quickly, but probably going to be playing a little more cautious for that third party in game 3 here, or sorry, match 2, really wanting to give themselves a chance at those placement points. BAP work their way into Losers, who hold this center fire position in one of our new arena little islands existing out over these abyss gaps.
I love these little islands that cause these great fights, especially for something like squad. So you see right there, it starts off this fight, and they're looking for the swap with the Chilling Finale, but blocked by Height with the Singularity. It doesn't land on anybody. They're trying to get away. Now Losers, they've been scattered. They've already lost 2, and they're about to lose 3 because Izzy can't get away from RTK nor from Height as they push onto the tracks. Nearly no health. Somehow healing up with an E-plat, trying to put down some crystals, but it's going to be Celeste taken out.
So the very beginning of that fight was looking maybe good for Losers, but in the end, BAP is able to claim that victory, leaving just Kangarmo left on the strike with Lenchipa on the void. So 2 out of 4 going to be looking for a res angle. Meanwhile, to the north, Yabagul continuing the pressure here. Looks like Pamu finding a knock onto Jo there from It Don't Matter.
And then Lanchipa getting sniped out by QA down in mana coils, leaving only a strike in Chaos Steps. Sniped out by BAP, and unfortunately for losers, they will be losing out on this battle. They were winners early game, but lost in the late.
It's just like, it's so tragic when a team's kind of popping off in team fights and then they find themselves like 9 out of 10 in placement, you know? Because like already losers had a couple more good moments this game after some good moments, you know, next game, and the points we see at the end of this are not going to reflect that. Big lightning strike coming in from CT with the combo on the bungee.
Looking for the thunderstorm from Madly, but they've already crashed back on to each other. People's Champions Dragon Slam as they look for the blast off. TN into the back line. CTT, careful. The train's about to clack down the track. They got the pull on Jake Braun. He's in the thick of it. Putting down the spin barrels. He's got one. He's looking for the reset. Jake Braun, baby. Oh, he sniped out, but at least he got one with him.
So Diamond does take out the Huddy hero there in the end. Yob now looking for a quick reset as IDM looks for another engage on to Dylan and TN. They are going to kite their way out of there, down a member themselves. Want to be a little cautious here. Look for that res angle. They are going to get it right here. Pamu back in the action.
As we see our other teams, it don't matter. They too back on their feet. Able to find the res for J-Yo. So now they have it fully regrouped outside in Chaos Steps. You gotta be careful as they move up. CTT, another team, as they had gotten their res, but now they get sniped out of the air. Jake Braun already gone, running into the wrong team, running into BAF of all teams. So early on, not going to look too good, especially with RTK onto the position of the People's Champions. The train narrowly going to be avoided, but the Dragon Slam to lock down the People's Champions. CTT lose one more player, but it don't matter. They have got the position around RTK. Blast off from the end. They try to see if they can sandwich the one player of BAF. They've got him locked down. They got rid of RTK. Now they got to trade blows with Yabakul as Pal moves back onto the staff, getting a 6 monkey strike, huge damage on it. It don't matter. Getting a punch into the wall by TN. 2 left for it don't matter. That's gonna be Rakdos trying to go right through him. Nice air blast, but unfortunately, it's still Pamu hunting in the train. That'll pick up the kill onto the bunny.
Rakdos ends up going down in tragedy there. I think they do have one member left still alive, so still an opportunity to come back in it, but nice fight from kind of all sides there. Yabagul, something I've noticed, Magical, never letting off the pressure. They are constantly pushing forward with the W key, win or lose. Like a lot of tempo, you know, kind of from this team. This TDO looking in for a flank onto Bubba's brain here.
Trying to contest. Last chance. Putting the nuke. Is it going to be in time? Oh, it is secured by LC. Unfortunately for TDO, so close, but not quite.
Not quite able to find that snipe. They do still have fire. Good position for this next day turnover, but we are deep into endgame here. It's only going to be a couple camps left for that level 15. Already sort of ahead of the tempo with the 14s as they look at CTT here.
And they're in the heart, staring them down, but we're going to have to look at BAP and QA as they too staring one another down. But QA at least have base camp control, and looking at where the circle is going to drag us, is going to take us into BAP's territory. So QA got to be careful on how they position, especially because there's already chonker cannons that have been placed down by BAP, making sure they have control of land. They've even put a jump pad. They want the fight. They don't even want to wait for it.
Yeah,
back
they're
in
over
the
the
heart.
top.
It is going to be a fight there while BAP have invaded the territory of QA. Then it don't matter. They're trying to get over the wall, but it's going to be up to Wubby Bay actually getting out of there and might be able to stomp onto the Wisp to bring back up the team. Whoa, we see that QA, they somehow were able to get 3 of themselves out of there. While Wubby is gone, at least the other 3 survive.
Storm closing.
Yeah, I mean, BAP continuing to kind of control tempo and space here just pushes QA right out of that land they were holding. QA does find their way out across the gap, manages to not get third party. Big damage getting traded. Looks like Long Claw is going to get eliminated by LC on the kill feed across map. Meanwhile, Pine just pumping with this Saros, bro, just destroying health bars.
Absolutely eviscerating it don't matter. And then Yabagul with LC right behind them. So many nukes have been launched and there's so much damage on it don't matter. They got to be careful with how they're holding this position with BAP waiting. They've got damage. Zero is down. They try to push back, try to get onto the train, but it's up to the bunny. It don't matter. Trying to get away with Zero. They're holding on to dear life, but it's going to be Zero, the last one for it don't matter, with BAP quickly in pursuit into the storm just to make sure they can chase onto Zero. But we see that CTT had gotten rid of 2 members of QA. They may be able to get the last one, but it don't matter. Can you outlast? Can you survive long enough with the Reap? Trying to get back into the circle, but it's going to be BAP to get rid of it don't matter.
So it don't matter. Eventually do go down. I think did a miraculous job trying to live there. And 44 ducks for QA is going to get chomped up by the salvage pack from Jake Braun there. All of a sudden, in a really rough spot, though, two teams engaging.
And looking at CTT, they are now down to one player as well. QA in a similar spot. Wubby Bay having just enough health to hold on, while it is BAP that are cleaning up the remnants of these teams. Wubby Bay, the next one, sniped out of the air by BAP. As we even saw that Yabagul were able to get rid of Sunfish with the help of the train as a quick whistle comes through.
Yeah, and CTT had some nice moments this game so far as well. They do a decent job bringing up the placement. I think going out at 5th there, as we do have 4 squads left, making our way towards our final circle here. Little overhead view of positioning. TDO in the worst of it, just getting chipped at from both sides. Literally nowhere to go. BAP on the south, LC on the north. What do you do here, Magical?
I mean, right now, I'm more surprised that LC haven't gone for this play onto TDO, who have now invaded their territory. They could put up a great wall to stop that second win, but they still got to be careful with how they're positioning, because Dumpkiss was already on top of them. Now, LC, as they narrowly get away, they stare down Yabagul, holding on to the best part of the circle, but BAP trying to see if they can flank them and take away that powerful position that Yabagul had.
Yeah, and Train Deaths Only definitely have an opportunity here to find a good third party as BAP and Yab duke it out. Oh, nice chip damage straight on both sides, forced into Storm here.
Oh, look at that damage over the lava as well. They're trying to snipe the damage onto Height, trying to help out with a burn, but not enough damage to take down Height. It takes TN with the blast to take rid of Height, but they should be able to bring him back up onto his feet. Still holding onto that position, waiting for Yabagul. Actually, it was a snipe away. No, it was actually the respawn beacon that brings back up Height right on the other side, holding on to all that armor as well.
Yeah, so clutch beacon play here for BAP. Oh, the dunk almost going through Pamu. Able to live that with the health bar. So Height still alive. RTK trying to train on the other side. So much damage, maybe overcommitting. Massive bright shield. Isolates the jewel. Dylan finds the kill, and Diamond lives with 1.
And look at Pamu already scaring off the rest with Train Deaths Only. Finally, third party on to BAP. There goes Height. There's only 2 left for BAP, but an immediate respawn beacon has been placed down. TDO, they've got to stop it now. They've got one on top of it. Berserker has got rid of him. Now LC, fourth party. Do they focus on BAP or do they focus on TDO? It's going to be Yabagul who focus on the TDO, getting a little bit of damage on Tornado Boy, but not getting up the kill just yet. It's going to be Afro that almost stole that away, but Yabagul have taken control with another respawn beacon. TDO back on their feet as well so many times, but BAP are taken out off screen by Lemur.
So TDO are the ones that force BAP off that beacon. Yabagul try to punish them, but they're able to only lose 1. Then they find that same beacon themselves, get their 4th back. Meanwhile, LC to the north finds the last 2 kills onto BAP after that res is canceled. So kind of beautiful sequence from these teams to see the weakened BAP, the winners from game 1, know that this is the team they want to put out in the lowest placement.
The 4th place for BAP, not the worst spot, but obviously not the best, not the spot they want to be in right now, as we see that TDO in a bad spot because they got sandwiched between LC and the train, and they are taking him pretty low. Tornado Boy is gone. Same with Mirror Visual. In fact, I think it's just 1 left for TDO, and LC are going to take the former stronghold of TDO for themselves.
Beautiful beacon. So many clutch mobile beacons coming into play. Another one locked in from TDO up here. So Dumpkiss lives with the rewinder. All of a sudden, everyone back to the north. So they're gonna need obviously to get that armor and stuff reset, but going to be a 4v4 to close out our final 3.
The good, the bad, the ugly stare down up between these 3. Neither of them wanting to take away that spot just yet, but LC going to have their hands forced because they can't stay on the track for the bullet train. Almost having a nice dragon slam, but not enough damage just yet. LC got to be careful with the storm doing a lot, but it's going to be TN trying to push them into the storm, keep them at bay. But LC, they almost get themselves back in, but it's going to be Jetski holding onto the train. Now he's separated from the rest of the team. Well, Yabagul, they've got themselves that mobile respawn beacon again, trying to see if they can bring up Dylan for another time, but Jetski going to be the one taking down LC, down to 2, but TDO trying to push back onto Yabagul, getting a little bit of damage, but Dylan now onto the tracks with the rest of the TDO. It's going to be up to Dumpkiss trying to see if he can get the slam, while Afro holding on, making sure that LC, another mobile respawn beacon. How many have been placed down, Zig?
Everyone knowing where they want to put that extra cash, bro. It's in these mobile beacons, and they are popping up out here. I think that's like the 4th one we've seen, and able to use enemies once as well. So LC are going to be able to weave their way up to the northwest here, get a quick buy. Yab still trying to continue the pressure. Pamu over the top, shifts forward, going for that double Dragon Staff slam. Lemur trying to play little protect here.
TDO, though, going to be the first team inside of this circle, placing down a base camp as well. They'll have full control of the circle. And that's why Lemur tries to see if he can take it away with a Missile Breaker, but over the ledge. Dumbkiss was waiting for his time to strike, but missing the Dragon Slam. It's going to be Palmo instead, not finding Lemur. Narrowly was able to mantle back up onto his feet with the rest of the team, but LC down a player. So got to be careful. Toilet now back with the rest of the team, but it's going to be that 4v4v4, but Lemur the first one to try to engage. Then it's going to be Dumbkiss. He sends it in as well. LC trying to keep Yabagul off of the train tracks. The train will go past, but it's LC taking a little bit too much damage. Second one to push back Diamond, but Diamond still alive. Can Mirror Vigil get it? He pushed him back as well. Then the surge from Afro. She takes him down, but can she reset? There's going to be TN gone. Afro's low, pushed back as they're trying to get Dylan back into the circle, but kept away by Berserker as they only got Palmu. The Monkey King has to hold on. He's got to survive, but he's taken out. It's going to be Dumbkiss that got rid of the Monkey King. He truly is the one with the train. The takedown. TDO. They truly are train deaths only as it's up to Mirror Vigil. 1v3 against LC. Pushed back into the storm, into the fight, surging away. LC win game 2.
There's literally no way they're winning. It's 4v2. They just need to kill the last 2 members of LC, and 3 died a train, bro. That's crazy.
They lived up to their name.
Only. If there was ever a team to do that, that was just absolute picture perfect cinema. Holy.
They did it for the content. Let's be real. They did it for the content.
Oh my god, bro.
All right, let's take a look at these replays and see, because it started off, losers looked so good at the beginning of this game.
Losers were pumping here at the beginning. Absolutely.
I feel bad that they finished 9th place in game 2.
Yeah, and that's what I was kind of mentioning earlier in the cast is like it feels really bad when you're kind of vibing, you're having really good fights, and then all of a sudden you get kind of caught off guard by whatever, usually some kind of third party, and really nice juke here from Notaburger to get himself out for this out of Longclaw. But yeah, and then all of a sudden you find yourself in a 9th place placement, and yeah, you get some kill points through, but just, you know, kind of not nearly where you feel like you should be based on the way you were playing. So hopefully Loser's going to be able to rally, find this kind of second win coming into game 3 here. And after game 3 Magical is when we get the points calculation. We have the bans come through. And so, you know, really important here, especially for the teams that are wanting to, you know, climb the board a bit to put together a strong game 3.
And honestly, I'm looking at the top of our leaderboard, and it is going to be really close between 3 teams right now. Obviously, PAP winning game 1, LC winning game 2, but Yabagul being a part of 2 top 3s. So definitely going to be one of those teams that we have to look at as well. And TDO too. I think kind of they are truly the dark horse in this one. Finishing 2nd place in this game, but also another top 3 finish as they had finished in top 3 in game 1. So we are going to look at some of our teams, and when we have our points added up after game 3, we'll have one more game that we're going to play with Cross Country Storm before we have points added up after a break. But I'm really actually excited for this, because normally with North America, it's always been the BAP or TLT show so many times. Like Lemur considered like the most clutch player in SUPERVIVE history. And we've seen it time and time again. But here, I feel like we are seeing as NA is slowly but surely getting closer and closer to like even competition.
Yeah, and like LC, one of these, you know, fairly newer teams that has really been making a name for themselves. Like not newer players, but coming together, you know, off the back of Toilet, you know, last chance, the final squad to kind of, you know, put together for his SUPERVIVE career potentially, and has kept it going because of how strong they have been performing. And now, you know, moving from trios into squads, like throwing someone like Lemur into the mix, I think going to need a little bit of time to find that synergy. But once they do, I think LC definitely, you know, able to absolutely contest the likes of BAP and especially the likes of TLD, because they're not here and Lemur is on LC. Right. But like TDO, you mentioned it, really performing well, you know, based on, as far as I know, I'm trying to remember if I don't think I have watched these guys really play together before.
TDO has been around before. Like we've seen some of these players play together, but as the squad, obviously brand new. And so seeing how, like we know Mirror Vigil, he's been around for ages.
No. I know all these players play, but play together? Like when?
It's Mirror Vigil, Dumbkiss have been playing together for a bit, not too long, for about like a month, I would say. So compared to like a lot of our other teams, not nearly that same experience level.
Yeah, and like there's just, you know, there's really something to be said about team synergy in this game, and having that kind of time to find that synergy and work on those comms and like be able to play together. And I think, you know, LC has been one of the funnest teams to watch, who in the trios world was building that synergy very well between Afro, Toilet, and Jetski. So now, you know, I think once they kind of get it locked in with Lemur, really gifted a bit of a victory here at the end of game 2, because TDO is looking incredibly strong. This whole last sequence was just absolute madness. That punch or that R&B from Miri there really ruined Yabagul's day.
It really did. And there's almost even a moment too where Paul moved right in the thick of it, as Wukong could have made a great play, but Dumbkiss I think was in a perfect position to make sure to punish that back so that there wasn't that snap back from
too much hype.
From
Like, we're winning.
Yeah. 3, just not paying attention. They had so much put onto Jetski and Lemur, they forgot about why they're called TDO in the first place.
And it's just like so good with the team name too. It's absolutely perfect. Only train deaths. Miri, the only one not living up to the team name here in the end. So TDO really wins if you're considering, you know, name.
They win in my heart. They win in my heart. They get the.
But LC do find the victory, and that, you know, pretty big for them. After I didn't quite see, it was off camera where they went out in game 1, but it was not what we would expect from how we're talking about these players.
I think
it was
they finished fifth or fourth as well.
Something like that. Yeah.
So very similar, kind of like how BAP finished 4th place in this one. So for those two teams, you know, they're going to be fairly even, I think, in the standings, and it's really going to be up to our teams that haven't won yet, Yabagul and TDO, on how the standings will look. But we have one more game still to play before we will get into our break and before we get into our Hunter ban. So after a second game, Zick, any more indications that maybe of some of the Hunters that we might see hit the bench?
I don't know, man. Like, I feel like a lot of the 3rd and 4th picks are like pretty even.
They're very close.
It's the crazy thing is Jewel might be most picked, or like definitely is going to be second most picked behind Oath if she's not. So that's a very new trend, especially with Oath not banned yet. So now, unfortunately for all the Jewels, when Oath gets banned, Jewel is probably going to get banned, and so that's not fun if you're a Jewel player. Probably good for everyone.
Yeah, so we are getting ready for our 3rd game, and it is going to be a Cross Country Storm, which is a very fun one to have us go into game 3. And I gotta say, Jewel Oath definitely at the top of my standings right now for potential bans. And then looking at other ones, I was saying how maybe Celeste, but I've been seeing a decent amount of Myth. I think Myth is going to work her way onto the bench as well. And then that 4th one, it's going to be close. There's a decent amount of Wukong we've been seeing. There's a decent amount of Celeste. There's a decent amount of Bishop. So it's really going to be, I think, hotly contested for that 4th one that we'll have to see. But we have to get through this game and see how our teams are going to match up. If any teams are going to adapt, change anything. We've seen metagame in the past, especially when it comes to those 3rd picks. But now that you have a 4th ban, potentially, you can really metagame it if you want.
Yeah, true. Yeah, with 4 in play, it's going to be significantly different here. And, you know, something I wanted to mention is like someone who we used to see banned decent amount. I think flying through with only 1 player picking them in this whole set so far, and that is Stealth Ninja on the Kingpin, still making it work. Maybe let's go.
So few players have really stuck to that Hunter ever since some of the bug fixes, the patches that he's received, and the nerfs that Kingpin's gotten many a times. Then the introduction of Nyx really did take out Kingpin from so many players' repertoire of what they wanted to play. Then another one that's kind of interesting to see, you know, we're seeing a couple of those Hunters that somehow make their way through, and one of them, to me, is Tetra. Another one of those Hunters that we just don't see chosen too often, and I really like Tetra. I think Tetra, if you can play it well, is one of those really hyphy Hunters.
Yeah, and like I was like watching chat talk about this a little earlier in EU. There's just been a massive fall off of Tetra viability. Unfortunately, she got a little bit of quality of life this last patch with the way the stacks works. Tsunani was talking about it earlier. Tsunani, our fellow caster observer bro, one of the biggest Tetra fans out there, just loves the, you know, kind of thinking about and theory crafting with Tetra, and so he had a nice breakdown earlier on what's going on with her.
Oh, but here we go. Our first and second place teams from the last game fighting in Ion Acres and TDO. Gotta be careful. Dumpkiss is taken pretty low, trying to get out of there as Wukong up onto the tree, hopping away from limb to limb, tree to tree. Dumpkiss has broken the ankles of LC.
And there's Lemur trying to be a bully. Oh, wait, he's not done. The monkey on the tree finds the recall. I was like, when Lemur is being a bully, probably his #1 target to bully is indeed the monkey. So somehow Dumpkiss finds his way out of that tricky situation. Meanwhile, across the map, Bap finds a spike onto TFO. The snarky Lemur trying to make their way out.
Bap, leave TFO alone! Leave him alone! As they've lost 2 already, and 2 of those 3 deaths that we've seen from TFO have actually been onto that Tetra that I was just talking about, that Jin Power has been playing again in this game. They're going back into Concepts. Yabagul and Losers. Last game, Losers had really good early game fighting. They were able to take full advantage, and now they have a decent level lead up against Yabagul. The Yabagul have already sent TN a nice route on the TN from Losers, and that's why they're playing aggressively, looking to see if they can punish Yabagul. But Yabagul holding strong. Palmu with a nice Dragon Slam, almost getting enough damage onto Losers, but Izzy was able to do the same with Kangarmo, taking out the Monkey King, and Yabagul now sent on the run.
Losers find another pick in an even 4v4 early. Now 3 games in a row where they are showing their mechanical prowess in these early fights. All they got to do now is find some good placement. Wait, Lemur finds Dumpkiss in the end. Runs into him after all this time. Dumpkiss still trying to hide out in trees. TDO is here though. Berserker and Miri showing up. No bullet trains in play this time, Magical.
Not this time around, so TDO maybe have a bit more of a favorable fight. But it seems that they're not even going to look for him. They're just going to look to get into the circle. It's early days. It's only night 1. They could go for this fight against LC, but they have been separated. 2 are down south on the track. 2 go north. Now they're trying to see if they can regroup, but Jetski, he was on the hunt for the other players of TDO. Train going to slowly clack down the track right past LC. As TDO don't lose a member just yet. Dumpkiss still over the abyss. Lemur will finally punish the monkey.
Big from Lemur finds the spike on the way out. So TDO down Dumpkiss, still Berserker Miri and Tornado Boy left, but LC really kind of on the hunt here. Want to finish off TDO, especially after the last endgame. Bold recall here coming in from Tornado Boy, trying to reconnect, but he's going to put himself right in the middle. I guess maybe playing Scapegoat here. Miri lives for a moment longer, but still probably going to be just Berserker left in the end.
Yeah, not looking good for TDO, especially after 2 really good performances in game 1 and 2. So they're going to be on a weak start here in game 3. They're going to run it into Yabagul, but hearing already some of those attacks there from Yabagul onto the minions, Miri's going to make the wise call, trying to go for the really long flank and looking at where you can possibly go. There is that respawn beacon right there in Vanegrove, so should be able to bring back up the team. But another team that is struggling, TFO, the free ones, only having 1 player left, but had stolen away 1 gold armor from BAP.
Yeah, you take what you can get here. Dylan trying to find something as well as he reconnects with the rest of Yab. Still down in levels a little bit, but Losers not too far behind. Nice engage. Looking for the stun connect is going to be barely wide. Abyssal Breaker traded out by Dylan. Ult traded as well from the likes of Pamu.
Almost the singularity. I saw the vision in Lanchipa. She got so close, but watch Quasar was too far, and they didn't get the lockdown. And now they've got the slam with the Dragon Slam on the Shrike to take out the sniper as Losers. It almost looked like their angle. I saw the idea, Lanchipa, but unfortunately for you, Yabagul, they saw it too.
Yeah, I think Yabagul just honestly do a great job of kind of reading that singularity from Lanchipa, really close to connecting, as you mentioned. But in the end, Lanchipa does find his way out, at least for a moment. Has like 4 squads on all sides. To the north, the fighting continues. Yab finding a Dragon Staff Slam onto LC. Quick stun, LC unfazed, continuing to push forward.
As LC, this time around, kind of just seeing what teams will fight them, which teams are willing to try to scrap against them. Yabagul not actually going to fall for it this time around, having gotten themselves on a bit of a back foot after that fight against Losers. It got them the early kills, yes, but they did take a lot of damage for it. But in picture, the free ones having gotten their respawn, they run into a new team, this time is carefully thrown together that they run into, and unfortunately for them, it is not going to be a too careful of a fight. CTT are looking for them over the abyss. Jin Power is gone. The Snarky Lemur, the next target in their sights as they want to chase down, but Nadakiri still holding onto that gold armor, waiting as Ghost in the brush, but doesn't even try to save their Lemur brethren, trying to see if they can snipe away, not getting spotted out at all by CTT.
Yeah, nice kind of stealth move here from Not the Carry, and I couldn't tell. It looked like Diggs maybe lived with literal 1 HP there, but yeah, he is, or maybe he's a wisp floating above, but gonna hold on to that Ghost. Meanwhile, over to the west, it's Yabagul and TDO facing off again. We've seen a lot of bouts between these kind of, 4 top squads that we're seeing sort of cement themselves at the top of the leaderboard. It's Yabagul, it's TDO, it's LC, and it's BAP.
Right now, we see how the teams are moving around and where they kind of are at the moment. Every team's still alive for now, but we know some teams are struggling for the moment. The free ones definitely been on that poverty run, but same with TDO and even Long Claw here. They're getting sandwiched by Yabagul. Nice Singularity has locked down, looking for that damage as they blow up Myth, but it is turned back in kind. Jemmy has been taken down. Not a Burger looking for that angle, trying to surge forward, but no static's been built up, and Diamond brought back from Wisp as they try to see if they can get Not a Burger to juke him. Lightning crashing back, but it's going to be the Thunder that clap back onto the Long Claw as they lose Not a Burger.
And like it just like shows like the other thing that's so powerful with the Oath is like if you have a kill traded there, the way the Oath can position around the Wisp and virtually guarantee that res unless multiple people try to push him off, like really just completely turns the fight. Like that was Long Claw's fight. They find the early pick. They have the numbers advantage, but because of Dylan playing the res very well, all of a sudden turning that numbers advantage around, finding a pick themselves. So Yabagul do a nice job fending off the Long Claw Soul.
And looking at our teams, though, still every team alive, but one of those teams not looking like they're having a good fight. They've been hunted down by BAP through and through. Diggs is gone. Snarky Lemur tries to get away, but CTT, they might have just intervened in time to help out TFO as they've got the lockdown, looking for the damage with the punch back onto RTK, but they gotta be careful because Hyde has got a great position as well onto CTT with Sunfish taken out. Almost trying to mantle back with the rest of the team, but it's gonna be Pine who goes forward aggressively, blast back with the Nova Burst on the Jake Braun, and now it's just Taricha, the People's Champion. Bungee Gum dragged back into the fight, and BAP will get rid of CTT first.
BAP just looking so strong there, really showing their prowess on the micro. Find the full 4v4 squad wipe onto CTT. Jake Braun almost able to do something with the kill trade onto Pine there. Huddy v Saros in the end not going to be able to. So CTT does go down. Good news, Magical. The free ones rank up.
They rank up 1 spot for now. They're still alive. I still see that Not a Carry holding on Ghost duty to hopefully be a Ghost and be able to squeeze past through these standings even further for them. But as we are in Wraith's Row, have to have more fighting. This time it's Yabagul and QA. QA have been pushed back towards their land. Dragon Slam not going to connect. They put down the emergency payload, and there goes TFO. 9th place, finished off this time by LC.
Hey, not last, baby. So TFO doing a little bit better in game 3. Shout out to them for hanging in there. LC,
but Ricky Bobby, if you ain't first, you last. That's how it works.
It's true.
Now, LC and BAP are 2 first-place teams so far. Gonna trade a couple of blows. Lemur exploded there by RTK.
Yeah, BAP finding a nice entry on LC. Isolate, Lemur, Jetski already down as well, but heads up play from Afro and Toilet are already on that res, gonna get both members back. Meanwhile, over to the west, Long Claw under pressure. Jemmy is gonna go down. Notaburger spotted out in Butch by Yabagul. They are not going to overchase this, so Notaburger lives a little bit longer and has a little bit of space to play with in the south.
Wash Quasar taken out by TDO. TDO, after struggling early game, have been trying to slowly work their way back up, but Dunkis was locked down by that Singularity, and now Losers, they're getting Sanders because Yabagul, they've decided to intervene as well, and it's going to be Losers barely getting away until a 5th party shows up. BAP takes out Kangarmo, and then Izzy left alone, as it's still Yabagul hunting down that last Celeste, but we'll have one more finale regardless, as we see Long Claw and LC fighting in the picture-in-picture. It's difficult for Long Claw. They've been on the back foot as well, trying to get away from LC. What we see that still, BAP was debating whether they wanted to go for the fight against TDO, but decided not to because Yabagul was too close nearby as Long Claw try to get away, but they run into QA. Wrong team to run into him. Now they lost one more. They've got 2 left with a crown picked up immediately by Felix, but even with that heat shield, Dark Ninja is not going to survive against QA.
QA finding some nice picks there. So at least 1 left for Longclaw. It is Notaburger still alive in the Jewel. Heads up Anchor to find their way out, looking for opportunity for that res. Meanwhile, Loser's still in it. Let's go. Trying to make a better placement for standing here, but it's BAP. RTK finds the insta.
No.
Now fighting down. Beautiful snipe coming in from on court as well.
Chifa trying to get away. Grabby on to BAP, and unfortunately for this Void, running into the wrong team at Meteor Beast, but Izzy again survives. Picture in picture, we go down south. You see that there's a lot more fighting. 3 teams staring one another down. LC, TDO, and QA, but QA hop into the Saros portal to try to get away.
That is a super long Saros portal. Big value there as QA move their way out. Actually have a lot of space to play for camps to the north, and IDM are going to go out at 8th here as well.
And I think that was a 1v1 battle between Longclaw and between It Don't Matter as well. So Longclaw coming out ahead of that one, but back onto this Arena Island. LC pull back in. TDO, first and second place teams of game 2. Trading a couple blows again, but this time around, like before, they're going to fall back and leave a new team to enter into the fray. This time it's Yabagul looking for LC.
Yeah, I love how aggressive Yabagul has been playing pretty much this whole set so far. Continuing to not let up the pressure. They're going to push LC off of this little island, take the fire for themselves. TDO continuing to kind of look for intel from the south like they were onto LC there. Maybe look for a potential engage. Little snipe coming in from Miri, trying to get some creep XP with the rain. But here, Magical into the next day turnover. Everyone very much playing for what little camps are left.
And there are still quite a decent amount of teams left up on the field. Only 3 have been eliminated so far. TTT, TFO, and it Don't Matter. Those are only teams down at the moment, but as we are getting more and more crowded, Orb of Life going to be soon available for a team to pick. Wondering which team is going to get full control of it. Right now, LC seems to be the team already in position.
Yeah, and like we saw, last game, how incredibly powerful those mobile beacons can be. And on top of, getting the actual Orb of Lives from the Soul Warden with that self-res, you also get the free mobile beacon with it. So an incredibly powerful late game objective to play for. And it looks like maybe a couple other teams working their way into contest. We can see on the picture-in-picture.
I see Notaburger with the grand. No, spiked by Pine in the picture-in-picture. Losers go out right before them, but Longclaw immediately will follow them onto the bench. 2 more teams down. Only 5 remain now on the breach as TDO try to get back to land before they overheat, but they got to be careful because they are still surrounded. LC getting a lot of damage on a Tornado Boy as the first casualty will fall for TDO. QA almost intervened with their Sky Shark crash in, but not going to find anything. Yabagul now focused on a QA, but QA running into BAP as LC take advantage of Yabagul. Focus on the QA with the lightning crashing onto TN, but it's going to be the Dragon Slam from Palm trying to see if they can get Lemur, but Lemur has to get back because here comes that Storm Shift as you talk about cross country. They've got the portals. They have to hop in quickly. They'll get onto the other side of the wall, narrowly getting out of the damage from that storm. But look at Yabagul. They're trying to keep up with it. Same with QA. BAP are now fishing out, looking for these kills as teams are trying to get back into the circle, but Yabagul takes so much damage. It's up to Pine as he might be able to get a huge cash in here. 1, 2, 3. But the crowd from Yabagul, they're back in the game. But for how much longer? There's enough time. QA are gone. Palmu trying to get away from LC, but he falls into the portal. They go, but they can't get away. Into the crowd they go, and they've lost Diamond. Yabagul still alive though now. BAP deal with LC. They had superior positioning for a while, but they focused so much of their attention onto Yabagul, they forgot about LC.
Dude, the mental stack in this game is just so deep. It continues to surprise me how even the best of the best players still get caught off guard by things like Bullet Train last game, like Storm Shift or Cross Country Storm this game. So in the end, Yabagul do make it out with 1, but They were looking very strong up to that point. That was basically 100% Storm damage that took them out. They all come into Storm literal one shot. Pine sees like a 4-player kill in one bullet right there. You saw him pushing up, like wanting it so bad.
He wanted the clip. He wanted the Nova Burst clip where he immediately kills 4, but we see in the picture-in-picture, there's that crown being worn by Yabagul while TDO get focused off of the train into TN, who brings back Yabagul! LC and deliver him, the team! And now they've got another fight, but they gotta be careful because they are on the train tracks up against TDO. Dumbcats is gonna fall. TDO out at 4th as Yabagul hold on with the heroics from TN.
Dude, crazy turnaround from TN. Not too surprising based off what we've seen TN do in the past, but huge play there from Yabagul. Meanwhile, LC getting engaged on from BAP. Abyssal Breaker out from height. Big pressure out into Lemur. Half health has the bungee out, looking for maybe a reverse engage onto the enemy health. Crazy Sorrow's portal.
What a juke!
But a portal for portal. Whoo, LC matches it.
LC absolutely breaking their ankles, but here is the recall. LC onto the base camp to deny BAP their angle, and now BAP, as they have been able to push back through the forge into the circle. Yabagul behind him. I see a TP. I know what you're trying to do right there. There's the heart behind us. Can they TP him on to the base camp, or do they even want that one? Because right now, we're looking at LC and how they're positioning. It's Yabagul with that TP. Do they try to go for it on to LC? Will LC fall bait to it?
Yeah, and like based on where they put the 2-way under the heart, gonna determine exactly how the heart shows up on this TP. So LC trying to keep their space. They did put it right on their fire. So very likely based on the angle, they want to plop that heart immediately onto LC's fire. You can see LC knows what they're trying to do. A little sketched out, even kind of being around here. Unless that is, I could be mistaken. This could be LC's 2-way, but it looked like that was Yabagul setting that up.
It could be, but I think it's actually looking at, yeah, it's going to go a little bit different. So if you look at it, you can actually now see where the heart is going to go. It's actually a little bit more towards the northwest. See right there where they have that scan grenade? So that's where the heart would actually TP to if they go for it. But they haven't actually popped that. Instead, they're getting rid of it, letting that one fall off to the wayside, as now they've got the pinch onto LC, because they've already got the lockdown onto Afro, who tries to get away, but she's pulled back in by the bungee, trying to see if it can get the surge away. But now Yabagul, as they've already used the 6 monkey strike, they got the punch onto RDK, where they're waiting for Dylan. He's got the angle. He is none the wiser. They have no idea that Yabagul have their oath ready to flank BAP, and BAP now find themselves in a precarious situation.
Yeah, and LC was in a very precarious situation right there. Yabagul opt not to instantly kind of pull the trigger on the third party, playing the patience game. So LC is able to make their way out to the right. Now they come from the south. They want to push BAP into the arms of Yabagul, looking like it might work out here.
Waiting for it. Damage onto BAP. Almost pushing him into the heart. It's going to be on-court first down. Now RTK as he's been spiked, but nobody was able to get onto his position just yet. The rest of BAP trying to see if they can reform. It's going to be hiding RTK, but RTK already focused by Afro. Getting rid of one jewel and then looking for this oath. Yabagul have got height in their sights, and now with height gone, it's just 2 that remain.
Yeah, so LC and Yabagul do a great job kind of punishing BAP after LC beautiful kind of dip out of the middle, push up to the south of BAP and put them right into the middle of themselves, and Yabagul able to finish them off on both sides. So now LC and Yabagul facing off for this first place spot. It's double exotic on Yabagul. It's Ardent Songbow on Diamond Blinkstone on Dylan's Oath.
I really like that angle. Toilet almost had that perfect Vortex Charm to set up the fight for LC, but the rest of the team was not ready, as there is a bit of damage on a jet ski, trying to get damage on to Saurus, as they've already popped the 6 monkey strike, trying to get away. Palmu barely gets out of there, but now with broken shields, they gotta be careful. Second win, healing back up LC, while the rest of Yabagul trying to hold the line. Dylan doing his best, waiting for the monkey. Now the monkey's back on his staff, looking for the slam back onto Lemur, but none of that damage as Dylan took a little bit too much. It's gonna be Afro, her turn to go into the enemy lines, but Dylan's been brought back up for round 2. They've already been able to get the rest, but Lemur ready as always to pounce, but he's been pushed into the corner, trying to hold up the wall, but somehow LC are able to get Private Lemur out of danger, and now they look for the fight, and it's gonna be Afro again into the corner, but this time they might be able to get the Monkey King, but the Monkey King might be raised by Dylan. They've got time, they've got the hammer onto the monkey. Nobody's something just yet. Now, just in the nick of time, they've been able to get rid of Palmu, blue, but they gotta make sure they secure that. As Diamond now gone, it's just up to TN, and by themselves, there's not much hope left for Yabagul. LC, second game in a row here. They're looking to claim victory. TN doing their best to delay the inevitable, but LC found victory.
Here we go. Last chance starting to feel themselves. There's the real first place. No credit to the bullet train on that one. Just some really well played final 3 macro. Beautiful kind of exit to the east, work their way down to the south with BAP, put them right in the middle, right around Heart. BAP basically have nowhere to retreat after the lemur engage. And Yabagul do a nice job, finishing the members coming to the north. And I thought Yabagul played that final fight exceptionally well. A couple, first big res on the Dylan. It was a diamond with an R&B pushing Afro off of that second surge to make sure Dylan's able to get up. And then, they do their best to fight out from there. But LC, with this comp, with these players playing so well together, it is an extremely, difficult squad to kind of chip apart and break down. Without finding a pick on their side, Last Chance is eventually going to take out Yabagul.
And that's their second victory in a row, so definitely got to be our team to beat after 3. But we are going to toss it to a break. When we come back, we'll add up the points. We'll add up our Hunter bands as well. So we will see you all on the other side. Hello, welcome back in to Saturday Night SUPERVIVE. We've had 3 awesome games already. LC taking a pretty commanding lead after finding 2 of those 3 game wins. BAP taking the very first one, but before we do all of that, Zick, we didn't get to do this at the top of the show, but we gotta announce who our winners from last week's clip competitions were. So why don't we take a look and see who won those and find out from Kaya our top 3.
Here are the top 3 plays from the previous weekend of Saturday Night SUPERVIVE. Every weekend, players can submit their best plays for a chance to win cash prizes. And our third place goes to
From the inevitable
Izzy.
demise. Another E-plat down over here for Izzy. Izzy may be getting isolated, but the finale, who is
Oh
isolating
my
who?
God.
Gonna
Oh
catch
my
all 3
God.
members, gonna get 1, get 2,
Oh
get 3, Izzy!
my God,
Popping off
Izzy.
on the Celeste, let's go!
second place goes to
Odds after a
Squire.
great sequence of violence. ASS wants to continue it. Squire aggressively shifts in. Huge double surge with that Moss Immunity. Going to take out the enemy Nyx very quickly. Looking to continue the violence. Lightning Strike is going to be able to connect. Greed goes down, so the huge damage. Saros no longer is placed. Squire is going off here, bro. 1, 2. Can he find 3 on Lazaro? Holy.
And our first place goes to
Yeah, I need to
Oko.
heal. Okay. I killed 2. Okay. Oh, let's go!
Thanks so much for joining us for this weekend of SNS, and we hope to see you next Saturday night for more SUPERVIVE.
The classic Bebo plays, right? Sadly, not really too many Bebo plays today, but I do love seeing a good Bebo player. Always a lot of fun to watch, especially when you're able to get not just the Bebo tonk into the spike wall, but the baseball bat with the bombing run at the perfect timing. Classic.
For the game dub, that's definitely a clip winner. It is like from a viewer perspective, it's a bit sad to see the fall off on Bebo because he does make some hype plays and he is fun to watch. I think probably most of the players are pretty excited Bebo's not out here, if we're being honest.
I like watching a good Bebo personally.
But I also really love watching a good Bebo. We usually even don't have too many of them, even when he is strong. But Akko making a nice show for him there. So after the clips, well, real quick, we got to make sure if you guys have your clips from this week, if you want a chance at $150 first prize, $100 second prize, $50 third prize for the top clips of the week from this tournament series, make sure to drop those in the Discord, the tournament Discord, the Clip It channel. Make sure to @Kaya so she knows it is there for the official submissions, and we'll be drawing the winners for the top 3 next week.
Exactly. So get those clips in. I already know that I want to see that train finale that we had, the 3 deaths.
That's a
from
dude. If that's
TDO.
not on there, I will be surprised because that is extremely
The thing
like
is, who would submit that? Though?
Yeah,
That's
like
the-
who wins? Like Bullet Train wins the cash prize. Like who wins the cash prize there?
I'm okay with the Bullet Train winning the cash prize. This is acceptable by me. I'm 100% okay with this, but we got to focus on what we have ahead of us, and that is looking at the leaderboard to find out how our
Here we
teams
go.
are actually stacking up. We expect to see LC at the tippity top here, but looking from the bottom upwards, DFO, they are playing their hearts out. They've gotten 4 points. They are not going to be with the big old goose egg, but
On the
actually,
board.
surprisingly, BAP are ahead of LC. Those kill points are really coming through.
That is actually quite surprising because we remember first place finish game 1 for BAP, fourth place finish game 2, third place finish game 3, with LC taking double back-to-back victories in 2 and 3. So BAP definitely ahead on the kill tempo here based on how those placements went. I think LC was like 4th or 5th in game 1 as well.
Yes.
So definitely a little higher tempo for the BAP kills, but LC doing a nice job with these last 2 wins, putting themselves in a position, Magical, where now that these bans are in place, you know, the Saros likely going to be gone, the Oath likely going to be gone, the Jewel likely going to be gone for the side of BAP. Obviously, some of those hunters on the LC as well, but here we go, diving into the bans. Wow, wait. So the Zeph sneaks it in there, and it's actually tied in picks for Oath, just behind 1 win.
That is the entirety of what LC have picked in the last 3 games. Jewel, Saros, Oath, and Zeph. all 4 hunters that LC played are now gone. Wild to see that one. And seeing that Myth narrowly avoiding getting banned herself, was barely able to avoid getting her head onto the chopping block in that one. So very big surprise to see. So even looking at our other teams, BAP, 3 of their 4 are now going to be gone. But and then the backup, like normally you think, okay, well, at least they have the backup if they wanted to. Encore's a really good Zeph player as well as Myth. What Zeph is the other band, so it's like now Encore's going to be forced to stay on to this Myth, and it's like, what are you going to pick for the other things? Of course, we know BAP and our LC players, they have a lot of different hunters that they are very efficient at playing, but it is really going to throw a wrench into their cogs on how they're going to approach these games.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see who goes for these other supports, right? Who's going to pick up the Eva? Who's going to pick up the Mercury? Because at this point, Oath is gone, Zeph is gone, and the value of a good support in a squad's world is extremely high. So we will have to see, you know, who kind of opts into these other options, who goes for more of just like a full-blown kill comp, where if there are those strong supports removed from everyone's team, no Oath, no Zeph, maybe you can just stack 4 all-in DPS, go, and just run people down. So going to be very interesting to kind of see the difference in strategies on the comp selected here going into our first back half 4-game ban tournament.
But to me, the wild thing is normally when you see that Oath ban, then it's the resurgence of Jewel that normally comes through. But Jewel was the #1 hunter in this time.
Yeah.
Like the most
Times are changing.
It is very much a different time that we are seeing here onto the Breach. And so looking at these different styles, Wukong, Brawl, Shiv might even start getting back.
Brawl we
into
haven't
the meta.
seen at all yet, so I would love to see a couple Brawls out here.
Yeah.
I think I'm pretty sure Jetski was literally the only one that played Brawl in our last tournament, if I'm remembering correctly. But he is a hunter that's seen a massive fall off in competitive selection here.
And then you look at the other ones that are maybe not even touched. As you talked about Bebo, that could be something maybe teams want to be able to bring into this one. Could be the option, especially now we are into our latter half, our next 3 games with those bans. We'll see how teams are going to approach it with unstable portals for game 4.
Hey, look, we got at least one. It's on chord, off chord on the Bebo for BAP. So BAP going back to the Pine Shrike, the Height Brawl, the RTK Myth, and on chord on the Bebo. So like, this is still a scary comp, Magic. I know these hunters aren't the most powerful in the meta, but these players on these hunters is scary.
But see, this is kind of what I was talking about with like looking at BAP, because Encore, great Zeph player, but had been playing Myth in the previous games, probably hoping to actually drop the Myth ban and not the Zeph ban, because Encore could stay onto the Zeph, or they could have had Pine move over to that as well. But look at that drop. What in the world is chaos? It is insanity brewing. BAP finally get hot dropped. The losers lose Lampicha, but now they try to see if they can get back onto BAP as they crash back, but over the wall, RTK goes into the machine. BAP survive, but it's somehow TDO that are losing their players as onto the Dragon Staff. They look for the perch with a slam back, but it's going to be Dumpkins that might lose their life to the Losers Club, who somehow come atop the dog pile.
Losers are so unafraid to fight. I love it. Izzy return spike, almost getting a 4th squad engaging on them from Longclaw. Izzy finds the fadeaway spike as they wake their way out. So Longclaw, I love the opportune look there, but in the end, they're able to fight it off. Losers just exceptionally good at fighting early. They literally fought 4 squads there, Magical, and able to survive.
But for Losers, they've done this before. They've got these excellent early games. Now they got to make sure the mid game is going to be better. But we look at more early game scrapping. CTT unable to get that hatchling in time, so only level 2 as Yabagul are going to be the team in control. LC just barely missing out, stealing that from Yab. That's why you see Jetski on that Brawl, going to try to regroup back with the team in heart.
Yep, and other than that, like fairly spread, everyone playing for their quick level 6, get this early buy-in, and then look to fight before stuff turns into night and day 2. But I think, like, you know, there's a lot of sort of viability in the early objectives. Like, I think we were talking about the gold armor conversation earlier. I think there are other, you know, sort of more valuable objectives than at least in the past there were to contest and drop early besides the gold. But I didn't quite see that first drop between the 4 squads. Was that 4 gold?
I believe it was 4 gold there. So they were going for the hot drop, and a team, not just one team though, it was the fact that you had 3 teams all dropping on Sky Sharks with one another. So it was not even, it's not like they were going exactly on the golds. They were trying to get the Sky Shark to go to gold. And yet teams contested BAP. They had this great fight for losers, and then there was the 4th party of Claw showing up that somehow the losers are able to get that kill off of, so they actually are now looking like a really strong team. But over here, Yabagul getting a nice pick on to Toilet, on to LC, as they are going to be the team now in control of the center of the map.
So LC on this kind of split farm, we do see a member go down to Yabagul running it down. Lemur just hanging out alone in Vane Grove, happy to farm the couple of bulls and screamers that are here. We see the other 2 members of LC, though, split farming way over in Chaos Step. So even if Lemur does get engaged on, has a lot of space, just hit the UAV. So now they have intel on where these other players are at. Looks like potentially teams posturing over mana coils, as well as a couple teams moving in from the southeast here.
Let's see, and that's where those golds ended up being, was way up in Dawn Cap. So teams were trying to hot drop, get on to the Sky Shark so they can move up there. But yet, even though BAP they lost the Sky Shark battle, they were able to get out of there. They got themselves those gold armors. Now they have been able to reset into mana coils, and they have yet to lose a beat where it seemed like they were on the back foot for quite some time.
Yeah, I think losers got 2 picks on them at level 1 right off that drop, and somehow BAP able to find a shark, find their way up to the golds, maybe find a pick here onto losers. The squad who was contesting them trade on the boops there. Looks like Wash Quasar is very much going to go down. No dunk angle with the ice in play.
Trying so hard, but Encore on that Bebo. Great counter towards Jin, saying nope, not today, as we look at Longclaw fighting against other players of the losers, but was a trade of 1 for 1. Losers still going to be in a bad spot here after that early day 1 excellency.
Down to just Izzy left, our Celeste hero here. Hopefully going to be able to find a res angle. Potentially room for this Prisma, but got to be careful with TFO lurking so close to the south. BAP continuing to hunt now with this early tempo. They have the golds. They're looking for this quick level 9 on the day 2 turnover. We see them forcing off QA a little bit from this vault space, claiming the steps for themselves.
If we look at our teams and how they're kind of moving around right now, no team really in that bad of a spot. Even losers right there, having lost those early fights, they were able to bring back up the team in Prisma. So QA, our other teams that are kind of nearby them in Prisma, no one will really be able to punish them, so they're all going to be able to move around. But we look at Stealth Ninja trying to bait Yabagul over the Abyss, but instead he's got the one baited in, as Palmu was able to find a nice dunk.
Yeah, Palmu shows up for the bait, does have the Dragon Staff Slam on the low health Kingpin, locking in the dunk himself instead, wanting to continue the tempo here. Yabagul always pushing forward. Palmu Bungie gonna pull. Ooh, beautiful shift cancel coming in from the Legend on the Myth. Is it gonna matter though, Magical, with all 4 members of Yabagul running them down? They are eventually gonna get eliminated.
And we see how QA are already moving around, as there was a pretty much immediate res back in Kobayashi, so the team back up on their feet. Looking at the rest of the teams, everyone having to move north here in this circle as they're working their way from where we started way down south all the way at the very beginning down by Machine. Now having a teams meet outside of the heart, outside of Kobayashi's, even looking here. Claw, got to be careful of BAP. They almost were able to find their own angle against BAP, the team that struggled from that very early fight, but now they're back on their feet looking strong. Well, losers, a team that is struggling, but they were able to get a nice fight against Tornado Boy and Train Deaths Only. But maybe not so, as they are looking to see if they can take down TDO. Looking for Berserker, who's been able to get back over to land yet again.
Looks like Miri is alone to the south here as well. Pops the Chilling Finale, is going to almost connect some beautiful wall timing there from Izzy. Izzy is gaming today. Lanchipa alongside them, wanting to run down Miri. Berserker probably going to have the room to get out to the north. Oh, unfortunate for Miri, going to run right into TFO. The free ones, our free agent squad, claiming a kill.
If we look at other teams, Yabagul, it's Dylan on Mercury this time around. No longer on Oath, but fighting against LC. And it is going to be a difficult fight against Afro, who's now on Krista, losing their life, but it's going to be a trade of 1 for 1, because now BAP have decided to intervene. They've already lost their support. Now, even with that Sky Shark, it's not safety for Diamond. Instead, it's going to be their demise they find as they try to get back over to land, as it's going to be BAP hunting these kills going right past their heads.
Mega Avalanche don't matter when everyone's just got everything to get on top of you. Even the Shrike is already past you with that crazy bungee. So BAP continuing the kill farm, doing exactly what they have done so far to get their way to the top of the scoreboard. Claw posturing over these middle hatchlings. Rakdos under big pressure here. Can they follow up on this kill?
Emergency bubble was already popped. And now separated from Spicy Kimchi, who's trying to double dash away from the rest of Claw, while Not Burger was trying to hunt them down. But Rakdos had been able to regroup with the rest of the team. Unfortunately, not the same for Spicy Kimchi. So Claw gaining themselves a free kill off of that, while the rest of IDM are going to have to get out of Vein Grove and try to see if they can find a different angle for a respawn.
Yeah, and Vein Grove not a good spot to be on the day turnover like this, because it is no real camps. It's screamers, it's bulls, it's bull crap basically as far as creep XP goes. Holy, some nice movement from Lemur, flying his way through QA, gonna make roughly 44 ducks isolated there, and Jetski finds a dunk.
Now we're down to 2 for QA, the Legend and Stealth Ninja now left for QA, trying to get themselves back on their feet, but TTT, after our last place finish last time around, they're trying to go for a fight against our first place team, and it's not looking so good. The People's Champion trying to get some attention as they hop into the unstable portal away from the respawn beacon.
Yeah, and I think like LC, right as I say that, Jetski does find a kill. LC really wants to map or match this kill pressure from the side of BAP. We saw that little bit of separation on the scoreboard. BAP already kind of turbo farming here in game 4. LC really want to start stacking the kill points for themselves to match this tempo, but it's hard to match. Magical, full gold armors, level advantage, like basically everything they want to run this lobby.
And already looking for more kills as they found TFO. They've got the chains connected and they've sent in Height to look for the targets. But with how low Encore had gotten, TFO, they're able to hold the line for now, but they haven't separated, as it is going to be Long Claw aficionados instead, finishing off the Snarky Lemur, and then looking to see if they can snipe out RTK, but instead, Height gets the attention of 3 with a nice singularity on a Height. Claw get rid of one player of BAP.
Longclaw, nice third party there. Find a couple kills in reward for it. Able to find some objectives over there as well. BAP now in 3, under pressure from the free agent squad. Taking a little bit of damage. Will TFO opt to pressure them with this numbers advantage?
Gonna be difficult still. B-bomb, and now a Tetraform placed down by Jin Power from TFO. Will give BAP that angle out of there, and looking where they can go, there aren't really any good angles for respawns, but there are plenty of crowns, plenty of unstable portals, so BAP have multiple opportunities to get back on their feet.
Yeah, we do see TFO now kind of giving up their position to Longclaw as they push their way in after Longclaw had the nice third party over to the east there, working their way in, able to snipe that Height gold armor onto the likes of Jemmy. So a little bit stronger here for Longclaw. Some nice levels and the Songbow on Parkinja. So Longclaw making a nice run here at the start of the second half.
We look back to LC and CTT. CTT have already lost madly, and now Jake Braun trying to put down the salvage hook. They haven't been able to reel in their prey just yet. Nice grabby to get away from Jake Braun as Afro puts down a lot of damage onto CTT. The People's Champion trying to defend Jake Braun, but unfortunately, they too have been sniped down. Eva gone, the support down. It's just 2 left for CTT as they are getting chased down by LC.
So we do see Taricha trading the Zeph for the Eva, and then also Sunfish picking up the Bunny, so actually opting for double support as they grab those two. Miri under big pressure here from, it is IDM, nice salvo, but into the finale, not going to do much. Spicy Kimchi really wanting to finish off this kill, but Miri doing a really good job of fending it off.
Staying Alive was able to get away, and we're looking at our other teams. TDO still on the back foot. Now, they're starting off this tournament really hot. Multiple top spots, top 4 finishes. This game, it really seems like they have hit their wall now that they've lost some of those hunters that they could really utilize. And looking at our other teams right here, we have Sunfish, the last one remaining for CTT, doesn't even want to deal with these air blasts. You see that? Oh, yeah. Rakdos is looking for it. He's looking for the clip. We know, even Sunfish knows what's up. There's that air blast, but nice hop away from Sunfish, not going to fall prey.
Little a Luna emote action back and forth here between Rakdos and Sunfish. Sunfish certainly sketched out as the last member here and working that invisibility. We see they're actually touching each other. So Sunfish does know he's there despite having it on. Is going to opt out on the train. Will IDM look to follow? Almost the Reap pulling him off from 0 there, but looks like Sunfish is going to get the res.
Wise call there from Sunfish. Just goes for the easier play, bring back up the team on the slow-moving train, but unfortunately for them, out of the fryer into the frying pan as they ran into Long Claw, already losing Jake Braun and Taricha madly trying to snipe Jemmy back, using the E-bubble to get the kill onto Jemmy, but not quite the kill, just the whisk, hoping to snipe back with the bird bomb, but missing Blump as Blump will go back with the rest of the team. They had only lost a little bit of damage onto Jemmy, but Jemmy had not been killed off.
So Madly finding a kill on the way out with the Shrike, trading the Jewel over for the Shrike. Kangarmo here on the Shrike as well. Big entry with the blast off into the punch from TN and the golden beam to follow from Dylan. Yabagul is cooking.
And losers now are running away, reeling from that fight. Yabagul, a perfect engage off the back of Dylan's golden beam, but picture in picture, we see down south that Long Claw in a tricky spot because a new team has entered the fray. LC, that's why they hop into the unstable portal that is into BAP territory, and BAP are now staring down that of Yabagul, trying to see if they can test them at their base camp, but BAP are now on the back foot. Yabagul in a pretty good spot as they hold the high ground.
Yeah, and Yabagul doing a nice job, you know, recovering and then re-entering there, finding a couple kills for themselves. CTT are able to recover all 4 members back. LC continuing to try to hunt these kill points, continuing to try to close this gap against BAP. They are making progress as they have 3 gold armors themselves, almost at the level 15 cap here. So definitely putting themselves in a situation, Magical, where we have every squad left, by the way. Still 10 in play,
and
almost at level cap.
With Kobayashi still at play, which team is going to be that first one to give? Right now, it looks like the Long Claw aficionados, maybe not worshiping the Long Claw quite enough because they are now on the back foot, but it's going to be BAP who get attacked by Yabagul, pushed out into the storm, but still a taunt from Encore to get back onto their feet while TTT had a great fight and they were able to find some picks themselves. Then it's going to be chaos brewing. We see the kill feed has been littered with plenty of deaths everywhere. Back in the picture-in-picture, we see that it's still, it don't matter, holding on to the core, trying to make sure that no team gets that easy way back into the game while BAP trying to get away from Yabagul. The golden beam is put down to get a little bit of damage onto BAP. BAP holding strong, waiting to get back onto land, but they got to be careful because RTK is into the storm, narrowly missing that magic mortar. Another one launched at RTK to get rid of the platform that could have been beneath them, about to overheat. They could get their way back onto land, barely getting back, not going to be dunked yet by Palmu, but will be taking. What a crash, though! The Tong, not enough damage on a Yabagul. We did see our first team down, and it was chain deaths only the first team out of here, while BAP have to get out of the fight against Yabagul, but they run into the losers with the grabby skid, looking for the dunk from Watch Quasar. He sees BAP, he's got himself the plats put down with the bird bombs onto BAP, but BAP have gotten into town, and they will be alive.
Wow. So able to Yabagul, 3 kills for Yabagul. Wow, and Kangarmo finding the last one for losers. It looks like TFO kind of pinched there between those 2 squads. So each of them going to kind of make their way around opposite sides of Cobas. Wow. We do have the Cobas party forming, Magical. Already 3, 4, 5 squads hanging out in or around.
And the fact that we have 8 squads still alive, 2 teams finally have been eliminated. We will see this continue to get more dicey and more chaotic as everyone fights for every little bit of real estate. The losers holding on to that little ledge outside of Kobayashi's up against Yabagul. They got to be careful. Full bore launch, missing the snipe onto Yabagul, but instead just trying to get information back onto them as they try to get away from Yabagul, knowing that that was not a good spot to hold.
Yeah, and losers continuing to have fair. This is a disgusting Cobas, bro. There are so many teams of players in here. Almost some sketchy air blast action with the train. Kangarmo kind of turning around there as he sees the front of it. Yabagul continuing to kind of hold the outside on the south here. Losers join the party. It is a full-blown Cobas.
There are only 2 teams not in Kobayashi's, I believe.
Oh my god.
That is Yabagul, and I think actually now it's 7 teams because I think BAP are, they now are entering it as well. So we have everybody but Yabagul. Having gotten their spot in town, this is no longer a town, this is a city, because it is looking pretty urban.
This is SUPERVIVE, baby. We can see Longclaw, Not a Burger, their last hope here, getting mortar chipped from Yabagul on the south. Dylan just pop-shotting way downtown with the mortars, but has 30 seconds on the crown. Doesn't have to commit for this hyper sketchy heart that's getting targeted by a million air blasts.
And why would you? Why would you go for that? Just wait for the crown. You got plenty of time, 30 seconds until the storm will push us out of Kobayashi's, and you'll have to fight. Only Yabagul holding on to the southern exit as they put down a nuke to try to get rid of some sort of safety for any of these teams. Someone's got to leave. Which team's going to be first? As we do see the Long Claw are back up on their feet. They got their crown, but it's going to be first LC leaving the safety of town, realizing that if they went any later, it'd be difficult. We do have one killed off by the guard. It was Jayo taken out, but still teams holding on the best they can inside of town for as long as possible.
Yeah, I think honestly, smart from LC there, knowing that they don't want to be in this choke point with 8 other teams exiting on the top. They work their way down past Yabagul, take, I think, a kill traded on the way out to take that southern position on the E-plat. Losers trying to do the same. Lanchipa doing a nice job of trading damage, barely avoiding the nuke there with literally 0 health left.
Oh my goodness. Hanging on with a prayer, and there is that shield with the emergency bubble barely surviving. E-plat's been placed down. We have had a couple of teams leave, BAP being one of them. It don't matter, tried to be another one. We see QA on that little platform they've created from their escape, but it's not looking too good for them right now, as now every team is going to be forced out. It is going to be chaos finally as the teams have to leave. It don't matter. They got to be careful on how they exit because they are getting blown up. CTT as well. The guards are doing most of the damage. CTT taken out by the guards. It don't matter. Down to only one player. Well, BAP have been pushed back. The storm. It is going to be Claw taken out. It don't matter right after that. Then BAP sandwich between Yabagul and LC. They're trying their best to get through everybody, but the losers have put down the chilling finale, trying to see if they can help corral that of BAP, swapping him back into the storm, but still alive. Encore is there. LC waiting for the losers to try to get off their platform. BAP have been taken out at 5th place as the losers narrowly holding on to life themselves. Wubby Bay with a crown, trying to bait any team over the abyss, has gotten that one. I don't even know who they got it off of, but Wubby Bay has brought QA back into the game, but they got to fight against Yabagul up in the north, and they're going to get blown up by Yabagul. Golden Beam with the Dragon Slam. Legend is taken low. It's going to be roughly 44 ducks trying to blast off away from the fight as QA have one left. Losers, it looks like they too only have one player left. There goes QA.
That crazy sequence for QA there. So despite living and getting the crown proc, it's not going to matter as they're crunched between our other 3 squads left. No land to play for. And it's just like you see it over and over again as we see last stand for losers here. Gets punched in the finale. Going to connect on it too. Is he still alive for the moment, but cannot survive the full onslaught of Yabagul?
And Yabagul, the only team that was not in Kobayashi, is now in the final 2 fight up against Last Chance. Last Chance looking for a 3rd game in a row, but Yabagul, they want to crack up into that top 2, take away a spot from LC or from BAP. Now that BAP are vulnerable, they got out at 5th place. This could be the time to strike for either of these 2 teams to take away that 1st place. But Yabagul got to be careful as they are fighting out onto land controlled by LC. They have gotten some damage back onto LC, but LC holding strong. And now with the flank from both TN and Pamu, this could be the time to strike for Yabagul.
Yeah, we can see Yabagul trying to do everything to just find their own spot of land. Lemur trying to counter with the Celeste shift in, connects onto 2. Despite the jump pad, only half the squad gets out. It's huge damage. They take out Dylan. Diamond's down as well. So can LC finish this off? 2 members left.
It's going to be up to Yabagul's 2 left. They're forced off of their respawn beacon. Pamu now onto his perch, looking for the slam back, but it was Jet Ski that got Yabagul instead. And LC will take their 3rd game in a row.
Wow, so LC really turning it on here, finding some really nice fights. I honestly think it's that move ahead of every other squad. Yabagul's the only other squad out of Koba's on the south side. LC said, this is way too sketchy. We need to get the hell out of here. They make their move, I think even lose a member on the way out, but they get past Yabagul to an E-plat on the south, their own little territory to play around, and they're able to avoid the maximum amount of carnage that happens with 6 other teams trying to move through a tiny choke down out of Kobayashi's.
On this game, it started off really difficult for BAP, but really, really uncharacteristic. hard level 1 fight with so many teams dropping on them, yet they still were able to claw their way to get all those gold armors. But it feels like when they don't have that huge lead, this is where they tend to struggle as they go out in 5th place in this game. But I feel like it's even less to do with the fact they struggled early game and more to the fact that we had so many teams still alive in end game.
Yeah, I mean, but similar to, you know, the game where they went 4th and the game where they went 3rd, they did definitely stack some kills before they got eliminated in 5th here. So we'll have to see, you know, how do those kills stack up against the 1st place payment for LC. I know LC got some kills as well, but I expect BAP's still kind of ahead on the kill tempo here. I think that swap right there was like literal millisecond late to actually connect the finale on the other side, but I love the idea and setup. Losers fighting out of their mind this game. So this is, losers have been fighting good every game, but this is a game they make it late. And I think right there, Wash Quasar trying to finish off Wubby Bay before the crown proc, maybe a little bit of an overcommit, times out that QA gets the res, Quasar loses his life, and that's really what puts losers kind of on the back foot in this position here.
Hey, but you'll take a 3rd place if you're a loser. So that is a big showing for this team because they've had so many of these excellent early games where they've gotten these leads, yet it's kind of fallen apart in the mid game. This time around, they survived that mid game. They're able to make it into the late game. Yeah, you know, it was a difficult final fight there where they got sandwiched between so many teams, but you'll take it.
Yeah, and right here, this finale from Lemur really just sets up the magic for LC. In this whole fight, you saw Yabagul doing everything they can to just find their own little spot of land to get on and play off of. I think LC does a great job sort of contesting that. As soon as Yabagul thinks they do find a spot to the south, Lemur just instantly ships it in with the finale, completely eliminating that position. It forces 2 out to get caught in the finale. They get those 2 kills, turn it into a 2v4. LC, easy cleanup after that. Find a 3rd victory in a row here, Magical, in game 4.
And now, if it was looking like BAP were the top team just because they were getting all these kills, like even in that game, 5th place, 10 kills, very good. But now 3 first places for LC. I don't know if that's going to stop LC now from taking that 1st place after this 4th game. But for BAP's sake, there were definitely things that they can look positively towards this game where had it not been a Kobayashi's circle right there, maybe they could have had a bit better placement. They could have held on to that 1st place. So we'll see as we get into our 5th game with Final Destination how they're going to really approach this game because they're still looking like that formidable team that we know and love them to be.
Yeah, absolutely. We have an extremely close battle for 1st here between Last Chance and BAP. So kind of all eyes on these squads. A couple contenders to mess that up. Yabagul been doing a great job kind of pushing tempo, making stuff happen. Actually, Longclaw had a really nice performance that game. Pretty big kill game for those guys as well. Jemmy finding a couple right before he dies on the way out. I think they got eliminated at like 6th with how chaotic everything was right at the end there. So we do see our Final Destination get hovered. It's way up top right in Fragile.
Whew, all right, so let's see how our teams are going to drop here to start off game 5. And whether or not we're going to have anything contested, we do see that BAP down in Scav Bay. They're obviously going to go for their golds as usual. But Claw here fighting up against Train Deaths Only. And Train Deaths Only, that was their 1st game not finishing in the top 4 in the last one. And they were the 1st team eliminated. They might have a little bit of anger as they're taking out that anger on the Long Claw. But Mirror Vigil is down. Dumpkins is down. They overcommitted for this play. And now they're down 2 players.
Really nice there from Nottaburger on the Ghost, as well as Blump kind of helping set him up, able to trade those kills back with that nade angle, kind of kiting backward, just trading the lasers. So nice early fight. Not an easy squad to contest there. Not easy squad to contest early here is Losers facing off with QA in Academy.
And looking at how Losers have been in the early game, they've actually been a very formidable team early game, and they're definitely starting to win my hearts. You know me and my underdogs. I love rooting for these new players, these new teams, and Losers are definitely starting to win me over.
Yeah, Losers have been really fun to watch, and I love teams that are unafraid to fight, always are looking for opportunities, and able to make those big plays when they matter. And Losers so far qualifying for basically all 3 of those things. So thumbs up in my book as well as Longclaw trading some damage against TDO. I think TDO maybe a little bit of like a mental shattering after that train kill in game 2. They almost had the victory for themselves. We've seen since that point them like slow down a little bit, hopefully able to kind of continue the tempo we saw from the very beginning of the tournament from them here in our last 2 games.
We do see losers losing out on that fight in Academy. TQA Lunchipa was able to get away, same with Gungarmo, but not looking too good for them at the moment. They're forced to try to find other horizons, try to bring back up the team with new respawns, as we already see that Wash Quasar is back up, looking for another respawn beacon to bring back up Izzy, but they are now going to be the team on the back foot as in Wraith's Row, they are surrounded. TFO, the free ones, our free agent team, another one of those teams that got to give huge shout outs to, joining into this one. They might be able to sandwich the TDO, the losers between them and BAP, but BAP is not a team you want to run into early either.
Yeah, absolutely not. And I think, you know, the kind of macro tempo really coming into play here, if you're not very proficient at how to be moving and acquiring camps across the map as these days turn over against these very kind of experienced squads, it's fairly easy to get behind if you're not kind of, you know, playing with such high uptime. So I think, you know, TFO doing a great job to, you know, do their very best to keep themselves in early here. We see Izzy, after getting rezzed for losers, off to a rougher start than normal, is going to go down here to the likes of BAP, continuing to farm those kill points. Now Magical level 6 full gold armors to start match 5.
No team had dropped on them this time around at Scav Bay, and they got the full gold, so they're looking hot as usual out of the gates and now into the mid game. Gonna be a team you do not want to run into, but looking at teams running into one another, CTT and Yabagul trading a couple of blows as they're trying to get over the walls, get into this fight against CTT, who are now over the abyss, but they are holding on to their lives. LC might be able to intervene. Do they want to focus on the CTT, or do they want to get Yabagul?
No.
Yabagul is going to be the one they look for first. They got Dylan. They've already got 2, and now they're trying to get the damage onto Tien, but Tien been able to hold the line. Now Lemur's got to be careful because it's going to be Diamond with the blast off coming in from Tien. Punch into the wall. Lemur only level 6. No chilling finale for him. Instead, trying to skate away into the jet stream, but cannot get there. Instead, he will fall to the might of Tien.
Really nice from Tien there. Yabagul actually a really crazy fight, getting third partied from LC. They're able to not only fend it off, trade a couple kills out on the way. So LC actually the ones that lose 2 members as the third party aggressors in that fight. So Yabagul, really nice start, really nice job putting the first place squad at the moment kind of behind tempo here in match 5.
And looking at our teams that are still kind of remaining in this one with Final Destination, where we are being taken all the way over towards Academy. And how our teams are kind of moving right now, and teams that did struggle right out of the get-go. TDO actually, looking at their composition, Mirror Vigil's not playing onto their typical myth this time around, has swapped up to Jhin, I just realized.
I love it, dude. The more Jins in play, the better. Looks like Yabagul want round 2 on the Lemur. They are going to find it there. No way out for the Celeste, so some more kill points picked up, and Yabagul on the farm here, playing like we saw in a couple early games. Just, I mean, basically have been playing this way all day. Very aggressive, very high tempo, constantly W key, and it looks like it is working out for them here in our 5th match.
As teams now wade their way through the Mage Bog, slowly but surely. It don't matter, and TDO kind of running into one another. Unfortunately, like right there, almost got snapped back into a fight, but well done regardless from IDM to get out of there, get up north towards Frag Isle, where QA have been able to hold on to land, but now this is where things are going to get dicey for a lot of teams, as BAP have slowly moved their way up from Scav Bay. Now they are going to be that strong team that helps sandwich teams between other teams, like right there, almost finding TDO between Yabagul. Yabagul not actually getting any of these kills just yet, forcing you so much committed to make sure they got TDO, and TDO lose 2 because BAP were able to find dumb kids on the retreat.
So despite losing 2 kills there, I think TDO kind of do a nice job reading that early. They're like, okay, we're going to get third partied here. Yabagul is already on the way. They start to retreat to the north. They trade a few members to get out, but still alive here, able to extract at least a few members from that situation. Look for a res. It is BAP very much ahead of tempo here. They are on their way toward the level 11 already, despite the cap and full gold armors in play, full builds, taking that objective for themselves, going to continue scaling and becoming a bigger and bigger mountain as Notaburger hangs out in the bush.
Looks like the rat strat for Longclaw aficionados again, hoping to their long claws that they're going to be able to hold on to their lives. But now it's TDO who are getting pinched between two teams.
Oh my God.
They're on the run from QA, running right into CTT. Dumpkiss is going to be the target as now Not a Burger steals away the
love it,
kill
dude.
from
I
both
love
teams.
it.
But now he's put himself in the attention of
Nice
CTT,
napalm.
trying to escape. Then with a new team, Yabagul joining up the third party, the fourth party. Is this going to be quite manic here in Frag Isle? But QA getting out of there still, trying to chase down TDO. But TDO, they've managed to get out alive as well.
Dude, you got to do, bro. I think nice opportunity there from Notaburger. Finds a kill, gets out with his life somehow, despite 3 other teams fighting around him. Now it's TFO versus LC. Looks like one member going to get caught in the stun.
Wait, look at the other side too. Almost finding Jet Ski. Almost was caught out by Jin Power, but it is Diggs, the first one to fall with the Chilling Finale, trying to get the root on a Lemur, but he's used his own Chilling Finale with the Hiving Wings. Tech on to TFO, as now they've lost 2, but here's Losers. Maybe helping TFO hold on to their lives, but it's only going to be 2 that get out of there.
I actually thought TFO fought that really well against potentially our top squad in the lobby there, in the likes of LC. Meanwhile, Longclaw trying to pop this crown, get their 4th member back. Yabagul never relenting on moving forward. QA continuing to kind of kite back here, hold their position. But I think QA or Longclaw happy to kind of hold this third-party position in the bush, look for a cheeky pick if these teams decide to fight.
They got to be careful because Stealth Ninja, the one player still playing that Kingpin, always can change the tide so quickly for a team like Long Claw, but it will be Yabagul focused onto Legend. They put down Center's Embrace. It didn't connect on anybody of QA, but it doesn't matter. It's already sent them over the abyss. It's done its job to get them out of the fight wall. You see Mirror Vigil out of nowhere maybe could look for that miracle pick themselves. The lone Jin hopping on the Sky Sharks with Wubby Bay driving it, but instead it's going to be Mirror Vigil getting away from the Dragon Slam, trying to get back up to the team up north. But picture in picture we see there's a fight between BAP and LC, getting a nice slam onto LC, but LC, even in that corridor, we're able to hold the line up against BAP.
Yeah, and LC right here against BAP, like really the clash of titans. LC is going to kind of call it off, look for a different objective over to the right, and they do have their fire over there, so very likely getting intel that QA is lurking nearby. So instead of opting into that potential coin flip with BAP, they look to the right, going to play more of the position battle. BAP, however, continuing their kill farm onto IDM. They find JO, and oh no, the third party from Losers. IDM on a really rough spot here.
But they still have Zero. Not sure where Zero is at right now, but Wash Quasar, great use of that grabby, as always, with Jin to find that dunk, leaving IDM with 1 player remaining.
Zero still the only Nyx out here. Huge fall off of Nyx this patch from what we have seen the last couple of weeks. She's had a kind of a massive rise to power after she was introduced, and huge fall off right after. LC looking for the entry. Toilet finds the blast off. Stealth Ninja under pressure.
Chains connected as well on to Stealth Ninja. Nice dunk for Jet Ski, getting rid of 1 of QA. And guess what? 5th party in this fight. But TFO got to be careful as they try to get out of there. Nice root. Nice kill on the Berserker. This is opened up territory for LC onto Yabagul because Diamond's down. Sinner's Embrace will miss. Yabagul now on the retreat while TDO waiting for their moment to strike. Do they want to go for LC or do they want to focus on a TFO who have gone up north? They decide not to go for either. Dumpkiss is a tree on a tree. I think they already knew that one. They've sent out the chains and TFO are north of TDO. They got a lot of damage on to TDO with Berserker gone. 2 remaining for Train Deaths only.
Yeah, Train Death's only, unafraid, but really nowhere, to kind of run either. So they're going to hold the ground, get a couple creep camps, look for potential res options somewhere, but extremely limited as we take a look at the map here. No great places to go. Yabagul do find their 4th member back. Diamond getting res by TN as they look to connect with Dylan.
But like in last game, not a single team down just yet, Zick. We are into day 4, and something has got to end. Some team has finally got to fall, and we are seeing that Yabagul lose Diamond just as they were able to bring him back up, and they also saw that the Losers now getting sandwiched between 2 teams, losing 2 players themselves. Quasar trying to get away, but sniped out of the air by CTT, meaning only 1 left for LZR as they've gone up north. Oh, actually, no, they have 2 remaining, so there is that possibility for Losers with Izzy way far away from the team.
And it looks like they are going to sneak the res on the Shrike just to the south there for the side of Losers. So going to be back at full force, maybe a recall angle up to that 4th member like you mentioned. TFO, our free agent squad, looking to battle it out against TDO here. Just 1 letter difference. And it looks like with the whiffed engage, Dumbkiss is going to call it off.
We even saw that IDM 0, the last one remaining for that team, had been able to get their respawn beacon too. So with all our teams finding these miracle respawns to be brought back up into the game, only a few teams will be down a player here and there, one of those being Yabagul. And this would be catastrophic for them to lose so early. LC already trying to get the engage, but Yabagul do a great job on their retreat. Not losing a single player, taking very little damage, but Dylan gets sniped out of the air by Blump. Now Claw in the sights of LC, but it almost put Yabagul in that same sights as Yabagul barely gets into the jet stream.
Yeah, and a second to breathe. Wait, just kidding. No time to breathe. Fighting continuing to the north. It's CTT. Nice picks on the TFO. They get digs down, looking for more here. Multiple members on the run as we go to picture-in-picture. The singularity, it's popped. It's losers. Lanchipa finds Wubby Bay.
And on to Wubby Bay of all players, too, to get singularity'd. The former Void player now on to that Wukong player. Is very funny to see, but we look at our teams that are now wearing these crowns. TDO being one of them. Yabagul would have loved this stolen that away. QA, I think that's the last player remaining, trying to thread the needle between two squads. But the chase sniped out of the air. QA will survive.
Oh my goodness, huge from QA there. A little tragic on the other side for the Jin, but the legend continues to live. He is on fire though. Versus the full force of losers, it is going to be QA. Somehow, our first squad out in the end game, Magical.
Second game in a row, we've made it to end game with our first elimination. QA being that team. Looking at other teams, Claw, the team that has clawed their way through thick and thin. We're losing out on a fight against BAP. We're looking at how they're kind of moving around. They've been able to bring back up the team, even though they've lost a player here and there. IDM, another one of those teams that's had to utilize Respawn Beacon over and over again. It's going to be another singularity, this time Blump getting a nice pop onto Lambicha, and then we see a nice crown there from Losers. Immediately bring back Lanchipa back up from the grave.
Losers feeling themselves. Nice couple sequences up here. Kill after kill. They find the crown proc as well. So back to full force. Have that E-plat to kind of hold. Longclaw trying to hold the land to the south, but LC contesting that position. Big punch on the Park Engine, isolating the Firebox despite the flight is not going to be able to get out.
And with that Justice Punch from Toilet, starting off the fight for LC, sandwiching Longclaw between them and Losers. Jemmy trying their best, but which one will fall first, Losers or Longclaw? Longclaw holding up their ground against LC. It is going to be the Longclaw taken out over the abyss by LC, but this has opened up the window for Yabagul to try to see if they can flank onto LC, utilizing Losers, but Losers could not get Afro, and Yabagul not confident to join in on this third party, so Izzy going to be the first target gone.
Yeah, and these squads that are kind of playing ahead of tempo, when they force you out of their space, it's very often pushing you into someone else's space, which is exactly what we saw from Longclaw right there. Longclaw's holding the Abyss gap against Losers. Losers make their way around to the right. That same exact time LC comes up to the south, pushes them out of their position right into the hands of Losers, and in the end, nowhere to kind of play, and they do go down at 9th, unfortunately. And Losers actually right after, who have been gaming, find themselves out at 8th.
Getting sandwiched because now we are getting to that spot of end game where there is no land. Losers gone. IDM, nice snipe onto CTT, who get pushed off their own ledge by Yabagul and now forced into a fight as they try to see if they can hold their land. But with that spin damage from Monkey King, they are now eviscerated. Taricha's People Champion trying to bring CTT back while Sunfish tries to get away. Does not want to get fished out of the air. But Yabagul, even though they had this fight up against CTT, Taricha almost was able to get Jake Braun. Unfortunately, not enough for this lone Eva, surrounded by two different teams as IDM help Yabagul find Eva, who tries to sashay their way back in, but CTT are out.
Yeah, lone and Eva are two words that don't go great together. Very hard to pull off solo. And Taricha, you know, trying to play as best they can around the Jake Braun Wisp, but in the end does get eliminated. IDM under a ton of pressure here. So many squads back to back to back getting eliminated. TFO ranking up here, I think going out at 5th. Very likely going to be another squad quickly to follow here as the violence continues.
And TFO doing their best job so far, making it pretty far into it, but there are still so many teams here in these frosty lands, as now we're looking for the dunks onto LC. They've lost Lemur, and they are down to only one player for LC, while TDO, actually LC are gone. Fifth place removed. IDM trying to survive with a salvo, but it's going to be Yabagul to get rid of IDM, and then TDO as they try to escape too. But BAP, they've been silent this whole time, slowly getting these kills, making sure they are golden in these fights. Yabagul trying to hold on to the lane, looking for Mirror Vigil, who almost had to blink away with the illusion, but Yabagul not fooled. Train deaths only are gone, but Yabagul now have to deal with BAP. Sinner's Embrace. It had landed, but immediately was killed off, and now Yabagul are forced into the fight, but they gotta be careful because look at RTK on the other side, waiting for that angle with Jin, trying to get some damage onto Yabagul, but they're gonna be able to hold on, get back, but they have no armor. It's all been shredded by BAP. Dylan is already sniped. It's gonna be next on to Palmu as he's trying to spin back, but Heights, Saf hurts way more, and look at how they're able to take out the other monkey. Yabagul are gone. BAP will find another victory, their second one in the day.
BAP just, you know, kind of slow and steady that game like they do, farming objectives, farming advantages, taking what kills they can on the way. Still a big kill point game, Magical. I think I counted roughly like 18 there real quickly at the end before we pan out. So despite, you know, not kind of being the center of the action, still extremely consistent, finding those kills. And we saw literal like 8 teams to 2 over the course of like 2 minutes at the end there. It's like just inches between these different placement points. But in that kind of fiesta, I think LC goes out at 5th or something like that. So despite only like 30 seconds being left in the game, that difference between 5th placement and the 1st placement for BAP being already slightly ahead of them the last time we looked at points, especially with that big kill game from BAP, very likely if LC was ahead, BAP just reclaimed that 1st place spot on the scoreboard.
I think so too, because they've been racking up a lot of these kills, and we got to take a look at these replays too. It's like they start off these games kind of silent, where they're able to get the gold armors, but slowly, if you look at the kill feed, they're finding these lone players out constantly, racking up kill after kill, and making sure they're in a great spot for endgame.
Yeah, and this was like, it was pretty like calculated, and then it really just turned into a massive fiesta right around this point. Crazy triple finale connect there from the snarky lemur, alternate lemur Celeste, but some big kills for our free agent squad right there, and couple like nice performances from these newer squads. Losers having a monster game before they got pinched, Longclaw having a really good game before they end up going out to the losers pinch, and then losers go out immediately after that to the same exact situation. It's this sequence right here. So losers do a nice job with the crown proc here, getting back to full force. Longclaw hold this piece of land, force them around to the right. But while that happens, LC, third parties from the south of Longclaw, putting in this position where they're just pinched right in the middle of these two squads with nowhere to go. Longclaw gets eliminated, and then right after this, same thing happens to losers. So this is like, you know, why space, giving and taking space is even more pronounced in squads, is like if you get pushed into the full force of another team that has their own land, so much harder to kind of fight your way out of it.
And it's honestly, just looking at a lot of these fights, it's actually kind of getting crazy that we've had both our last 2 games where every team has been able to survive until the end game. And then you have that chaos that absolutely explodes. Yet LC, BAP, Yabagul are somehow navigating these fights so well to constantly make it up into the top spots of these fights.
Yeah, and that's really the magic of the chaos of SUPERVIVE. Like, whoever can navigate the RNG best a lot of times is the one that comes out on top. And using that, you know, it's really flexing that creativity, the moment-to-moment decision-making, and kind of that micro all together to live and thrive amongst the madness.
All right, guys, we are going to toss to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have our leaderboards updated and get ready for our final game, so don't go anywhere. Hello, welcome back in to Saturday Night Super 5, and we are here for our final game of North America. It has been quite a day. LC, last chance. They have won 3 games back. They've only won 2, but we got to take a look at the leaderboards, because before we saw that after 3 games, LC were not in first place, even though they had won 2 games, and now that we've had it where each team has been able to get one more win themselves.
God, it's so
BAP
close.
are 3 points ahead of LC. Yabagul have actually done a good job of catching up as well, 143 points. So if both BAP and LC have an uncharacteristic bad final game, there's every possibility that Yabagul can snipe away victory.
Yeah, it's like if anything sketchy happens where either of these teams make a mistake, drop early, Yabagul been kind of on the slow and steady farm, playing super aggro every single game since game 1, had been heating up more and more. So I think based on the trend, Magical, this game 6 might be Yabagul looking for that first place spot to completely upset, you know, kind of what we would expect out here. But we see from there pretty significant gap down to 4th, and then a pretty tight spread playing between basically this like 4th and 6th spot. So one of those teams, you know, not going to be able to find the podium, with that 5th place spot being the last place for prize payouts.
Exactly. So TDL right now, they're looking pretty comfortable at that 81, but losers, they're actually a team that might surprise a lot of teams, a newer squad that we've been seeing at 69, QA just outside of that at 64, CTT at 40, Longclaw at 33, IDM 32, and then TFO, our free agent team, they've hit the double digits, baby. They're at 14.
Let's go. I am honestly impressed by TFO for what they've done. New players coming in with a new team for the most part. Like, for the most part, new players coming in with a brand new team put together by the tournament organizers. All these players completely solo, you know, still out here battling, finding some placement, finding a couple kills here and there. You gotta, you know, tip the hat to them, nod of respect for what they've been able to do.
I always have respect for those teams, but we got to figure out what our final storm shift is, which means we got to bring up the wheel and spin to see where we will end up. Will it be Final Destination, Cross Country Storm, My Beloved Bullet Train, or Unstable Portals? Let's spin to find out.
I feel like most of the times you've been here when we've spun Magical, you've summoned the Bullet Train. So we'll see. Will you be able to do it again? The whistle might help.
Nah, it looks like it's going to be Final Destination this time around. So we will have back-to-back Final Destination. But this is also a fun one because now we got to know exactly where we will end up for our final drop.
Yeah, and this is one of the storm shifts that does end up playing out a bit differently than kind of normal, with everyone knowing that final, you know, circle placement and everyone kind of being able to play around that. Now, a few times we have seen players opting for the Gnarled Heart, using that to kind of spoil the Final Destination position, what other teams were planning on. So we'll see if any of those shenanigans come into play, but either way, going to be an extremely close game 6, not only for the top 3 spots, but also for the 4, 5, 6 spots.
I hear that we have a stat sheet that we can actually take a look at as well while we get ready for that final game, so we can see how our games were. Of course, if you look at this, it might seem a little wonky, but that's because Jewel, Saros, Oath, and Zeph, those were our 4 most played after 3 games. And so those were our fans. But then after that, we see the rise of Myth. And that's why I thought Myth might actually be the one to take that spot from Zeph. But Myth narrowly made it through and now is being played a lot alongside Celeste and even a lot of Void.
Yeah, and I think, like, you know, we have a couple kind of Void mains that have, I think we have 2 Void mains that have picked it every single game. So that would be 5 times 2, putting us at the 10 picks. So slowly but surely working its way up there. Similar story for the Wukong, actually. Just a few more pickups, but a few players, you know, kind of holding out of that Hunter. And it's a pretty similar story for the Bishop as well. And then these ones below that, I think, have found kind of a big rise in this second half. Like you're mentioning, we do see the Aluna, the Mercury starting to get picked up a little bit, with the, you know, the Oath and the Zeph kind of falling off after the bans.
Yeah, exactly. So seeing how teams have to really go into these drafts and change things around, which is always a lot of fun. And one of the ones that we didn't get to see on there was seeing a lot more Jhin, which really did surprise me to see just how much more Jhin we've had in these last 2 games as we load up for the final time tonight to find out who will be our victors in our first actual free dedicated where you got to choose your team squads tournament here. And we are within 3 points of 2 teams.
And it is Final Destination once again, actually ending just a few, you know, kind of like a little bit to the west of where it was before. It was the previous game. It was in Frag Isle when we ran Final Destination. It is just to the left of that, going to be right under Dawn Caps, but a pretty spicy spot. Lots of Abyss, not many creep camps to play for. So the team's coming ahead into the final circle with that tempo, with those armors, with the levels, are going to be having that advantage.
Scav Bay is where the goals are again, too. Deja vu, as we have back in Scav Bay as well for Final Destination, but it will be contested this time around for BAP. They do have to deal with CTT, who've also dropped at Scav Bay and will fight them for these early farm. Try to see if they can get the goals away from BAP.
Yeah, and losers starting on the left side of Scav Bay, probably going to pick up a couple of camps and work their way in to fight over these golds if that's the angle they're looking for. But BAP, like we were mentioning, knows exactly how to play this. We see them going way down south for the early Scav Bay vault. They're going to try to yeet that before the other team makes their way down there, try to fight that very first fight with already 2 gold armors, if not a third, from a chest online.
Looking at other teams as we go way up in the north, it's 2 of our teams towards the bottom of the standings right now. It don't matter. And the free ones staring one another down where we will eventually be traveling into Frag Isle. But looking at our other teams, and this is where I really want to have our attention, is CTT versus BAP. Because if CTT can win this early game against BAP, they can set up a possible miracle run for Yabagul to take away a prize from LC or from BAP.
I honestly think it's already too late, though. Like I said, like literally right when we pan down to BAP, they already have those 3 gold armors I was talking about. They get the vault armors, they find one out of the chest.
Nothing is too late when you have a hoodie, baby.
I love the confidence, but very likely it's going to be BAP finding the kills, as we do see on the kill feed, 1 going down, 2 on the side of losers, and TFO to the north getting ran down a little bit by IDM, trade 1 kill as well.
Already losing Jhin power, and now the free ones. Oh, a nice snipe! Was able to actually find Jayo in a 2v3 and might be able to win. Diggs looking for that arcane railgun with the backup from the snarky lemur, but out of nowhere, Rakdos, the battle bunny, is here, ready to trade blows against the free one. And you gotta be careful when dealing with Rakdos Lord, as now even though you got Jhin power back up into the fight, you put down the rock wave, you're pelting the voltage, you're only level 2 against Rakdos level 6 battle bunny.
Where did Rakdos come from? He just recalls in level 6 with the gold armor. Everyone's like fighting at level 2. Rakdos just off doing his own thing, comes back, you know, like height at the turn of day 2, fully maxed out, helps them clean it up.
As we look at CTT, they didn't end up staying in that battle against BAP. They decided to leave Scav Bay, move into Underrot against the losers. They have 2 goals for themselves, which is nice, but they haven't been able to pick up those kills just yet while the losers are separated, trying to see if they can regroup. But these Sky Sharks making it difficult. Nice slam attempted by Sunfish, who's decided to swap over to that Kingpin. But Chipa was able to get a nice dunk back on the CTT, then swapping back, looking for them. But here's BAP, who joined in third party. Poor Losers Club, as they now lose out on this fight that they thought they were having solo against CTT.
It was a nice fight for them. BAP do show up for the third party to ruin the fun. Plenty of fun for BAP, though, as they lock in a couple more kills. Taricha going to be kind of isolated out here. Very tough escape on the Eva from the full force of BAP. But they do have those 4 gold armors. They have the level 6 magical. Already a grabby on the Encore. So BAP looking very strong game 6.
Taricha on this Eva, we talked about it before. When you're an Eva by yourself, it is not pretty. And they were taken down pretty easily. But TDO, they thought they had their moment against BAP. Unfortunately for them, they're so far behind, and Pines dunks here, making sure that TDO are punished for their hubris.
Yeah, Pine just don't miss either on the Shrike, able to connect that for the ground spike, lock in the kill, send the rest of TDO scrambling, looking for perhaps a train res. It is train is already passed as they make their way to heart. So other squads kind of playing for the day 2 turnover here. Remember, it is level cap 9. Everyone looking to get that online with a couple of camps as quickly as possible before all those get scooped up.
Well, teams move around, getting themselves that farm as you were talking about, Zick, trying to make sure they're in a good spot. There are certain teams that haven't quite got that luxury. One of them being our newer team here of TFO, dealing with IDM. They've been on the run from IDM this entire time, sadly. And because of that, they've got no farm. They are so far behind in levels.
Yeah, it's and especially, you know, in a squads world where all 10 squads are on the map still, it's extremely tough once you're kind of behind tempo to find a space that is unfarmed. Maybe some luck over to the left here, but that's Vein Grove, so not going to be much there during the day. A little bit of scraps with the Screamers and the Bulls, but yeah, pretty starved out if you are TFO. In this situation, Magical, even though it is sketchy, oftentimes the best situation is to kind of just hide and wait for that day 3 turnover around some camps.
Uh-oh, Lanchipa had swapped in a bad spot, and unfortunately couldn't be picked up. Nice air blast trying to get him off the wisp, but unfortunately, Garmo was not able to pick up that wisp to get out of there, so now we see another team that is down and struggling. We even saw that TFO, they ran into Yabagul as we look at another team running into the wrong one. Dumpkiss with a nice dunk on the RTK. Should still be able to pick up that wisp or the death box for BAP, but TDL at least getting themselves out of danger.
The backwards momentum, kind of the fade back dunk there, able to connect for Dumpkiss. Longclaw finding 2 right before that. Jetski finding a brawl dunk of his own with the air slam onto Wash Quasar. So the Jin V brawl, the air slam coming out on top.
And losers down to only Izzy, while CGT, they might not be fighting with BAP this early on, but they are fighting with another strong team. LC going to be the one they try to trade some blows, but it feels like it's a little bit more even. They have lost their gold armor on Sunfish, and Toricha trying to be the one to protect the team with an E-plat placed down, keeping them alive. But jet ski is going to slice right through, or is it going to be the dunk back? Both of them on the precipice of death, but they somehow are able to survive the orbs of Argus, keeping Sunfish alive, grabbing as well. But with the change there from Jetski, Toricha, the People's Champions, has been chased away. What we see, BAP have killed Train Deaths only off screen.
I honestly thought they fought that really well. In the end, LC does find them as they collapse in with the numbers advantage. But some nice trading there coming in from Sunfish and Tarisha on the Eva, doing their very best to almost find something through. The cancel from the brawl push, I think, is really what ruined Sunfish's day there after they were about to get the slam. Now it's Yabagul continuing the tempo. Magical, this is the fight they need. If Yabagul can have a good fight against BAP here, find some kills, put them behind tempo, this is what they need to do to give themselves a chance to win the tournament.
But look at how many kills BAP already have. They have already hit 9 kills, and only one team has been eliminated so far. They are racking up those points, making sure they hold on to first place, but as you mentioned, if they're able to get rid of them, there's always that chance for LC, for Yabagul, and LC, they too are racking up some of these kills up against ETT.
Yep, LC doing the same exact thing across the map, finding kills of their own. CTT down to 2. It's Jake Braun on the Huddy and Sunfish on the Kingpin. Gonna look for another res option. If we pan across, it's Izzy in the finale. Looks like getting dunked by Stealth Ninja there. Kazar looking for a dunk angle of their own, but Stealth Ninja pushes across a little too much.
So close.
Almost catching it there, but gets answered back with the R&B. So Quasar goes down.
Almost, I saw it. I saw the angle again for Watch Quasar. He had the clip in mind too. The flashbacks were there, but Stealth Ninja said, no, that is not happening on my watch. Got rid of that gen, but looking at our teams as they are moving around with only one team down, we see that it is still very crowded here, moving around our final destination into Frag Isle, and that is forcing these fights, forcing Claw to deal with Yabagul. They're already down Blump, and now they're getting chased away. Parkinja had to use the Flight of the Firefox in the wrong direction, double dashing away to try to get back with the team, as Not a Burger has been pushed into the wall as well, losing their ghost. There's 2 down now for the Long Claw.
Yabagul just so good at playing forward, man. They're always W. They're always moving forward, and every once in a while it doesn't work out for them, but very often it does. Now punishing Longclaw after the res, after they already locked in 1 or 2 kills. Want to claim a few more here. Jemmy maybe getting a little ISO'd in the swamp here. Looks like they all collapse. Jemmy does go down, maybe buying space for the other 3 to look for a retreat angle.
As you see, Park Ninja goes north, the other two went south, giving him plenty of space to try to get away. But Pamu, on their hunt for that Fox, ran into a different team, Jayo, this time around the Veritas Sphere, making sure they were able to snipe that kill back onto Jayo, and the rest of it don't matter. Half the deal with Yabagul getting rid of Spicy Kimchi. Zero in a brush. You're Rakdos hopping away, trying to be the distraction and make sure that Yabagul don't focus on their lone player inside of the brush.
Yeah, so Yabagul matches the 9 kills there that Bap had, but at that same time, Bap find 3 kills, 2 on the kill feed, 1 more on Izzy as we panned over. LC find a kill in the kill feed as well. So all 3 of our kind of top squads turning it into 6th gear here, really trying to power up the farm.
But it's all important on if one of these top teams gets eliminated early. LC with a nice pick on a long claw, but Park Ninja is still wearing that crown, and you've got to be cautious when fighting up against the Firefox, waiting for that flame shield. They've got the singularity from Blunt, but nobody had fallen bait for it. They tried to swap away the Void, but the Void was already the target that Long Claw had lost. And now Park Ninja, even with the fight of the Firefox, tries to get the spin back, but the ice has been built up, dashing away. But it's going to be the chains that are connected to remove the crown off the heads of the Long Claw as they have been defeated.
Honestly, MT from Longclaw, LC just disgusting to fight against. They have him kind of isolated with a flank there and able to find the fights they want, get the first pick, then turn that numbers advantage into some guaranteed kills. So Longclaw going to make an exit fairly early here despite some nice looks over the course of the tournament. Now QA, the ones under pressure. Bap, like you mentioned, just so much kind of tempo. We count now 12 kills on the board, still holding on to all those gold armors. No one so far being able to slow down this momentum.
And with so many teams still left, of course, we got to look at how these teams are going to maneuver the late game. But Yabagul, LC, BAP, they have done a great job in every game previously of maneuvering these chaotic end circles, surviving through when so many other teams fall victim. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see the same here, but for Yabagul, that could be the end of their miracle run to try to take away first from either BAP or LC.
Yeah, and Chaos continuing to the north here. E-Plat is out as LC continue to push the legend. Maybe under some trouble, and BAP here shows up. RTK, beautiful dagger into the dunk, connects onto LC.
And he has not done illusion there to make sure that Lemur was his next target. Afro forced to pick up a crown for LC. This could be the angle. At least if Yabagul can't take first place, they'd be happy with second. Nice grab from Grabby Squid, but Wash Quasar has to use the illusion to try to stay on top of Afro. She's doing her best to stay in the jet stream, but she is about to overheat, and she has to vacate. She has to get away from Wash Quasar, who's setting up the dunk, but she's been able to get back. Flux Stare will go wide, but the losers are on pursuit, looking for Afro, waiting for her to slip up, but she is doing her damnedest to make it difficult for the losers to actually find that kill, and she is still back over the abyss, a new contender to try to take her down, but doing so much. The team is back on their feet, ready to intervene. As LC, they had found their revive. They found the team back on their feet, but unfortunately for Afro, it's a new team on top of her position. This time it's BAP.
Wait, and during that, they got Lemur up, so everyone from LC is alive, even though multiple have less than half health. They're able to make it out barely as the fight breaks out between CTT with a big grab, starting it off against Yap, but they trade back. Diamond finds one, and a spike to the north.
BAP were able to find that spike from on-court, and now Yabagul, as they're trying to make sure they can confirm the kill onto Sunfish. 2 are still alive for CTT. LC, they've been split up, but they can regroup and reform for another fight. Yabagul have to be careful. They don't have quite as strong a position as they seem to think they do.
Dude, but I love this comp from Yabagul. They're opting into the full kill pressure. No support, all damage, all forward, exactly into their playstyle. They got the Songbow on Dylan. They got the Armor Shredder rounds, the Dragon Breath rounds onto Myth Diamond. So extremely kind of nice like tempo from Yabagul, putting themselves in a position to win, but a beautiful ship in from LC.
What a chilling finale, and the free ones. Our free agent Stiggs does get jet ski on the way out, but they are going to be eliminated by LC.
GG's TFO, tip of the hat. Appreciate you guys for showing up, giving it your all. In the end, are going to go out at 6th here. Honestly, not or 7th. Honestly, not too bad with 6 teams left in the lobby. Some of our top contenders here. Losers still kind of scrapping it out. We see Quasar there with a crown barely started. Yab continue the pressure though. Now on to LC, trying to find this pick on the Lemur. Lemur tries to bungee out. Dylan with the follow-up though, able to lock in that kill.
Getting a Lemur, one big target down for LC. Well, BAP have got their flank onto Yabagul. Yabagul tried to disengage. Dylan barely gets away, but it left Tien alone as he dodges from that Dragon Slam. Now they might have that angle back onto BAP. Do they want to look for the full fight up against BAP, though?
We'll have to see. Definitely like a little sketchy, just forcing a full 4v4 with no advantage. And we see the circle closing in. Plenty of kind of space to play for, but BAP do have the creep camp. Yab won it though. Pamu up on the tree looking for the slam. Answer back from height.
It is Orb of Life, and that's what BAP are trying to make sure they grab. They got it. They got a huge lockdown on that objective for their team now in these late game fights.
Yeah, and we've seen the power of the mobile beacon. Now at least one Orb of Life online. Yab not backing down though. Nice connect on the Dragon Staff Slam.
See, oh no. Yabagul, be careful. You're about to get sandwiched. You're running in to the wrong team as you try to go over the rock, but they're
Really
already
nice
now getting attacked by LC. But LC actually go past Yabagul, and they look for BAP instead, which means that Lemur was taken down by BAP because for some reason LC just let Yabagul go.
Yeah, just a little bit of like miscommunication there. I think that was a beautiful exit from Yabagul to extract themselves out of the situation, work their way left, and they're going to punish LC for the overcommit. LC, a little bit of miscommunication in the split fight. Multiple members going after Yab, but the other two going after BAP. So going to definitely hurt their kind of standings here as they look to recover now with a res of their own.
As Afro has been separated from Jetski, the last two left for LC, but IDM, they put down the mobile beacon. They're going to get sniped out of the air by Yabagul, while Afro, G2 puts down an E-plat and dashes forward aggressively to get rid of Zero, then get back under land. But look, BAP are already on the mainland. They're going to push Afro back over to the Abyss while they have to deal with CGT, who've been holding on for this entire time, waiting for teams to play into their hands. The circle is working against CGT. It's working for BAP, while we do have the losers finally taken out by Rakdos off screen. And we see that the last one for LC is now getting attacked, trying to get away, but the snipe from CTT gets rid of LC.
Dang, so LC's chances at first foiled there. All of a sudden, Magical, Yabagul have a shot not only at second, but if they can do something to BAP here, find more kills for themselves.
They have 10 kills for TN?
That's disgusting, actually.
There's a possibility. They have to kill BAP now, though. They have to kill BAP now and then kill everyone else, and that's what they're trying. They've got the damage on Pine, but not enough to actually pick up the kill. Instead, it's going to be CGT, who might be able to take the kill themselves onto height. Taricha was the one who actually got the kill credit for it. Trying to see if they can get the back and forth, but they're going to get the damage into the back line onto CGT. With the salvage hook connected, Pamu is gone. The monkey is down, but IDM have been holding on to this push this entire time. Well, Diamond took a little bit too much damage. CGT, they now feel aggressive as they were able to find a nice snipe on a Diamond.
Actually, really nice plays from CTT there, and Jake Braun puts the grapple hook into Pamu, the enemy Wukong, so not able to iframe their way out of there. They lock in the kill confirm, and then Diamond short to follow. All of a sudden, 2 players, IDM all 4 on the full bush play right before behind CTT. Really sketchy.
And look at this, 2 crowns, one for Dylan, one for RTK.
Jake.
Which one will work? The nuke to get rid of base camp control for Yabagul. CTT now the only team holding on to the central part of the circle while they debate whether they want to focus on the BAP or they want to focus on the Yabagul, not realizing that IDM are ratting this entire time, waiting for their moment to strike.
Yeah, and if IDM do something crazy here, it's going to be epic because they are full committed to this bush play. Look at the level difference. It's 9s versus 15s. It's some partial armor versus these full golds, reds even for the side of Yabagul. Look at BAP getting pinched so hard here. If Yabagul collapses on this, they're completely screwed.
They got it. There's Encore's down, and now it's going to be RTK over their heads as they've been able to push back up Pine. With only 30 seconds, you got to survive. You got to hold on to your life, RTK. Pull off the absolute miracle for BAP to find victory, while Yabagul, they only have a few seconds left until they get it. The dog! RTK! And brought back up as they got the fighting inside IDM!
my God.
IDM now! They are gonna fall
No
as BAP
way.
somehow still have height alive. They aren't in a good position just yet as they are getting it dunked. They have to survive. They have to make sure that RTK again can pull up a miracle. They've been able to outlast all because of RTK on Jin. IDM, they lose JO. They lose their lives. BAP
Dude.
still in the top 3 as CGT's pull has brought Yamagul into the fight. They're looking for the damage. Diamond is down. RTK is alive, and with CGT now in control, they put down Sinner's Embrace.
Surely,
BAP,
surely.
they'll go out at 3rd, but that's a huge play for RTK, with a crown now being picked up by Yabagul. TN with 13 kills to the Bishop's name has sent it full force into CGT 3v4, but look at how much damage they've done to Jake Braun, trying to see if they can drag it back in. Dragon Slam as they've got CGT. Jake Braun down. Yabagul, they find the miracle. Yabagul, they'll find the victory, and they might just find the miracle win today.
Oh my God, I love SUPERVIVE, bro. This game is so insane. You literally never have a freaking clue who's actually gonna win, bro. Like, I actually cannot believe how that game 6 played out. The one scenario, the lowest percentage scenario where Yabagul is able to eliminate both LC and BAP to try to find their way into first with a massive kill game happens exactly like that. Like, what in the heck? That play from RTK at the end, almost no options, finds the flash dagger into the instant double dunk for the crown proc. Like, oh my God.
I'm gonna need you to keep talking, sick.
Magical coming in here already sick with the messed up throat and the cough, going crazy in that final cast. The Yabagul gave me goosebumps at the end with the Yabagul shout, but just an insane game 6, bro. It is SUPERVIVE. It's what we've come to expect from honestly both regions, like picture perfect finishes, actual cinema, as we literally never know like who is actually going to win. And now very much up in the air for the scoreboard. It's did that game from Yabagul, that first place game with like think 20 plus kills, exactly what they needed to do to contest BAP. Is that going to be enough to scale that points difference that we saw on the leaderboard after game 5 and actually claim first place victory here for the whole tournament?
Because RTK getting that 3-5 for the team, that 3rd place might guarantee BAP still win. Just that slight placement. Every single point matters. Every inch is so important.
Dude, if it's 1 or 2 points, it was literally that dunk. Yeah, like we'll have to see. But like, just what a epic game to watch, man. And Yabagul has been super fun to watch all day. But I feel like they've been scaling. They've been playing super aggressive W key SUPERVIVE all day, and they've been heating up more and more and more. And I'm waiting for them to find their W here in game 6. Not only do they find the win, they do it off of an insane kill stack, you know, basically giving them their absolute best shot at actually overtaking BAP for first. I do think, especially with the LC placement in there, that Yabagul is probably going to overtake LC at the very least.
We have never had a tournament in North America where it wasn't TLD or BAP to win. It has always been one of those two teams. And obviously, TLD not playing today, all attention was on BAP, or even LC, because LC has been this team that's been slowly moving their way up in the standings and been so close to winning some of these tournaments. But Yabagul, they were on the outskirts throughout every game. They had so many top 2 finishes in the day, yet hadn't found that victory. And when they needed it most in this final game, they might have been able to find the victory, but it will really be dependent on if it's enough for them to take first place away from BAP.
Yeah, and like this was just such a spicy end game, man. Like that, the RTK dunk to bring back BAP, and then the way Yabagul finishes this out, bro. They just stand here and contest the 3v4 in neutral, trading so much damage, and then this entry from Pamu after the health is already chipped out, the rest of them collapsing in, setting it up right here, finding the crown proc. All of a sudden they're at full force while CTT is at 2, just getting kind of chipped away little by little. In the end, it's just Sunfish left, and I think Yabagul just played that game 6 insane.
The decider, Zik, drum rolls as we will crown a new champion. Yabagul by 3 points.
Yabagul, they freaking do it, bro. The absolutely massive Turbo Monster Game 6 pays off. They're able to beat BAT by the slightest margin, 3 points. They're able to claw their way up, not only past LC, but also past BAP, knocking BAP down into second, LC down into third, claiming that first place spot for themselves.
So here is a fun little stat for everybody. Going after 5 games, the total kills. BAP were in first with 88 points. LC, they had 77. Yabagul, 78. 1 ahead of LC. But after that final game, Yabagul and BAP would be tied in kills at 109. That was the decider. Yabagul putting up numbers in that last one. 31 kill points.
Disgusting, an absolutely disgusting amount of kills on top of the first place finish. Just a massive, massive point swing. Moves him up to the top of the scoreboard. So huge shout out Yabagul, able to come in from behind. First tournament we've seen with these players playing together under this name, able to claim the first place spot against some monster squads. We definitely still have to give a huge shout out to BAP, who find themselves in second by just a tiny 3 points, played out of their minds as well over the course of the entire day. Extremely consistent, extremely calculated, plenty of kills for themselves. But in the end, it's Yabagul that steal the story away. And right behind BAP in third, LC at 182, claiming the third place spot. Look at this gap, Magical, though, between the rest of the leaderboard. It's 100 points between these top 3 and the rest of the lobby.
Absolutely crazy, but well deserved to our top 3. Playing out of their minds throughout all these games. So many times we saw it was these 3 teams in the final 3, and Yabagul, the team that only won once, but they won when it mattered. They've won the very final game. They win Saturday Night SUPERVIVE, our first of pre-made squads. Not TLD, not BAP, but the retired 4-man squad of Yabagul coming out of nowhere to win this one.
Actually coming out of nowhere.
Everyone on this one and for playing their hearts out. And thank you everybody for watching today. Zik, I'm going to let you do the wrap-ups today because my voice is starting to give.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, as usual, guys, thank you so much to everyone for showing up to make this stuff happen. Like, we have such a goated community. You know, no matter the state of the game, no matter how many players, there is always this core community showing up to, you know, provide these epic events, to play in these epic events, to watch these epic events. So first, huge shout out to players, not just these top 3 squads we're talking about, but everyone else in the lobby. Everyone doing an awesome job, showing up, having some fun, learning and playing some awesome SUPERVIVE. Huge shout out to everyone watching. We love you guys. Thank you so much for supporting this game and this tournament series. Huge shout out to everyone on the SNS TurboVive team behind the scenes, doing so much to make this happen. So much kind of free time and effort invested to have this whole machine rolling. Keep in mind, we only have 3 more weeks. Well, now 2 more weeks after the conclusion of today on our 9-week tournament schedule that we set up at the beginning of October. So it's going to be another SNS squads next week, open signups just like this week with set teams, anyone able to sign up for both regions. And then it's going to conclude with our final Turbo Cup, the 3rd one of the series, with that is going to be $2,500 per region, just like the previous 2 have been, except this time it's going to be the squads finale, baby. And that's going to be super hype to look forward to as well. So just, you know, at the end of all of it, huge shout out to the players, the viewers, everyone making the tournament happen. Shout out to you, Magical, for showing up and burning your voice for us, despite it already kind of being on its last hinges. Epic cast as usual, but all I gotta say is W SUPERVIVE. GG's.
W SUPERVIVE. Good night, guys.
Love you guys.
We'll see you next week. But it's going to be Jin Power with a nice slam, but unfortunately for them, they're the ones getting slammed. TFO, they need to grab onto the Sky Shark, but down to the wire, doing their best to survive.
All 3 of these players. So pause that thought for a second. Another big engage here coming in from Yab, just slapping Claw into the ground. 3 already whisked. Huge amount of damage based off of that combo. Can Park Engine get away here?
No
Another engage, nice. Bright Shield shift into the wall to stun 0.
But here's going to be the Thunderstorm from Afro. Got to be careful on how you position. LC have been able to get onto the island. They've already sent Afro in and trying to get the static built up. And that's going to be the first casualty. Zero is gone. Kimchi is next. J.O. could be the next casualty to fall. As it don't matter. It don't matter in that fight as you've been ripped.
Get sniped from loser. Watch Quasar hanging out, finds that dunk on the ledge of the boat.
Another?
Now it's just Zero with the whistle breaker.
Barely not actually getting that dunk to. Barely was able to mantle. And now we got a third and fourth party here as LZR, LC both show up. Yabagul try to see if they can make sure they get quick work of train deaths only. But somehow TDO get out of there. And then the two remaining, LC and LZR, they trade blows. Izzy had to use the chilling finale. Try to get out of there. Singularity has locked down Lemur. They've got a lot of damage. They're going to be able to blow up the tank. Only Jetski was able to make it out alive. And now Yabagul on two losers. And they're already splitting them apart. Watch Quasar sailing, looking for Lanchipa as well. That two down. It's just going to be on to Shrike to try to the wall. And with that CC control, somehow is able to surge back with the team. They got to be careful. That E-plat not safe. And they already see that there's the jewel. What can you do?
Tragic.
There's nothing you can do to stop that. And it's going to be on the two-way TP. Can they get on it in time to get out of there? They're in a bad spot. They aren't going to be able to get it. Yes, they do. They get out of there alive somehow. They make TDO. They've got dump gifts and they're really looking for the fight against QA. But where's the crown for TN to be able to bring up Yabagul? Nothing to be seen as FAP focus their attention. And with a lightning crash onto the position, the Thunder has landed. BAP
Finds the dunk.
What a dunk right there onto poor Toilet. And another team gone. 3 remain. BAP, QA, and TDO. We've had a couple of these teams that have been down to the wire. TDO, we saw earlier, down to only Mirror Vigil for a moment. Nice pull from Stealth Ninja, not of the barrel, but they're going to be able to get around. While TDO, we're dealing with the other players of BAP, but now it's going to be RTK. Lots of damage on a Berserker. Nice pull. Can you get the dunk as well? The team's back. QA back on their feet. They're ready for another round against BAP, but they got to be careful because now they have no armor in this fight. With the team back up, but now they're trying to get away. Dumpkiss wearing a crown themselves. TDO need to get something as BAP were able to push back Stealth Ninja into the storm. Dumpkiss has got some time with the spin. Lots of damage on Cord, but not enough damage to be able to pick up the kill. And no health left for the money down the trees as he's taken down. BAP will win game 1.
Dude, what an aggressive finish from BAP there. They were just running that
party. Diamond trying to see if he can stake away, but it's going to be still a pickup by Lanchipa. And then with the Singularity to lock down LC, they're looking for that with the bird bomb. They blow up Afro. She's out of there. And now their 7s are working well against LC, but they got to be careful because they're
make it happen out here. Hopefully a little better luck in the future games, but like keep in mind
not looking good either.
Who they're going up against here.
Long claw.
Regardless of how they do, are winners in my heart. Getting a huge engage onto them.
Jake,
shredding, bro.
Jake, come on, you can do this. Oh, the Honey almost was able to outplay him. Got so close, but unfortunately not enough. But CCT not out of it just yet. Madly Sunfish, they do escape. Well, it don't matter. They look for a fight against Yabagul, but neither team wanting to take that battle, instead wanting to get into the circle while we look down to the long claw. Into the circle while we look down to the long claw aficionados. Sandwich and QA between LC, getting damage onto Lemur. I love these little islands. They cause these great fights, especially for something like squad. So you see right there, it starts off this fight, and they're looking for the swap with the chilling finale, but blocked by Height with the Singularity. It doesn't land on anybody. They're trying to get away. Now losers, they've been scattered. They've already lost 2, and they're about to lose 3 because Izzy can't get away from RTK nor from Height as they push onto the healing up with an E-plat. Unfortunately for losers, they will be losing out on this battle. They were winning.
Going to reflect that big lightning strike coming in from CT with the combo on the bungee.
Looking for the Thunderstorm from Madly, but they've already crashed back on the each other. People's Champions Dragon Slam as they look for the blast off. TN into the back line. CTT, careful. The train's about to clack down the track. They got the pull on Jake Braun. He's in the thick of it. Putting down the spin barrels. He's got one. He's looking for the reset. Jake Braun, baby! Not going to look too good, especially with RTK onto the position of the People's Champions. The train narrowly going to be avoided, but the Dragon Slam to lock down the People's Champions. CTT lose one more player, but it don't matter. They have got the position around RTK. Blast off from the end. They try to see if they can sandwich the one player. BAP. They've got him locked down. They got rid of RTK. Now they got to trade blows with Yabagul as Pal moves back onto the staff, getting a 6 monkey strike. Huge damage on it. It don't matter. Daniel punched in the wall by TN. 2 left for it don't matter. That's going to be Rakdos trying to go right through him. Nice air blast pass, but unfortunately, it's still Pamu hunting.
Yeah, meanwhile, Pine just pumping with this Saros, bro, just
Oh my goodness.
destroying health bars.
Absolutely eviscerating It Don't Matter, and then Yabagul with LC right behind them. So many nukes have been launched, and there's so much damage on It Don't Matter. They gotta be careful with how they're holding this position with BAP waiting. They've got damage. Zero is down. They try to push back, try to get onto the train, but it's up to the bunny. It Don't Matter trying to get away with Zero. They're holding on to dear life, but it's long enough with the Reap.
All of a sudden, in a really rough spot, though, two teams engaging.
And looking at CTT, they are now down to one player as well. QA in a similar spot. Wubby Bay having just enough health to hold on. While it is BAP that are cleaning up the remnants of these teams. Wubby Bay, the next one, sniped out of the air.
Pamu able to live that with the health bar. So Height still alive. RTK trying to train on the other side. So much damage. Maybe overcommitting. Massive Bright Shield.
Diamond
Isolates the Jewel. Dylan finds the kill. And Diamond lives with one.
And look at Pamu already scaring off the rest with train deaths only. Finally, they can't stay on the track for the bullet train. Almost having a nice dragon slam, but not enough damage just yet. LC gotta be careful with the storm, doing a lot, but it's gonna be TN trying to push them into the storm, keep them at bay. But LC, they almost get themselves back in, but it's gonna be Jetski holding onto the train. Now he's separated from the rest of the team. Then it's gonna be Dumpkins. He sends it in as well. LC trying to keep Yabagul off of the train tracks. The train will go past, but it's LC taking a little bit too much damage. Second one to push back Diamond, but Diamond still alive. Can Mirror Vigil get him? He pushed him back as well. Then the surge from Afro. She takes him down, but can she reset? There's gonna be TN gone. Afro's low, pushed back, and they're trying to get Dylan back into the circle, and they only got Pamu. The Monkey King has to hold on. He's gotta survive, but he's taken out. It's gonna be Dumpkins that got rid of the Monkey King. He truly is the one with the train. They take down TDO. They truly are train deaths only, as it's up to Mirror Vigil. 1v3 against LC, pushed back into the storm, into the fight, surging away. LC!
Reconnect, but he's going to put himself right in the middle. Yes, maybe playing scapegoat here.
It's the singularity. I saw the vision in Lanchipa. She got so close, but watch Quasar was too far, and they didn't get the lockdown. And now they've got the slam with the Dragon Slam on the Shrike to take out the sniper as losers. It almost looked like their angle. Having gotten their respawn, they run into a new team. This time is carefully thrown together that they run into, and unfortunately for them, not going to be too careful of a fight. CTT are looking for them over the abyss. Jin Power's gone. The Snarky Lemur, the next target in their sights as they want to chase down, but Nadakiri still holding onto that gold armor. They're getting sandwiched by Yabagul. Nice Singularity has locked down, looking for that damage as they blow up Myth, but it is turned back in kind. Jemmy has been taken down. Not a burger, looking for that angle, trying to surge forward, but no static's been built up, and Diamond brought back from Wisp as they try to see if they can get Notaburger to juke him. Lightning crashing back, but it's going to be the Thunder that claps that Jake Braun, and now it's just Taricha, the People's Champion. Bungee Gum dragged back into the fight, and BAP will get rid of CTT first.
BAP just looking so strong there, really.
For them, but as we are in Wraith's Row, have to have more fighting. This time it's Yabagul and QA. QA have been pushed back towards their land. Dragon Slam not going to connect. They put down the emergency payload, and there goes DFO. 9th place, finished off this time by LC. LC and BAP are two first place teams so far. Gonna trade a couple of blows. BAP are now fishing out, looking for these kills as teams are trying to get back into the circle, but Yabagul takes so much damage. It's up to Pine as he might be able to get a huge cash in here. 1, 2, 3. But the crowd from Yabagul, they're back in the game. But for how much longer? There's enough time. QA are gone. Pamu trying to get away from LC, but he falls into the portal. They go, but they can't get away. Picture in picture. There's that crown being worn by Yabagul while TDO get focused off of the train into TN, who brings back Yabagul. LC and deliver him the team. And now they've got another fight, but they got to be careful because they are on the train tracks up against TDO. Dumpkin could be hiding RTK, but RTK already focused by Afro, getting rid of one jewel and then looking for this oath. Yabagul have got height to hold the line. Dylan doing his best, waiting for the monkey. Now the monkey's back on his staff, looking for the slam back onto Lemur, but none of that damage as Dylan took a little bit too much. It's going to be Afro too. They've already been able to get the rest, but Lemur ready as always to pounce, but he's been pushed into the corner, trying to hold up the wall, but somehow LC are able to get Private Lemur out of danger, and now they look for the fight, and it's going to be Afro again into the corner, but this time They might be able to get the Monkey King, but the Monkey King might be raised by Dylan. They've got time. They've got the hammer onto the monkey. Nobody's something just yet. Now, just in the nick of time, they've been able to get rid of Palmu. But they got to make sure they secure that. As Diamond now gone. It's just up to TN and by themselves. There's not much hope left for Yabagul. LC, second game in a row here. They're looking to claim victory. TN doing their best to delay the inevitable, but LC found victory. QA trying to get themselves back on their feet, but TTT, after our last place finish last time around, they're trying to go for a fight against our first place team, and it's not looking so good. The People's Champion trying to get some attention as they happy to get away from Jake Braun as Afro puts down a lot of damage onto CTT. The People's Champion trying to defend Jake Braun, but unfortunately, they too have been sniped now. Eva, they could get their way back onto land, barely getting back. Not going to be dunked yet by Palmu, but will be taking. What a crash, though! The Tog, not enough damage onto Yabagul. We did see our first team down and leave. It don't matter. They got to be careful on how they exit because they are getting blown up. CTT as well. The guards are doing most of the damage. CTT taken out by the guards. It don't matter. Down to only one player. Will BAP have been pushed back the storm? It is going to be Claw taken out. It don't matter right after that. Then BAP sandwich between Yabagul and LC. They're trying their best to get through everybody, but the losers have put down the chilling finale, trying to see if they can help corral that of BAP, swapping them back into the storm, but still alive on there. LC waiting for the losers to try to get off their platform. BAP have been taken out and been played with a crown, trying to bait any team over the abyss. Has gotten that one. I don't even know who they got it off of, but Wummy Bay has brought QA back into the game, but they got to fight against Yabagul up in the north, and they're going to get blown up by Yabagul. Golden Beam with the Dragon. Have one left. Losers, it looks like they too only have one player left. There goes.
As we see last stand for losers here, gets punched in the finale, going to connect on it too. Is he still alive for
the only team that was not in Kobayashi is now in the final two fight up against Last Chance. Last Chance looking for a third game in a row, but Yabagul, they want to crack. Could be the time to strike for Yabagul.
Yeah, we can see Yabagul trying to do everything to just find their own spot of land. Lemur trying to counter with the Celeste shift in, connects onto two. Despite the jump pad, only half the squad gets out. It's huge damage. They take out Dylan. Diamond's down as well. So can LC finish this off? 2 members left.
It's going to be up to Yabagul's 2 left. They're forced off of their respawn beacon. Palmu now onto his perch, looking for the slam back, but it was Jet Ski that got Yabagul instead, and LC will take their 3rd game in a row. No chilling finale for him, instead trying to skate away into the Jet stream. But
oh no, the third party from losers. IDM on a really rough spot here.
But they still have Zero. Not sure where Zero is.
Introduced and huge fall off right after. LC looking for the entry. Toilet finds the blast off. Stealth Ninja under pressure.
Chains connected as well on to Stealth Ninja. Nice dunk for Jet Ski, getting rid of one of QA. And guess what? 5th party in this fight. But TFO got to be careful as they try to get out of there. Nice root. Nice kill on very little damage, but Dylan gets sniped out of the air by Blump. Now Claw in the sights of LC, but it almost put Yabagul in that.
Continue to the north. It's CTT. Nice picks on the TFO. They get digs down, looking for more here. Multiple members on the run as we go.
Another one of those teams that's had to utilize respawn beacon over and over again. It's going to be another singularity this time. Blump getting a nice pop onto Lambicha. And then we see a nice crown there from losers.
Punch on the Park Ninja, isolating the firebox despite the flight is not going to be able to get out.
And with that Justice Punch from Toilet, starting off the fight for LC, sandwiching Long Claw between them and losers. Jemmy trying their best, but which one will fall first, losers or Long Claw? Long Claw holding on different teams as IDM help Yabagul find Eva, who tried to
don't go great together. Very hard to pull off solo. And Tarisha, trying to play as best they can around the Jake Braun Wisp, but in the end does get eliminated. IDM under a ton of pressure here. So many squads back to back to back getting eliminated. TFO ranking up here, I think going out at 5th.
On to LC, they've lost Lemur, and they are down to only one player for LC. Well, TDO, actually LC are gone. 5th place removed. IDM trying to survive with a salvo, but it's going to be Yabagul to get rid of IDM, and then TDO as they try to escape too. But BAP, they've been silent this whole time. Almost had to blink away with the illusion, but Yabagul not gone. BAP will find another victory, their 2nd one in the day.
BAP just, kind of slow and steady that game like they do, farming objectives, farming advantage on the kill feed. 1 going down, 2 on the side of losers.
Down, struggling. We even saw that TFO, they ran into Yabagul as we look at another those points, making sure they hold on to first place. But as you mentioned, if they're able to get rid of them. There's always that chance for LC, for Yabagul, and LC, they too are racking up some of these kills up against.
1 or 2 kills. Want to claim a few more here. Jemmy maybe getting a little ISO'd in the swamp here. Is
Giving them plenty of space to try to get away, but Palmu, on their hunt for that Fox, ran into a different team, Jayo, this time around the Veritith Sphere, making sure they were able to snipe that kill back onto Jayo, and the rest all important on if one of these tops when fighting up against the Firefox, waiting for that flame shield. They've got the singularity from Blunt, but nobody had fallen bait for it. They tried to swap away the Void, but the Void was already the target that Long Claw had lost, and now Park Ninja, even with the fight of the Firefox, tries to get the spin back, but the ice has been built up, dashing away, but it's going to be the chains that are connected to remove the crown off the head.
Yeah, and Chaos continuing to the north here. E-Plat is out as LC continue to push the Legend. Maybe under some trouble. And Bap here shows up. RTK, beautiful dagger into the dunk. Connects onto barely started. Yab continue the pressure, though. Now on to LC, trying to find this pick on the Lemur. Lemur tries to bungee out. Dylan with the follow-up, though. Backing down, though. Nice connect on the Dragon Staff slam.
LC, oh no. Yabagul, be careful. You're about to get sandwiched. You're running in to the wrong team as you try to go over the rock, but they're
Really
already
nice
now
move left.
getting attacked by LC. But LC actually go past Yabagul, and they look for
Situation work their way left, and they're going to punish LC for the overcommit. LC, a little bit of miscommunication in the split fight. Multiple members going after Yab, but the other two going after Baf. So going to definitely hurt their kind of standings here as they look to recover.
Well, we do have the losers finally taken out by Rakdos off
Dude,
screen. And we
get
see
out
that
of
the
there,
last
Astro.
one for LC is now getting attacked, trying to get away with a snipe from TTT.
On this, they are completely
Look,
screwed.
they got it. There's Encore's down, and now it's going to be RTK over their heads as they've been able to push back up Pine. With only 30 seconds, you got to survive. You got to hold on to your life, RTK. Pull off the absolute miracle for BAP to find victory. While Yabagul, they only have a few seconds left until they get it. The dunk over T and brought back up as they got the fighting. It's IDM. IDM now. They are going to fall as BAP somehow still have height alive. They aren't in a good position just yet as they are getting it dunked. They have to survive. They have to make sure that RTK again can pull off a miracle. Get something back, but it's good.